I overheard Mom whisper, "The house and money go to Haley." I went silent. 7 days later, Dad texted, "Insurance is due." I replied, "Ask your golden girl." I was 36 when I eventually quit answering my father's phone calls. My name is Ryan, and for the majority of my adult life, I've been the dependable one, the trustworthy son, the fixer, the one who somehow became involved in every family catastrophe, financial or otherwise. I had no idea how deep I was in until I took a step back and looked at the last decade of my life. What I'd spent, what I'd given, and what I'd silently digested in order to preserve peace with a family that never saw me. I work in information technology, primarily on a freelance basis. And I had been doing well for the past few years. Not wealthy but comfortable. I had my own home, a paid-off car, no debt, and enough emergency money. I wasn't very flamboyant about it, however. I didn't take vacations, didn't share my life online, and didn't discuss business at family gatherings. I was merely the person who came up when someone needed assistance moving, when their Wi-Fi failed, or when Mom's prescription cost $450 and they forgot to budget for it again. That was me. Ryan is the fallback. "Ryan, we knew you'd come through, kid." And then there's my younger sister Haley. If you met Haley initially, you'd think she was adorable, hilarious, effervescent, and Instagram perfect. She's 33 and has been out of work for over 9 years, unless you count her short-lived Etsy candle company, which required me to design her website and handle all of her client returns. She still lives in the rental house where we grew up with my parents. Drives an automobile that they bought for her. Posts everyday images with phrases like hustle and grind, while sipping iced lattes that Dad pays for. And yet, at every family event, the talk inevitably revolves around her. Her aspirations, objectives, and current artistic endeavor. I gave up expecting fairness from my parents a long time ago. But I didn't foresee what occurred last summer. It began with an offhand remark. I had swung by my folks' place to drop off a medicine that Mom had ran out of earlier. Another last-minute, "Can you help us out?" appeal. I gave up the bag, ready to leave, when Dad requested me to check at his laptop. Some updates were not installing, nothing critical, so I decided I'd do it quickly and move on. Mom and Haley were speaking in the other room as I waited for it to reboot, and I assumed I couldn't hear them. "She won't have to worry about money after we go." Mom was speaking quietly, yet clearly. "The property and funds will all go to her. It is only right. Ryan does not need it." I froze. I didn't pay attention to the remainder of the talk. All I could think about was that one sentence. It is only right. I sat startled when the update completed and the screen came back to life. I must have moved like a robot since I can't recall saying goodbye. I drove home in solitude, my heart thumping. I wasn't unhappy about the money specifically. It was not greed. It was something deeper. Like every quiet, hurtful, and unnoticed moment had suddenly clicked into place. All those years of being the helpful, the dependable one, the pocketbook they could always rely on. And now, I've been written out of the tale. That night, I didn't get much sleep. I kept repeating it in my brain, trying to persuade myself that I had misheard. Perhaps they didn't intend it that way. But by dawn, I realized it wasn't a mistake. This was confirmation. I was the backup plan, the financial safety net, the person who didn't require anything since I'd never asked for it. And it rendered me invisible. Still, I did not say anything. Not yet. I did not confront anyone or call them out. I just became silent. The next time Mom asked me to assist fix the washer, I declined since I was too busy. When Haley texted me about opening up a pop-up business for her latest passion, painted seashell jewelry, I literally left her on read. And when Dad phoned because their internet was down and Haley had an online meeting, I didn't even listen to the voicemail. A week went as well. I was not attempting to be petty. I simply stopped offering myself up. It was the first time in years that I had drawn a line. I expected they would notice. Maybe they'd inquire what was wrong. But all I received was quiet until the text. "Insurance is due." That was it. Number. "Hello Ryan." Number. "I hope you're well." Just a demand. As if I were their personal accountant. I looked at the message for a long time. Thumb is lingering over the screen. I could have ignored it. Could have typed up a lengthy explanation. I let go of everything I had been holding back for years. But instead, I kept things simple. In 3 words, ask her. That marked the beginning of the transformation. The moment I picked myself. What I didn't realize at the time was how far and fast things would spiral. Because when you remove the crutch that people have relied on for years, they do not attempt to get up. They get into a panic. They lash out. And in my family, that terror manifested itself in a very unique and nasty way. My aunt made the first call. It concluded with a family meal that I'll never forget. I did not answer Aunt Diane's call the first time. I watched it ring out on my screen while I sat on the couch, sipping cold coffee and pretending to check my email. But when she phoned again an hour later and left a message, I decided I'd at least hear what she had to say. Diane has never been the meddling kind. She's my mother's elder sister, fairly blunt and sharp as glass. She's also the only one in our family who has ever seen past Haley's darling facade. Her voicemail was brief. "Ryan, call me back. Something is odd. Your father has been talking non-stop. It's about the money." I recall sitting up upright, like if I had been startled. I phoned her right back. "Hey." She answered the first ring. "You okay?" "Yeah." I asked. "What's going on?" She didn't waste time. "I was over at your parents' house yesterday, dropping off the space heater your mother requested. She said, Haley's room gets drafty. Anyway, when I arrive, your father is in the garage with Chuck and Frank, drinking beers and talking crap like it's poker night in 1992. I knew where this was headed. My stomach constricted. He starts talking about how ungrateful children are these days. Says, "You've turned your back on the family, and you don't lift a finger to help anymore." I tightened my jaw. Of course he did. Then she continued, her tone changing. He says something that makes me want to hurl a heater at him. He responds, "Good thing we made the right choice with Haley. At least we'll have one kid who takes care of us when we're gone." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. "You okay?" she said politely. I swallowed hard. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," she said sharply. "Ryan, you've been bending over backwards for them for how long now? 12 years, and this is how they talk about you the second you stop funding their lifestyle." That was the term financing. As if I were a bank account with a name. I thanked her and hung up, but I couldn't escape the impression that I had been smacked in front of a crowd and no one had intervened. That weekend I headed to the mountains. Just for the day, I needed the distance and solitude. I trekked a path I used to use when I was younger, before things became difficult and I became the responsible one. I sat at the overlook and simply thought about everything. I spent the holidays alone since Haley required more attention during her breakups. The costs I paid when Mom's co-payments were too exorbitant. The laptop I got for Dad 2 Christmases ago. The same one I mended after overhearing the talk that began it all. I remembered lending Haley $2,500 when she said she'd finally gotten a position at some marketing business that turned out to be a pyramid scam. She never repaid me. I never asked. I believed it had broken the tranquility. However, I recognized that tranquility had always come at my price. Things swiftly escalated after that. First came the group text. Mom wrote a long paragraph to me, Dad, Haley and my Aunt Colleen, who never responds to anything. Anyway, it seemed like a forced essay. Family is more about love and support than money. We appreciate Ryan's desire for separation, but we're a team and have always supported one another. We should not have to remind anyone about the sacrifices we've made as parents. That is all I will say. That final sentence, the passive-aggressive cherry on top, made me pace my living room. They made sacrifices. I did not reply, but Haley did. Thank you, Mom. Some of us realize what family truly entails. Crimson heart. I nearly laughed. Almost. The next week, Dad sent another SMS. There are only 3 words this time. Need money for groceries, no punctuation. No thanks. I responded with 5. Ask your preferred one. Haley phoned around 15 minutes later. I let it go to voicemail. She phoned again and again. I eventually picked up on the 5th ring. What the hell is your problem? She snapped, ignoring any greetings. You're being selfish and childish, and it's really humiliating. I did not raise my voice. I was too exhausted for it. Who is it embarrassing for? For Mom and Dad? For the remainder of us? Do you believe you're proving something? All you're doing is forsaking those who reared you. I let out a slow breath. The same folks who abandoned you behind my back. Silence, followed by a scoff. Oh my God, she said. Did you hear that? You're really behaving like it matters. It matters, I said. It matters that I spent years supporting them before they decided I wasn't a part of their future. She burst. You are okay, you have a job, a condominium, and a car. I'm still finding my footing. You've been getting on your feet for 9 years. Click. She hung up. A few days later I received a letter via the mail. Actual paper from my mother. Inside was a card with a watercolor lake image and the words, "Family means everything," printed on the front. She wrote inside, I wish you'd remember what your grandma always said. No matter how far you travel, blood is blood, and you can't just walk away. We love you. Please consider what you are doing to us. No apologies, no acknowledgement, only shame wrapped in pastel ink. It would have been funny if it hadn't hurt so badly. But the true breaking point did not occur until the night of the surprise supper. Aunt Diane called me again. She mentioned that they'll be eating supper on Sunday night. Claim it's only for close relatives, yet your name popped up. They claimed you'd probably be too busy to demonstrate why it's just as well. That stung worse than I thought. I did not RSVP. I did not say anything. However, I drove over on Sunday at 6 p.m. I didn't go inside. I parked across the street, lights turned off and motor going, just to watch. The driveway was crowded. My cousin Logan's Jeep, Haley's white Civic, and Aunt Colleen's minivan. I looked through the glass as everyone assembled at the dining table. My usual place at family dinners had been taken by someone else. Haley sat laughing as if she owned the place. My parents appeared relaxed. I wasn't even a thought, but I knew something they didn't. Since earlier that week, I had a private chat with their lawyer. What my parents didn't realize was that I helped them refinance their home 6 years ago. That is correct. For the sake of convenience, I agreed to co-sign some tax paperwork. I was the one who made the phone calls and completed the documents. My name remained on some of those papers, including some rights that they never bothered to examine. I did not accomplish anything. Not yet. But while sat in that automobile watching them toast over a table I used to arrange for them, I knew something had changed in me. Not out of malice, but out of clarity. They picked her. They made that decision long ago. And I'd finally made the true twist. The evening was not simply for fun. There was an announcement. And I only found out about their plans because Haley, in her boundless hubris, chose to upload a photo. Her smile between mom and dad was captioned, "So eager to begin the new chapter. I can't wait to share soon." I gazed at the post. Then I hit save because I knew what it meant, and I had a sense that what they were about to say would need a reaction that they wouldn't expect. I didn't get much sleep the night of the meal. There was something about viewing that post. Haley was grinning, her arms stretched over both of our parents, as if she had already inherited the crown. That broke something in me that I had no idea was vulnerable. I was not furious, not anymore. This was the odd part. I just felt hollow, like if I was mourning a non-existent version of my family. I kept telling myself that I should become used to it by now. Favoritism, disdain, and the silent assumption that I'd always be there in the background, cleaning up everyone else's mess. But something about that photo, that silly caption, and my excitement to go on to the next chapter, made it all feel permanent, as if a door had closed behind me and I hadn't even seen the click. For the first time in years I did not want to open it again. That next week I turned inside. I stopped reading their texts and scrolled through Haley's manicured Instagram of candles, crystals and brunch. I removed Facebook completely. I knew if I kept staring I'd be hurting. And honestly, I was sick of bleeding for people who didn't realize I was injured. It was hardly a spectacular cleansing. I did not toss my phone in the lake or make any public announcements. I simply quietly disconnected. But solitude has a strange way of resonating. It started out peacefully, then it became loud. Without the continual hum of family commotion, I was alone with my thoughts, and it hit me harder than I anticipated. How much of my identity was based on being useful to those who regarded me as handy rather than cared for? I realized I hadn't really established a life for myself, but rather one for others. And with the scaffolding gone, I was left with a weird hollow shell. The first week was horrible. I went to work but just chatted with clients on the requirements. I avoided calls from friends, declined invitations, and left groceries in the bag overnight more than once. My apartment became disorganized. I got sloppy. There was one night that I will never forget. It was raining sideways, beating on your windows as if it was trying to get in. I was seated on the floor of my living room, back against the sofa, laptop closed and phone facing down. I just realized that Mom's birthday was on that day. I had not phoned or texted. The shame was thick in my chest, familiar and suffocating. Then I recalled something from years ago. Her 62nd birthday celebration. The one I intended. I hired the restaurant, made the deposit, planned with the bakery, and even purchased her favorite type of white flowers. And at the end of the night, Haley received all of the credit. Haley chose such an adorable theme. Mom raved to her friends. I recall standing next to the cake, holding a stack of dirty dishes, and listening to it. I recall saying nothing. That night, sitting in the dark with the rain pounding outside, I said out loud, "You don't owe them anything." I meant it. The next morning, I started rebuilding. I did nothing dramatic. I did not plan a solo journey to Iceland or begin journaling on a cliffside at dawn. I recently began taking my own life seriously, one bit at a time. I cleaned my entire flat from top to bottom. Not just a surface wash-off, but a complete purging. I didn't want to look at old invoices, dead batteries, mismatched socks, or faded photographs anymore. I packaged everything up and drove it to the landfill. Then I stood in the parking lot, watching the package slip into the trash can. And for the first time in weeks, I breathed completely. That night, I opened my laptop and glanced at a list of projects I'd planned to undertake if I ever got the time. I had constructed it in 2021, during lockdown. The most of it was pipe dreams. A few were business concepts. One of these struck my attention. A tech support subscription service for older individuals, particularly those who did not grow up with computers. I dubbed it Kindline in the doc. I grinned a little. The next day I purchased the domain. It started little. I contacted two of my former clients, both seniors whom I had previously assisted with simple computer issues, and asked if they would be interested in monthly check-ins, device assistance, fraud warnings, and the like. They both agreed quickly. So I created a scheduling system, produced a welcome packet, and began reaching out to others. Within a month I had 12 clients. Within 2, I had 36. It was not showy. It was not viral. But it was mine. Nothing I'd ever done for my family had been as meaningful to me as this. And it felt great. I used to despise marketing, but now I'm posting on LinkedIn, reaching out to local community centers, and providing free courses on how to avoid getting scammed online. I even created a leaflet, printed 120 copies, and handed them out at libraries, doctors' offices, and senior homes. Word spread faster than I anticipated. People liked the patience and absence of jargon. They trusted me. I hadn't felt so confident in years. By spring, I had officially registered the company as an LLC, hired a part-time assistant, and delegated the website refresh to a design student I met at a workshop. She was enthusiastic, intelligent, and kept calling me Mr. Ryan, which made me feel about 62, but I didn't correct her. Somewhere along the way my apartment began to feel like home. I bought new curtains, framed some art, and even set up a small herb garden on the windowsill. I hosted 2 friends for dinner, whom I had avoided during my slump, and both commented on how different I appeared. Lighter, one of them said, "Like you're finally breathing." I was. But that did not mean I had forgotten. The wound was still present, just scabbed over. It would occasionally flare. Like the day I learned what Haley's big announcement was. I hadn't been following her on social media, but one of my clients, a lovely woman named Margaret, mentioned it during a tech call. "You said your sister's name was Haley, right?" she inquired, looking over her glasses. "Is that the one doing that lifestyle show online?" I couldn't remember. "What? She's got this little web series, Rooted Radiance or something like that. It popped up in my YouTube feed, all candles and self-care and stories about healing your inner child." Sounded familiar. I searched it after we finished, and there she was. Haley and I rooted radiance together. Episode 2. Breaking generational trauma. Even if it means cutting off toxic relationships. I observed for exactly 4 minutes, just long enough to hear her remark in a faint, breathy voice. "Sometimes choosing yourself means walking away from people who expect too much and give too little." I chuckled, not because it was amusing, but because I couldn't believe it. She began narrating my narrative but then flipped. She'd portrayed herself as the wounded heroine. The one who valiantly separated herself from a sibling who wanted too much and did not respect her boundaries. Who, get this, used money to manipulate family relations. I should have been upset. Instead, I captured a screenshot. Then I opened a new folder on my desktop. I titled it, Evidence. Not out of spite, but because I suspected I'd need it eventually. And that day wasn't far away. Because a month later I received a call from the attorney. Not mine. theirs. Hello, Ryan. This is Graham Pierce. I am phoning on behalf of your parents, Robert and Linda. He was polite and careful, explaining that he had been reading their estate records and that certain details about previous ownership arrangements and financial contributions needed to be clarified. He inquired whether I was available for a meeting. I consented quietly, despite my pounding heart, since I knew what they were up to. They were rewriting the history, but they had no idea I had already begun creating my own version of the future. When I walked into Graham Pierce's office, it felt like I was entering a negotiation that I hadn't asked for, but had been preparing for my entire life without realizing it. His workplace was all polished wood, stylishly neutral art, and stiff leather seats that reminded you it wasn't supposed to be comfy. He offered me water, which I rejected, and motioned for the seat across from his desk. I took it and gently placed the compact black folder I had brought with me, containing my own collection of documents, on my lap. He folded his hands. Thank you for coming, Ryan. I understand that this is unexpected. I nodded once. You mentioned there were estate worries. He flashed a cautious grin. One of those lawyer grins that should put you at rest, but instead makes you want to check your wallet. Your parents are revising several aspects of their estate plan. They recently rewrote their will, and throughout the process a few information from previous years surfaced. Things we needed to clarify before settling anything. I didn't answer immediately. I wanted him to talk first. Lawyers enjoy filling silences. It is a professional danger. He continued. Specifically, there are a few financial transactions from around 6 years ago, when the mortgage was refinanced. At the time I believe you were a co-signer. Correct? I stated, and it appears that under that agreement, you were momentarily awarded what we would call a contingent interest in the land. It was transitory, of course, but the title documents from that year show you as a co-owner. That's correct, I responded again, opening my folder and placing a copy of the necessary title paper on his desk. My name remains on file with the county. It was never removed. Graham paused. That knocked him off balance. He took up the page, looked it over and nodded slowly. Yes. This is what we discovered during our search. We were just trying to finalize the release. Your folks believed it had been taken care of. It wasn't, I explained gently, and I never signed anything waiving that interest. If they wish to transfer entire ownership to someone else, such as my sister, I need to sign off. He made another lawyer grin. This one is more stretched. Of course, this is all a formality. I slumped back in my chair. Sure, but if it's only a formality, I'm guessing there's no urgency. He hesitated again and carefully said that they hoped to fix the issue before the house was legally transferred. There it was. The true cause, the supper, the caption, and the next chapter. They were turning over the house to Haley. It was symbolic, but also strategic. The house was finally paid off, due in large part to my years of silent payments during the refinancing process. Transferring it now would lessen future probate issues and make it easier for Haley to hang on to it. And I was the final loose thread, one they didn't think could rip the whole arrangement apart. I grinned for the first time. So, if they want my signature, I'll also need a few things. Graham blinked. For example, I may receive backdated compensation for the closing fees I spent during the refinancing, as well as the property tax I paid for the next 2 years. I have the receipts. I placed a second sheet on his desk, followed by a third. And, while we're at it, any documentation that my parents signed certifying that I was a financial contribution to the property. I'd like to put those in the estate filing just to be cautious. He appeared to be little worried now. That may complicate the present estate draft. I stood up and said, then they'll have to decide whether it's worth the house. Thank you for the water offer. I left him looking at his papers. On the way home, I put the music up louder than normal. Not angry or sad music, but something with rhythms and momentum that made me feel as if the earth under me was finally mine. That was the day I stopped reacting and began planning. The initial step was subtle. I phoned a friend of mine named Tessa who worked in real estate law. We'd known one other since college, and while we weren't close anymore, we still sent each other happy birthdays. And did you see this meme text? I told her I needed some advice. She told me she owed me a favor for helping her parents set up their smart TV via FaceTime. We met in a coffee cafe near her office. I placed everything out. The title, tax records, and refinancing receipts. She inspected everything with a quiet, satisfied whistle. You effectively have a paper trail proving you own around 35% of the residence. She said only around 35%. Well, theoretically, if your name was on the deed during the refinancing and you contributed to expenditures directly related to asset maintenance, you have a good case for partial equity, especially if nothing is signed indicating otherwise. I drink my coffee. That's good to know. She looked at me. You aren't going to try to push a sale, right? I shake my head. No, I do not want the house. So what do you want? I didn't respond straight away since I wasn't totally certain. It was not about money. It was not even about the house. It was about the principle, about how I'd been treated like an ATM for years, only to be turned off the moment I stopped emptying myself dry. And now they expected me to be quiet, docile, and helpful. I was finished with that. I eventually stated, I want them to realize I am not disposable. Tessa nodded. Then do not be. The next stage was to collect allies. It began with Aunt Diane. I invited her to lunch. Not at our normal restaurant, but in a small downtown bar where I was confident we wouldn't stumble into anybody we knew. I told her everything. The title, the call from the lawyer, and Haley's online show. She did not speak much till the end. Then she leaned forward, fixed my gaze and said, You have every right to do what you're doing. But don't just play defense. Make a move. What type of move? She grinned. The type that reminds them who kept the roof over their heads while their favorite acted like an entrepreneur on Instagram. A week later, I sent a notice of interest to the county clerk's office. It was a simple legal step, simply a formal acknowledgement of my financial claim to the property. Nothing big, no lawsuit, no eviction threat, just a quiet little note on the house's record stating that no one could sell, refinance, or transfer it unless my share was resolved first. I knew my folks would find out eventually. I did not expect it to happen so soon. 4 days later, Mom arrived at my door. I hadn't seen her for months. Not since the last time I brought one of her medicines and overheard her discussing my exclusion in the will. She seemed smaller than I recalled. Not physically, but smaller. Like someone who had been shielded by illusions and was suddenly standing in the true light. Ryan, she said, as if it were both a question and an accusation. I opened the door wider but did not move aside. I'm not here to dispute, she said swiftly. I simply want to know why you are making things so complicated. I nearly laughed. Do you think this is complicated? You could have just spoken with us, she said. I did, I responded. You just didn't listen. She blinked, taken aback. We gave Haley the house because she required stability, she remarked. You're doing well. You don't even know what I'm doing. I added. You never ask. You just assume. There was a silence. Then she spoke gently. You have always been the strong one. No, I responded. I've just always been the quiet one. That's not the same thing. She didn't react. I did not allow her in. I advised her to talk with her lawyer. I then closed the door. That night, I printed the most recent customer billing report for Kind Line. 72 active customers, 3 part-time aides, and a community collaboration with a nearby elderly facility. I placed the report in my folder, right next to the title paperwork. The property tax receipts, the screenshots of Haley's show since this was not a rage-fueled payback. It was chess, and I'd just moved my queen. Let me start by stating this. Revenge doesn't always include pyrotechnics. Sometimes it's a slow, methodical burn, quiet, measured, and even elegant in its progression. Mine was not loud. It did not include public outbursts or yelling bouts over a dining table. No, my vengeance was carried out through quiet signings, courteous phone calls, and the gradual dismantling of a false story. It was patient, surgical, and effective. Things quieted down after Mom's surprise visit. I believed they could be regrouping. Perhaps Haley was recording another episode of Rooted Radiance, in which she would sadly warn her audience about toxic masculinity in the family, or how some people only provide love with conditions attached. But I heard nothing for 4 weeks. There was no phone call, no text message, and no passive hostile meme on my feed. Just quiet. Then came the letter. It arrived on Thursday in an official-looking envelope with my name neatly printed on the front. Inside was a formal proposition written by their lawyer, Graham Pierce. It explained the conditions for surrendering my interest in the property. In response, they presented a $7,500 check as a gesture of goodwill. They presented it as a compromise, a reasonable payment for your limited financial participation with the property. I laughed when I read that. 7.5 grand. $7.5 for 12 years of emergency, grocery, medicine, internet, repair, and refinancing expenses. 7.5 grand for being the safety net they let go as soon as it was convenient. I did not even respond. Instead, I phoned Tessa. She reread the letter, giggled under her breath and asked, "Are you ready to make this formal?" I nodded. We drafted a counteroffer based on facts, not anger or threats. She provided an exact account of my financial contributions to the home over the previous 12 years, replete with supporting receipts and bank statements. The total came closer to $42,000. She also noted state legislation governing equitable interest in jointly named property. Most crucially, she added my request, which was for a lien rather than cash. That is correct, a legally recorded lien on the house. Not to force a sale, nor to evict anybody, but to assure that if the house was refinanced, transferred or sold, whether next year or 12 years from now, I would receive my portion plus interest. We sent it to Graham, certified of course. This time the response came quickly. 4 days later, Haley arrived at my residence. I didn't respond at first, just observed her through the peephole. She was pacing, her big sunglasses slipping down her nose, and her phone was in her hand, as if she was preparing to live stream the altercation. When I eventually answered the door, she did not wait for me to speak. "You're ruining everything," she snarled. "Do you know how hard I've worked for this?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Work?" I said. She ignored me. "This house is supposed to be mine. I've already invested in improvements. I am filming material there. I've got several pending agreements. Brands want to support the kitchen transition. You can't simply go in and put a lien on it like you're due something." I leaned against the door frame. "I'm owed something. You're doing this to hurt Mom and Dad." "No, I am doing this to protect myself. You never cared about the house before. You did not even want it. And I still haven't." I responded, "I want what's fair, that's all." She stared at me, breathing heavily, as if she couldn't believe I wasn't backing down. "Ryan, you are not the victim here." I made a slow nod. "I am not. I used to volunteer, but I no longer do." She turned and stormed away without saying anything else. It was the last time I saw her in person. The lien revolutionized everything. Haley was suddenly unable to secure her brand deals. Sponsors pulled out. She was unable to have the insurance transfer authorized, and any future home equity loan was now subject to a legal encumbrance that she could not avoid. She'd upload filtered footage from the kitchen with phrases like, "manifesting through the noise dizzy, but I could see the fissures." Finally, one of her fans tagged me in the comments. "You're the brother, correct? This entire situation makes so much sense now." I didn't respond. I did not have to. Meanwhile, my parents took a fresh approach. Graham called again, respectfully informed me that Robert and Linda were rethinking their estate arrangement. He asked me to a meeting that included all parties. I consented, not because I wanted reconciliation, but because I needed closure. We met again in Graham's office. My parents sat stiffly on one side of the table, and Haley was noticeably missing. She'd likely learned she was a liability in these circumstances. Tessa joined me this time, not just for legal assistance, but also for balance. I knew I'd be inclined to revert to old behaviors, make excuses for them, and downplay. Having her there helped me stay focused. The meeting was polite. Graham said that the will had been amended to include me again, however little, in a portion of the savings, as well as a section regarding equitable property division. They'd also agreed to settle the lien now, providing a single amount of $35,000. Still less than I was expecting, but near enough to indicate they were taking it seriously. Then Mom did something unexpected. She spoke. "We did not aim to hurt you," she explained. "We assumed you didn't need us." I met her gaze. "I did not. I needed you to show me respect." She blinked, and for a brief moment I saw something genuine flicker there. Not guilt, but rather the beginning of it. Dad didn't speak much. He seemed exhausted and smaller than I recalled. It was unusual to see him like way. Less a figure of authority and more just a guy. Flawed, aged, and unsure. I signed the paperwork, took the compensation, removed the lien, and departed. The breakdown with Haley was slower. Without the mansion as her guaranteed studio, her content lacked polish. Her brand relationships have dried up. She shared a sad video about family betrayal, which elicited a lot of compassion, but no new deals. She eventually moved on to something else. Energy coaching. I believe the last time I looked, she was doing Instagram Live from her car. I stopped checking after that. Kind line developed faster than I anticipated. By the end of the year, I had more than 120 active clients and a wait list. I relocated to a tiny office space downtown, employed Tessa part-time as general attorney, and recruited 3 additional assistants. I even launched a YouTube channel called Basic Tech Tips for Seniors. Nothing flashy, just myself, my voice, a clean background, and a continual stream of people praising me for explaining things clearly. At Thanksgiving, I held my own dinner, inviting friends and a few clients. Aunt Diane brought pie. We joked, played music, and ate until we were too stuffed to move. I did not think of the old house once. I received a Christmas card from my folks. Just a card, no checks, no requests, and no guilt. There was a simple note inside. We hope you are well. We're proud of what you've created. I didn't weep, but I sat with the card for quite some time. I didn't respond since I'd spoken everything I needed to say. Just not with words, boundaries, silence, or the calm, consistent act of choosing myself for once. Finally. Always. Don't expect any help from me, my father texted in the seat I paid for. Then, my co-founder called to tell me we just hit a $1.8 billion valuation. My phone buzzed at exactly the wrong moment. I was standing in the staging tunnel beneath the Stanford Stadium, wearing a graduation robe that cost $55 to rent and cheap heels that had already eaten through the skin of both my pinky toes. The tunnel smelled like damp concrete, old dust, and the sharp, metallic tang of nervous sweat. All around me, hundreds of graduates were fidgeting with their caps, rehearsing their smiles, and texting families who had flown in from all over the globe. My family had flown in from Chicago. My father, Arthur Sterling, a third-generation commercial real estate developer, a man of steel beams, poured concrete, and unshakable certainty about what constituted a real job, was sitting in seat A 12 inches the front row. I had booked that seat myself. I had paid for his first-class flight, his luxury hotel suite at the Rosewood, and the dinner reservation at a Michelin-starred restaurant for afterward. I had orchestrated this entire weekend the way I orchestrated everything in my life, carefully, precisely, and down to the absolute last micro detail. And then my phone buzzed against my hip. I pulled it out of my pocket. His name flashed on my cracked screen, and beneath it, a short, brutal message that hit me like a physical blow to the sternum. Don't expect any financial help from me going forward. You're on your own now. Time to face the real world. I read it twice. Then a third time, the words blurring slightly under the harsh fluorescent lights of the tunnel. The graduate standing next to me, a bioengineering student I vaguely recognized from a sophomore seminar, leaned over and asked if I was okay. I must have made some kind of involuntary noise, a sharp intake of breath that sounded like a dry heave. Fine, I said, my voice sounding hollow and distant to my own ears. I'm perfectly fine. My hands were not shaking. I want to be incredibly precise about that detail. My hands were completely, terrifyingly still. Over the previous 6 years, I had learned exactly how to compartmentalize, how to hold myself together in high-stakes rooms where lesser versions of myself would have completely shattered. But behind my ribs, something had gone very, very quiet. I thought about the 1-2-year-old girl who had sat in her father's mahogany-paneled home office, holding a clunky laptop, desperately trying to explain the basic software architecture she had just built. I thought about the 1-6-year-old who had begged him to just look at the school network vulnerability she had patched. I thought about the 1-8-year-old who had carried a 2-5-page, meticulously researched business plan in her backpack and left his office with it completely unread. That younger version of me wanted to fall to the floor and cry. But I was no longer that girl. My phone buzzed again. A different contact this time, Maya. And the next 4 minutes of my life changed absolutely everything. But to understand the sheer, catastrophic weight of what happened on that stage, you need to understand what happened before it. You need to understand Arthur Sterling, and what it meant to be the invisible daughter in a family of golden sons. My father built things you could touch. That was the core, undeniable truth of his existence, the central pillar that organized every other aspect of his personality. He had grown up watching his own father pour concrete in the bitter Chicago winters, and he had taken that blue-collar grit and turned it into Sterling Developments, a massive commercial firm that built strip malls, luxury apartment complexes, and eventually, his crowning achievement, a massive downtown high-rise that he managed to bring up in almost every conversation. To Arthur Sterling, reality was defined by weight, by mass, by things you could point at from the window of a moving car and say, I built that. He had 2 sons before he had me. Julian came first, then Connor. By the time I arrived, The Sterling family mythology was already carved in stone. The boys got miniature tool belts at age 5, grueling summer jobs on active construction sites at 16, and spent their long weekends learning how to read architectural blueprints before they could even read chapter books. My father spoke about their paths with the kind of hushed, holy reverence that other men reserved for religion. You know what the problem with this country is? He would announce at every Thanksgiving, every 4th of July barbecue, every time a tech news segment came on the television. Nobody builds anything real anymore. Everyone is just sitting in air-conditioned rooms, moving invisible money around on screens. Everyone's got a stupid app. He would spit the word times app times like it was a contagious disease. Julian, naturally, grew up to own a highly successful chain of boutique hotels across the Midwest. Connor became the king of luxury car dealerships in the affluent Chicago suburbs. Both of them, in their own perfectly acceptable ways, built things you could walk into, things you could touch, things that required physical labor and tangible inventory. My father loved them with a totality and simplicity that I found both incredibly beautiful and deeply suffocating to witness. And then there was me, Chloe. I was not interested in drywall or engine blocks. I was interested in systems. Invisible, intricate, digital ecosystems. I was 12 when I wrote my first functional script. I was 14 when I found a massive security vulnerability in our entire school district's server network. I documented it, printed out the logs, and handed it to the exhausted IT director, who looked at me with sheer terror before quietly patching the exploit without ever officially thanking me. I was 16 when I built a rudimentary intrusion detection prototype. My computer science teacher, a kind, overworked man named Mr. Henderson, told me it was genuinely brilliant and the kind of architecture usually reserved for graduate-level thesis projects. I brought that prototype home, practically vibrating with excitement, and showed my father. He patted me on the head. "Smart girl," he chuckled, looking at my screen as if it were a finger painting. "It's a cute hobby. You'll figure out what you actually want to do when you grow up." He wasn't actively cruel about it. That is the thing people always get wrong when I tell this story at conferences or in interviews. People always expect the villain of the story to be cartoonish, snarling, and overtly abusive. My father was none of those things. He was warm, he was funny, he remembered every single birthday, he paid for my braces, and he coached my brother's baseball teams for a decade. He genuinely loved me. He just loved me the way you love a delicate, slightly confusing piece of abstract art that doesn't quite fit the aesthetic of any room in your house. The defining night of my life happened in his study when I was 18. I already had an early acceptance letter to Stanford's computer science program sitting in my pocket. I also had a 2-5-page business plan, printed on heavy stock paper and spiral bound, sitting in my backpack. I sat in the heavy leather chair across from his massive mahogany desk. The room smelled like cigar smoke and expensive leather. I watched in silence as he slid 2 thick, cream-colored envelopes across the desk toward my brothers. The kind of envelopes that have physical weight to them. "Julian is breaking ground on his 3rd boutique hotel location next month," my father announced proudly, raising a glass of scotch. "And Connor just closed the deal on the new Porsche dealership lot. It's a big year for the Sterling men." I nodded, gripping the straps of my backpack. I was waiting for my envelope. I was waiting for my moment. My father turned to me, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together over his stomach. He did this whenever he was about to say something he believed was incredibly generous. "Chloe, sweetheart, I've been thinking a lot about what makes sense for you." He started, his voice dropping into a comforting, paternal register. "Your brothers are expanding fast. They are going to need someone sharp handling their back office operations. Someone on the administrative and financial side. Someone brilliant who they can trust completely." He smiled, a wide, genuine smile. "That's you, Chloe. You've always been the smartest one with numbers. We can set up a nice desk for you right here at the corporate office." My stomach plummeted. I forced myself to speak clearly. "Dad, I have a business plan." "I know you have ideas, honey," he said dismissively. "No, it's 25 pages. I pushed, unzipping my bag. "I have market research, revenue projections, threat modeling. I've identified a massive gap in mid-market enterprise cybersecurity infrastructure that literally nobody is addressing right now. If I can get a small seed investment." "Tech is a bubble, Chloe," he interrupted, his tone gentle but immovable. It was the exact tone you use to explain to a toddler that they cannot eat a battery. "These digital things, they come and go. It's not real. And this cybersecurity stuff, there are 1,000 massive corporations doing that already, companies with billions of dollars. You can't compete with them playing around on your little laptop. The massive corporations aren't solving the specific problem I'm solving," I argued, my voice trembling slightly. "I have the code. I can show you." He looked at me, and in his eyes, I saw something that was infinitely worse than anger, worse than contempt, worse than outright dismissal. I saw pity. "The administrative desk will always be waiting for you," he said softly, "whenever you're ready to join the real world." I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I simply stood up, zipped my backpack with the 25 unread pages still inside it, and walked out of the room. He called after me, something placating and warm, but I didn't process the words. I didn't look back. I made a vow to myself in that carpeted hallway at 18 years old. I swore that I would never tell him a single detail about what I was building until I had built it all the way to the top. I would not speak a word of it until there was absolutely nothing left for him to dismiss, nothing left to minimize, nothing he could look at and call a hobby or a little computer project. He would find out the exact same way the rest of the world did. Update 1. Stanford was not the sun-drenched, idyllic paradise the brochure suggested. I want to be brutally honest about that, because in hindsight, the story always sounds so clean and glamorous. It was not clean. It was 4 hours of sleep on a good night. It was eating cheap instant ramen for 7 consecutive days during a brutal stretch in my sophomore year when a financial aid processing error left me $450 short on my rent, and I was entirely too proud to call home and ask for a dime. It was working weekend double shifts as a waitress at a high-volume diner in San Jose, where the manager constantly called me sweetheart, the tips were abysmal, and my feet throbbed so painfully by 1:00 a.m. that I would sit on an overturned milk crate in the walk-in freezer for exactly 3 minutes between rushes just to let the cold numb my toes. My father called me every single Sunday evening. I will give him credit for his consistency. "How's the little computer project going?" he would ask, the amusement evident in his voice. "Good, Dad," I would reply, staring at lines of complex code on my monitor. "Julian just cut the ribbon on the new hotel lobby. Did I tell you? The mayor showed up. Huge press coverage." "You told me. That's great. Connor's dealerships are pulling in record numbers this quarter. He just hired a whole new marketing division." "That's wonderful, Dad. You sure you don't want to come home for a bit? That desk in the accounting department is still open. There's always a place for you here, Chloe." I would look out my cramped dorm window at the California sky, at the region that was slowly, painfully, and relentlessly teaching me everything it knew about survival. "I'm fine, Dad. I'll talk to you next week." My company, CipherGuard, started as my junior year thesis project, but it rapidly mutated into something much larger. The core insight, the golden realization that fueled everything, was this. Mid-sized enterprise companies, the ones generating between $50 million and $500 million in annual revenue, were being absolutely slaughtered by ransomware attacks and data breaches. They were falling into a massive, highly expensive gap. They were too big to rely on basic consumer antivirus software, but they were too small to afford the massive, multi-million-dollar dedicated enterprise security teams that Fortune 500 companies employed. They were bleeding money, and nobody in Silicon Valley cared because they weren't the sexy enterprise whales. I built an adaptive, AI-driven threat detection platform architected specifically for that mid-market gap. It was lightweight enough to deploy across a company's network without needing a dedicated IT security team to babysit it, but smart enough to learn baseline employee behavioral patterns and flag anomalies in real time. I believed in this code the way I had never believed in anything in my entire life. The venture capital rejections were swift, brutal, and numerous. I took 14 meetings in 10 months. Each rejection left a different, uniquely shaped psychological bruise. One VC, a silver-haired, deeply tanned man in Menlo Park who looked like he spent more time on his yacht than in boardrooms, actually leaned back in his Herman Miller chair, steepled his fingers, and sighed. "Little lady," he said, dripping with condescension. "Do yourself a massive favor. Go work at a real tech company for 5 or 6 years. Learn the ropes. Figure out how the big boys play the game. Then come back and talk to us." I kept my face perfectly neutral. I shook his hand, thanked him for his time, and made it all the way to the elevator before my vision blurred. I made it to the sidewalk before my chest seized up and I couldn't breathe. I sat down on the cold, wet concrete outside his glass building on Sand Hill Road. The famous San Francisco fog was rolling in, damp and freezing. I pulled my knees to my chest, put my laptop bag in my lap, and I cried for exactly 12 minutes. Then, the sadness evaporated, replaced by a sudden, blinding flash of rage. It was the good kind of anger. The cold, clinical kind that doesn't cloud your judgment, but sharpens it to a razor edge. I stood up, brushed the dirt off my cheap slacks, marched back into the lobby, asked the receptionist for the VC's business card, and sent him a handwritten thank you note the next day. 18 months later, when CipherGuard secured its first massive valuation, I sent him a second note with a printed copy of our revenue metrics. He never responded. I didn't need him to. Everything shifted the night I met Maya Vance. I was at a cheap networking mixer in Palo Alto that I had almost skipped because I had a 5:30 a.m. diner shift the next morning, and standing in a cramped hotel ballroom drinking lukewarm boxed wine felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. Maya Vance walked directly up to me within 5 minutes of my arrival. She stared at my cheap printed name tag, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "You're the Stanford kid building CipherGuard. I read your white paper." "That's me," I said cautiously. "Your pricing model is absolute garbage and your company is going to fail," she stated. She said it with the exact clinical, detached tone a mechanic uses to tell you your transmission is blown. But your underlying tech architecture is genuinely revolutionary. You're underpricing the mid-tier enterprise market by at least 45%, and your entire go-to-market strategy is backwards. I'm a CFO. I've been analyzing this specific sector for 3 years. Can I buy you a coffee and explain exactly why you're ruining your own brilliant product? Maya Vance was, at the time, a highly paid financial executive at a Series C logistics startup. She had a massive salary, stock options, and excellent health insurance. She quit her job completely 8 weeks later to join me. We moved into a windowless, suffocatingly small office in Mountain View that had previously been used as a janitorial supply closet. I am not exaggerating, there were still heavy metal shelf brackets bolted to the drywall and a lingering smell of industrial bleach when we signed the lease. We drank cheap coffee by the gallon. We argued aggressively over channel strategies, subscription tiers, and API integrations. I slept on a lumpy futon I bought off Craigslist for $40, keeping it folded in the corner of the closet. When we finally managed to get pitch meetings together, the dynamic was always identical. The male investors would look at me when I talked about the code, but they would stare at the wall, their phones, or the ceiling when Maya talked about the financial projections. During one particularly agonizing pitch in San Francisco, a junior partner smirked at us and said, "So, the little coder girl and the numbers lady think they can crack $1 billion cybersecurity industry?" Maya didn't flinch. She didn't blink. She set her coffee cup down on the glass table with a sharp, echoing Times click. "The question," Maya said, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm register, "is not whether we are going to crack this industry. The question is whether you are smart enough to write us a check before we make your current portfolio companies entirely obsolete." We didn't get his check. But a week later, we got something infinitely better. Her name was Evelyn Cross. She was the vice president of operations at Vanguard Shipping, a massive, privately held logistics empire generating over $5 billion in annual revenue, moving freight across the entire Pacific Northwest. Vanguard had been hit by a devastating ransomware attack 9 months prior. It cost them $4 million in direct recovery, massive data loss, and 14 days of total operational paralysis. Evelyn Cross was a woman who did not tolerate failure, and she was absolutely determined never to be humiliated by a breach again. She gave us a 30-day pilot program at their regional operations hub in Seattle. We had to monitor 65 different endpoints, with full network access and a strict, zero-incident benchmark. If we failed, we were out. If we succeeded, we got the enterprise contract. Maya and I did not sleep for a month. I mean that literally. I tracked my sleep on my phone. I averaged exactly 3 hours and 15 minutes a night for 30 days. We lived off lukewarm delivery food and cold brew coffee. I wrote more custom integration code in that single month than I had in the previous 2 years combined. I lived inside the Vanguard network, watching the data flow, tweaking the algorithms, perfecting the threat detection parameters. The result? 0 security incidents. 0 anomalies reached a critical threat threshold. But more importantly, on day 12 of the pilot, CipherGuard's automated system flagged a series of highly suspicious, erratic access patterns pinging the server at 3 a.m. I dug into the logs. It turned out to be the active credentials of a terminated logistics manager who was attempting to access a third-party vendor portal to siphon off proprietary shipping manifests. We locked the credentials instantly and handed the logs to Evelyn. That single automated discovery saved Vanguard Shipping from an estimated $1.2 million in remediation costs and a massive PR disaster. Evelyn Cross didn't even wait for the 30-day pilot to officially end. On day 28, she sent us a signed, ironclad letter of intent for a company-wide, multi-year North American contract. That was the spark that hit the powder keg. We scaled violently. We hired developers, sales teams, account managers. We raised our series of funding from a massive Tier 1 firm, the exact same firm that had rejected me a year prior. They called Times us, Times this time, begging for a meeting. I highly recommend the feeling of a VC practically groveling on the phone. We moved out of the bleach-scented supply closet and into a massive, gorgeous office in downtown San Francisco with floor-to-ceiling windows, an espresso bar, and a boardroom where Maya once laughed so hard at our ridiculous revenue growth that she actually cried. We crossed 50 employees. Then 150. Then 350. By the time I turned 26, our Series B valuation hit $550 million. And through all of it, for 6 entire years, I never told my father a single word. Not when TechCrunch ran a massive feature naming CipherGuard the most disruptive security startup of the decade. Not when Forbes put my face on the cover of their 30 Under 30 issue. Not when the grueling, infinitely tedious IPO paperwork was finally filed with the SEC, a massive legal document that contained my name exactly 942 times. I just kept calling him every Sunday. I asked about Julian's hotels. I listened to him brag about Connor's car dealerships. When he asked how my little computer project was going, I just smiled into the phone and said, "It's going fine, Dad, just keeping busy." 6 weeks before my Stanford graduation, I sent him a formal invitation. I had it printed on heavy, expensive cardstock. I paid for 2 first-class flights for him and my stepmother, Helen. Helen is a lovely woman, completely blameless in all this family drama. I booked them a luxury suite for 4 nights. I reserved front row VIP seats for the ceremony. I wanted him there. I said, that part is crucial to understand. People often ask me if this whole thing was a premeditated malicious trap. The truth is far more complicated. I wanted him there because, beneath the armor of a CEO, beneath the valuation and the press coverage, I was still the 18-year-old girl sitting in his mahogany study with a backpack full of hope, desperate for her father to look at her and say, "I see you, you did good." I wanted him to see me graduate, but, if I am being completely honest with myself, I also wanted him to see my triumph publicly. I wanted it to be undeniable. Update 2. Which brings us back to the staging tunnel. The smell of dust. The $55 rented robe. There was a large monitor in the tunnel showing a live camera feed of the stadium seating. I could see the front row perfectly. I could see seat A12. My father was looking down at his phone. Then, I watched on the monitor as he looked up, staring straight ahead at the empty stage. He smiled. It was a very specific smile, the kind of satisfied, self-righteous smile a person gets when they have made a tough but necessary decision. The smile of a man who thinks he is teaching a valuable, hard lesson about the real world. I looked down at my phone. Don't expect any financial help from me going forward. You're on your own now. Time to face the real world. 6 years of absolute silence. 6 years of swallowing my pride, of hiding my life's work, of nodding along while he dismissed me. And this cutting me off financially on the day of my graduation, via text message, while sitting in a seat I had paid for was his grand move. He wanted to send the message at the exact moment of my maximum vulnerability. He wanted to watch me walk across the stage, knowing he had finally forced me into a corner where I would have to beg for that administrative desk job. My phone vibrated violently in my hand. Maya's contact photo flashed on the screen. I don't know why I answered it right then. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe some deep, primal part of my brain knew exactly what time it was in New York. "Maya?" I whispered, stepping away from the other graduates. Her voice was shaking. In the 4 years we had been building the company, I had never, ever heard Maya Vance shake. This was a woman who had once calmly finished a Q3 financial presentation to our board of directors while the building's fire alarm was blaring. "Chloe," Maya breathed. There was a deafening roar of noise behind her in the background. It sounded like a riot. It sounded like hundreds of people screaming and cheering. "The IPO priced. The market opened 20 minutes ago." My mouth went completely dry. "Tell me the number, Maya." The screaming in the background spiked. I heard glass shatter. Someone had dropped a champagne flute in our San Francisco office watch party. "It's soaring, Chloe. It's completely blowing past the projections." Maya was crying now. The ruthless, ice-cold CFO was sobbing into the phone. "We just crossed $1.8 billion, Chloe, you're a unicorn CEO. We did it. It's real. $1.8 billion. Over the stadium loudspeakers, the dean's voice echoed, calling the next group of graduates, "Chloe Sterling." My name boomed through the speakers, vibrating into the concrete tunnel, reverberating deep in my chest. I pressed the phone hard against my ear. "Maya, I have to go get my diploma." She let out a wet, hysterical laugh. Go walk, you billionaire. Call me when you're done." I hung up the phone. I slid it into my pocket. I reached up and adjusted my cheap graduation cap, ensuring the tassel was perfectly straight. And then, I walked out of the dark tunnel and into the blinding California sunlight. It was exactly 50 steps from the edge of the staging area, to the center of the podium. I know this, because weeks later, when the post-IPO adrenaline faded and I had a rare quiet weekend, I obsessively re-watched the graduation video and counted my footsteps. 50 steps across a stage I had almost failed to reach. Not because of my grades, and not because of my aptitude, but because the poverty, the exhaustion, the waitressing, and the endless slammed doors had nearly broken my spirit. The stadium held nearly 4,000 people, faculty, families, screaming friends, and a local Bay Area news crew that was filming B-roll for a segment on Stanford's graduating tech class. I didn't look at the crowd. I didn't look at the dean. I looked directly at seat A12. My father was still holding his phone. As I stepped into the center of the stage, I saw him glance down at the screen. I don't know what app he had opened, maybe a news aggregator, maybe a stock ticker, maybe Apple News, but I know exactly what he saw. Because at that exact second, the financial news wires were exploding with the headline of CipherGuard's massive, expectation-shattering public offering, complete with a high-res photo of its 6-year-old founder and CEO. I watched the exact millisecond the realization hit him. His face didn't just go pale. It went completely, horrifyingly translucent. All the blood instantly evacuated from his cheeks. His jaw physically dropped open. Helen, sitting next to him, was smiling warmly at the stage, dabbing her eyes with a tissue, completely oblivious to the tectonic plates shifting beneath her husband's reality. My father looked like a man who had been confidently leaning against a solid brick wall for his entire life, only to suddenly realize the wall was made of smoke. He looked up from his phone, his eyes wide, terrified, and completely disoriented. He looked at the stage. He looked at me. Our eyes locked across the 50 feet of open air. I was standing in the exact center of the stage. The dean shook my hand, handing me the leather-bound diploma. The local news camera panned across my face. The university photographer snapped a burst of photos that would eventually run in the Wall Street Journal's weekend feature about the IPO, generating the highest web traffic the publication had seen all quarter. I looked down at my father, sitting in the seat I had paid for, in the city I had conquered, and I smiled. It was the exact same smile he had given me in his study 8 years ago. The smile that said, "I know something you don't." I could literally see the arithmetic processing in his brain. The daughter he had dismissed as a hobbyist. The daughter he had offered an administrative desk to. The daughter he had just arrogantly cut off via text message to teach her a lesson. That same daughter was currently standing in front of him, ringing the bell on a $1.8 billion company. The man who had refused to invest a single dollar into my dream was now forced to sit in silence and watch the entire world learn my name. We did not have a screaming match at dinner that night. I want to be very clear about that, because whenever I tell this story, people always lean in, hoping for a dramatic movie scene. They want to hear that I flipped the table, threw my water in his face, and gave a venomous, triumphant speech in the middle of a crowded Michelin-starred restaurant. There was no speech. I didn't need one. Reality had already spoken louder than I ever could. We went to the restaurant. Helen hugged me tightly, crying tears of joy. My father hugged me too, eventually, after a painfully long hesitation. He smelled like the exact same cedar and chemical cologne he had worn my entire childhood. Standing in his stiff, awkward embrace, I felt a deeply complicated emotion that I still don't have a perfect word for. It wasn't forgiveness. But it wasn't hatred, either, it was just closure. During the 2-hour dinner, my father did not mention the text message once. He didn't mention the IPO. He didn't mention the $1.8 billion valuation. Instead, he nervously drank 3 glasses of expensive wine, aggressively complimented the restaurant's interior architecture, and talked endlessly about Julian's hotel expansion and Connor's new dealership lot in Delaware. He clung to the familiar, tangible world of bricks and cars because the invisible, digital world I had built was entirely too massive for him to comprehend. Halfway through the main course, Helen reached under the table and squeezed my hand. She looked at me, her eyes shining with tears, and gave me a look that clearly communicated, "I saw the news. I know what you did. I am so incredibly sorry he is like this." I squeezed her hand back. When the astronomical check finally arrived at the end of the night, my father made absolutely no move to reach for his wallet. It was a subtle, pathetic concession. I placed my sleek black corporate card on the tray without breaking eye contact with him. I signed the receipt, stood up, and grabbed my coat. "I need to head to the office," I said smoothly. "We've got early press briefings." "On the night of your graduation?" Helen asked, surprised. "We're a publicly traded company now," I smiled gently. "The market doesn't care about graduations." My father stood up when I did. He looked at me across the white linen tablecloth, his face contorted, struggling to form words. It was the expression he always wore when he knew he needed to apologize, but his ego wouldn't allow the words to breach his throat. "Chloe," he rasped. "Dad." I interrupted softly, adjusting my coat. "Your return flights are fully paid for. The hotel is yours through Sunday if you want to stay and enjoy the weather." "I didn't know," he blurted out, his voice cracking. "Chloe, I swear to God, I didn't know what you were actually building." I stopped. I looked at this aging man, a man who had loved me the only way he knew how, but whose love was conditional on my submission to his worldview. "Yes, you did, Dad," I said quietly, the truth hanging heavy in the air between us. "You just didn't believe it was real." I turned and walked out of the restaurant, leaving him standing there in the silence. The fallout over the next 2 weeks was absolute chaos. The Wall Street Journal ran a massive, 4,000-word profile on me 12 days after the IPO. The headline read, "Cipher guards Chloe Sterling, the 26-year-old who built a billion-dollar empire in total silence." The journalist had dug deep. The article detailed our explosive revenue metrics, the Vanguard shipping contract, the grueling 30-day pilot, the windowless supply closet office, and the 14 humiliating VC rejections. It heavily quoted Maya, who told the reporter, "Chloe is the most relentlessly disciplined human being I have ever met. She operates with the precision of a scalpel." It quoted Evelyn Cross from Vanguard, who said, "Chloe Sterling looked at a massive, bleeding wound in the cybersecurity industry that everyone else was ignoring, and she surgically stitched it closed. The rest of the industry is just playing catch-up." And, in the 7th paragraph, the article explicitly noted that Sterling had self-funded the early stages of the company through waitressing wages, and had received absolutely zero financial or emotional support from her prominent, wealthy real estate family. It didn't name my father directly. It didn't have to. Everyone in his country club circle read the journal. The day after the article went live, my phone buzzed. A text from my father, "Proud of you." 3 words. After 6 years of dismissal, after the brutal graduation text, after realizing his daughter was worth more than his entire generational real estate empire combined. 3 words. I sat at my massive oak desk on the 30th floor of our new downtown headquarters, looking out over the San Francisco Bay, the same city where I had cried on the wet pavement. I held the phone in my hand for a long time, watching the cursor blink. I typed back, "Thank you, Dad. 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 Dad." Then I put the phone on silent, turned back to my monitors, and went back to work. That was 3 years ago. Today, CipherGuard employs over 850 people globally. We have secured exclusive contracts with 6 Fortune 100 companies. We recently acquired a massive European tech firm, expanding our operations into London and Berlin. Maya Vance was named one of Forbes' most powerful women in finance last year. I sent a massive bouquet of rare orchids to her office with a card that read, "Still think my pricing model is garbage." She texted me a photo of the flowers with the reply, "Obviously. But I fixed it for you." Evelyn Cross retired from Vanguard and officially joined our board of directors. Having her terrifying, brilliant presence in our boardroom is the greatest asset I possess. As for my family, my father and I speak on the phone occasionally. Usually on holidays or every other Sunday. The dynamic has fundamentally shifted. He no longer asks about my little project. He asks highly specific, respectful questions about international expansion, employee retention, and SEC compliance. He listens to my answers carefully. I don't know if his sudden respect is born of genuine growth, or if he is simply intimidated by the sheer scale of my wealth and public influence. Honestly, I choose to believe it's genuine, because holding on to the bitterness requires an energy I simply don't have time to expend anymore. The administrative desk in his office, the one he promised would always be waiting for me, is currently occupied by my brother Julian, who had to downsize his hotel business after a rough economic quarter and now helps manage the family's back office books. He's actually quite good at it. Oh, and the silver-haired VC who told me to go learn the ropes, little lady? The week the WSJ article dropped, he sent me a frantic, groveling message on LinkedIn. He congratulated me on the IPO, and suggested we get lunch to explore potential synergies and future investment vehicles. I accepted his connection request, left the message on read, and never replied. Some disrespect doesn't require a verbal response. It just requires you to outwork them, outsmart them, and let your success suffocate their ego. When I give keynote speeches at tech conferences or women's leadership summits now, people inevitably ask me what fueled me during those dark, starving years at Stanford. I usually give a polished PR answer about determination, market gaps, and the power of a good co-founder. But what I never say out loud on those stages is the brutal truth. The text message my father sent me in that staging tunnel was the greatest gift he ever gave me. He intended it to be a door slamming shut in my face. He wanted to induce panic. He wanted compliance. But what he didn't understand is that when you lock someone in a high-pressure environment, one of two things happens. They either get crushed by the weight, or they crystallize into a diamond. I walked across that graduation stage with $1.8 billion of undeniable, irrefutable proof that I was right and he was wrong. And in that moment, I didn't feel a fiery, vindictive triumph. I didn't feel the need to scream or gloat, I just felt quiet. The kind of profound, unbreakable quiet that comes when you have spent 6 years screaming internally, working yourself to the bone in the shadows, and finally stepping into the light to realize you have absolutely nothing left to prove to anyone. I smiled at my father. I accepted my diploma, and then I went back to building my empire. Because, in the end, I am Arthur Sterling's daughter. Building massive unshakable things is just what we do. I just chose to build mine in the cloud instead of the dirt. I need to back up, because the wedding, the sheer, unadulterated panic on my mother's face, the way my sister Chloe's fingers turned bone white as she gripped her fiancé's arm, the single, earth-shattering question Julian asked my father that made a vineyard full of 200 wealthy guests go dead silent. None of it makes sense without the party that started everything. The celebration that was supposed to be about me, but never really was. I was 17 years old, standing in my parents' manicured backyard in a navy blue dress I'd bought off the clearance rack at Walmart for $18.50. I remember the exact price because I'd saved up for it myself, bagging groceries and scrubbing floors at the Safeway on Miller Avenue since I was 15. I remember every single agonizing detail of that afternoon the way you remember a car accident. The strange, crystalline clarity of trauma. Your brain simply refuses to let you forget, even the parts you'd give absolutely anything to burn out of your skull. I had just received a full academic scholarship to the University of Michigan. A full ride. Not a student loan that would chain me to debt for decades, not a partial grant that would leave me begging my parents for scraps. Every single dollar of tuition covered, plus a generous stipend for housing and textbooks. The thick, cream-colored acceptance letter had arrived 3 days earlier. I had read it probably 50 times, running my thumb over the raised university seal like it was a holy relic, a golden ticket out of the invisible cage I had lived in my entire life. My high school guidance counselor, Mrs. Higgins, a woman with 30 years in public education who remembered every student's dream, had called my house personally. She told my mother it was one of the strongest, most flawless applications she'd ever seen come out of our entire district. My mother's response? How nice. Then, she started planning the party. I am not an idiot, but I was a desperate child. I told myself the party was a good sign. I lied to myself, whispering in the dark of my room that maybe, finally, I was going to get the version of my parents that other kids seemed to just have effortlessly. The proud parents. The ones who framed report cards, who cried at graduation ceremonies, who embarrassed you by bragging to random strangers in the grocery store checkout line about your GPA. I wanted that so deeply, so viscerally, that it physically ached in my chest. I had convinced myself I already had it. Standing there in that cheap, scratchy polyester dress with the heavy scholarship letter folded carefully in my cardigan pocket, I watched my mother arrange expensive fruit skewers on a catering table decorated with massive, floating balloons that said, "Congratulations." She hadn't asked what my favorite color was when she bought those balloons. They were lavender. Lavender was Chloe's favorite color. I forced myself to swallow the lump in my throat and told myself it meant nothing. The backyard filled up around 4 p.m., distant cousins I barely spoke to, aunts who smelled overwhelmingly of expensive perfume and cheap gossip, neighbors who had watched me grow up quiet, studious, and entirely invisible, my father's golf buddies, my mother's country club friends. Everyone was eating the extravagant spread my mother had spent 3 days preparing. And she was a genuinely phenomenal cook, I will give her that. But they were chatting, laughing, and moving around me like I was a piece of ugly furniture that had been awkwardly placed in the middle of the room. No one was there for me. They were there for the spectacle of my mother's hosting abilities. Then there was Chloe. She was 15, already 5'9", with the kind of effortless, striking brunette beauty that made grown adults stop and say things like, "You belong on a magazine cover," and actually mean it as a statement of fact rather than polite flattery. She had breezed past me when I arrived, gave me a limp, one-armed hug, and muttered, "Congrats, Maya." I had felt a fleeting, pathetic spark of warmth for exactly 1 minute before I noticed she was wearing a breathtaking, clearly expensive new sundress that my mother had bought her specifically for this occasion. No one had offered to buy me a graduation dress. I told myself that was nothing, too. I was an expert at telling myself the blatant favoritism was nothing. Then, the moment that broke the illusion forever, my mother looked at me. She didn't just glance, she really looked at me, performing a slow, quiet inventory of my cheap dress, my unstyled hair, my sensible shoes. She let out a sigh, not a tired sigh, a profoundly disappointed one. The kind of sigh that carries the heavy, toxic weight of regret. "Well, at least she's smart," my mother said to my Aunt Beatrice, her voice intentionally loud enough that the cluster of relatives nearest to them all stopped talking to listen. God knows the beauty genetics entirely skipped her. My father, standing by the grill, chuckled loudly into his beer. Chloe tilted her head, her glossy hair falling perfectly over her shoulder. 15 years old, and she had already mastered the art of sliding a knife between someone's ribs while smiling sweetly. "You look like somebody's depressed substitute teacher," she giggled. The entire backyard erupted into laughter. Not a polite chuckle. A roaring, collective laugh. Sure, there were a few people who looked away, who suddenly found their shoes fascinating, who pretended to inspect the punch bowl. But enough of them laughed. Enough that the sound hit me like a physical blow to the stomach. I stood there in my $18.50 clearance dress, my fingers gripping the scholarship letter that represented 4 years of waking up at 4 a.m. to study, every extracurricular activity I had forced myself to endure, every shift at the grocery store smelling like bleach and rotting fruit, and I thought, with terrifying clarity, this is it, this is the celebration, this is all I will ever be to them. I heard my own voice. It was quiet, steady, and devoid of any emotion. "Why would you say that?" My mother's smile didn't fade, it retracted, snapping back like a switchblade. "Oh, Maya, don't be so dramatic. We're obviously joking, stop ruining the mood." It was never a joke when I was the punchline. I didn't cry. I want to make that explicitly clear, because the twisted, sanitized version of this story, my family peddled to relatives for the next decade, Involved a lot of my supposed crying, my instability, my hypersensitivity. I did not shed a single tear. I smiled blankly at a few neighbors, ate exactly half a plate of dry pasta salad, watched my father light the candles on a cake that had my name misspelled in cheap blue icing, and thought with a strange, icy calm, I am leaving in 2 weeks, and I am never, ever coming back. I left exactly 14 days later. I packed 2 duffel bags. I had $450 from the Safeway job wrapped in a thick rubber band at the bottom of my backpack. My parents didn't even offer to drive me to the bus station, let alone the university. My mother casually mentioned they had been planning to take Chloe to look at elite summer dance programs in Chicago that weekend. She said it like a logistical fact, not a deliberate choice to abandon her eldest daughter on the day she left for college. I took the Greyhound bus. I sat by the window, watching the city limits of my childhood fade into the distance, and felt nothing but the terrifying, exhilarating rush of absolute freedom. My roommate at UMich was a girl from Detroit named Sarah. She talked aggressively in her sleep, survived entirely on instant ramen and black coffee, and over the next 4 years, became my first concrete evidence that chosen family was a real concept. By Thanksgiving of my freshman year, my childhood bedroom had been completely gutted and converted into Chloe's influencer studio. It had a walk-in vanity, professional ring lights, and a custom-built mirror my parents had driven 3 hours to Grand Rapids to purchase. I only knew this because my cousin Jessica, who possessed zero tact but an endless supply of gossip, texted me a photo with the caption, "Did you know about this?" I hadn't known. By Christmas, my name was entirely missing from the family holiday card. I found this out the same way. Jessica texted me a high-resolution photo of the family Christmas card featuring my mother, my father, Chloe, and the family's new golden retriever, Bailey, posed in front of a massive, heavily decorated tree. 4 subjects, not 5. Note, they had literally replaced me with a dog. I stared at that photo for a long, quiet hour. Then, I turned my phone on silent, flipped it face down, and went back to studying for my organic chemistry finals. By the following summer, relatives had begun speaking about me in the past tense. Aunt Beatrice told someone at a 4th of July barbecue according to Jessica's increasingly detailed espionage that Maya had gone off to college and just sort of faded away from the family. As though I were a ghost. As though I had simply evaporated into thin air. So, I let them have their ghost. I stopped calling. I stopped texting on birthdays. I stopped sending the carefully chosen Mother's Day cards that I used to spend hours picking out, only to receive absolute silence in return, save for an occasional, sterile one-line email from my father that read like an automated bank notification. I stopped begging for a version of parents I was never going to get. I accepted the reality with the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who has finally finished mourning a corpse. That was simply who they were. I was the scapegoat, Chloe was the golden idol. I moved forward. 12 years is a very long time. It was long enough to finish my undergraduate degree in 3 years instead of 4, taking maximum credit loads every single semester. Long enough to get accepted into Johns Hopkins for medical school. Long enough to survive the brutal, soul-crushing 100-hour weeks of residency. My surgical advisor, Dr. Eris Thorne, the chief of plastic and reconstructive surgery, a man who had spent 20 years as an attending and was the most terrifyingly precise, demanding human being I had ever met, told me during my 3rd year that I had a gift. "You have instincts that cannot be taught, Dr. Vance," he had said, staring at a complex tissue flap I had just completed. I specialized in severe reconstructive surgery. I spent my days, and most of my nights, rebuilding what fire, industrial accidents, and catastrophic trauma had destroyed. I put human faces back together. I know exactly how dramatic, almost cinematic that sounds, but it is the brutal, bloody reality of my life. I work with burn victims, blast survivors, people who woke up in hospital beds and were told by crying relatives that they would never look like themselves again. I performed the marathon 12-hour surgeries. I navigated the terrifying post-op complications. I sat in sterile, freezing recovery rooms at 2 a.m. holding the hands of patients when the night terrors hit them hardest. I watched mothers, fathers, and young adults look into a mirror for the first time after months of refusing to see their own reflections, and I watched the exact moment their soul came back into their eyes. I was good at it. By every professional and metric standard, I was one of the best young reconstructive surgeons on the East Coast. I was 29 years old, living in a beautiful, minimalist apartment in Fells Point, Baltimore. I had an impressive collection of medical journals, a thriving career, and a small but fiercely protective circle of colleagues and friends. And then, the heavy ivory envelope arrived in my mailbox. Chloe Elizabeth and Julian Vance request the honor of your presence at their wedding. There was no handwritten note, no sticky note apologizing for the 12-year silence. No explanation for the massive, gaping void between the last time my parents had deemed me worthy of a Christmas card and this exact moment, when my name had suddenly been remembered and printed in clean, expensive gold embossing. Just the formal invitation. The venue, a massive, ultra-exclusive vineyard outside Bethesda. The date, a Saturday in late October, and an RSVP card with a checkbox for filet mignon or herb-crusted salmon. I dropped it on my kitchen island and didn't touch it for 4 days. It felt like a radioactive object. My closest friend and colleague, Dr. Elena Rostova, a 33-year-old trauma surgeon who possessed the highest emotional intelligence of anyone I had ever met, found it sitting next to my coffee maker when she came over for dinner on Thursday. She picked it up, ran her finger over the gold foil, read the names, and looked at me with the specific, piercing expression she usually reserved for complex triage cases. "You are going," she stated. It wasn't a question. "I haven't decided. I'll probably throw it away," I replied, chopping vegetables with a little too much force. "You are going," she repeated, leaning against the counter and pouring us both a generous glass of Cabernet. We sat on my balcony and talked about it for 5 hours. I told her everything. I told her about the $18.50 clearance dress, the backyard graduation party, the cruel substitute teacher joke, the Christmas card with the golden retriever, the 12 years of absolute, deafening silence that I had not initiated, despite whatever twisted narrative my family had undoubtedly spun to justify my absence. Elena listened the way she always did, with absolute, unwavering focus. She didn't offer empty platitudes, she didn't try to play devil's advocate. When I finally ran out of words, she took a slow sip of her wine, looked out at the Baltimore skyline, and said, "Maya, you have spent the last 12 years bleeding, sweating, and fighting to become Dr. Maya. You built an empire out of the scraps they left you. I think it is time you go back and remind them exactly who you are. Let them choke on it." I RSVP'd for the salmon. I didn't go to Walmart this time. I went to an exclusive boutique in downtown DC, and found the dress. It was emerald green silk, tailored perfectly at the waist, with a slit up the thigh and a neckline that demanded you stand with absolute, unapologetic confidence. It cost more than my entire first semester's rent in undergrad. I swiped my card without a single second of hesitation, which, for a woman who used to agonize over the price of generic brand cereal, was a massive psychological victory. I drove to Bethesda the Friday before the wedding and checked into a luxury hotel downtown. I didn't call my parents to tell them I was in the state. I lay in the massive king-sized bed that night, watching the city lights crawl across the ceiling, and felt a strange, heavy sensation settling in my ribs. It wasn't anxiety, it wasn't fear. It was something ancient, something that had been curled up and sleeping in the dark corners of my mind since that backyard party 12 years ago. It was the quiet, patient hum of absolute certainty. It was waiting for the moment it would finally be allowed to speak. Update 1. The vineyard was, objectively, stunning. Rolling hills bathed in the golden, dying light of early autumn. A massive white pavilion tent strung with thousands of warm fairy lights. Crystal centerpieces that easily cost more than my entire 4-year college tuition. I arrived exactly on time. I walked in alone, my heels clicking sharply against the stone pathway. I walked into that venue the exact same way I walk into an operating theater when a patient's life is actively fading on the table, with total, unbreakable composure. I am a trauma surgeon. I have held a human heart in my hands while it tried to stop beating. I can survive walking into a tent full of people who hate me. I felt my mother's presence before I actually saw her. It's an animal instinct, a survival mechanism hardwired into my nervous system after 18 years of monitoring her micro-expressions to gauge if I was safe or about to be verbally eviscerated. The air pressure in the room simply shifted. I turned slowly. She was standing 20 feet away, holding a crystal champagne flute. She was mid-laugh, chatting with a wealthy-looking older couple. Then, her eyes locked onto my face. Her smile didn't fade, it just froze. It was like watching a video buffer and suddenly pause. Her knuckles turned white around the stem of the glass. My father, standing next to her, stopped his sentence abruptly. His eyes dragged over me, the emerald silk, the expensive blowout, the diamond studs in my ears, the sheer, radiating confidence with the deeply confused expression of a man trying to read a map printed in a language he doesn't speak. I gave them both a slow, perfectly composed smile, a polite nod. Neither of them moved a single muscle. Neither of them breathed my name. They looked terrified. I broke eye contact, turned my back to them, and kept walking. I found a seat near the back of the ceremony aisle, politely greeted a distant cousin who looked like she had seen a ghost, and watched the room. It was an aggressive display of wealth. Women in designer gowns, men in bespoke suits, an open bar serving top-shelf liquor. Chloe had, by all visible metrics, secured a spectacularly lucrative life. I felt absolutely zero jealousy. I had no interest in her money or her life. I was simply there to exist. To be a physical, undeniable object in a room full of people who had agreed to pretend I was dead. Then, the string quartet began to play, and Chloe appeared at the top of the aisle. I will be completely honest, she looked breathtaking. She was 26, wrapped in custom Vera Wang lace, Her makeup flawless, her posture impeccable. She was the absolute center of the universe, exactly as she had always been raised to be. She began her slow walk down the aisle, beaming at the crowd. And then, halfway down, her eyes swept over the back rows. She saw me. The color drained from her face so violently and so instantly that her father had to physically grip her arm to keep her from stumbling. Her breath hitched audibly. I held her panicked gaze for exactly 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Then, I casually looked down at my program. The ceremony was brief, elegant, and entirely focused on aesthetics. I watched from the back, my hands folded neatly in my lap. I studied the groom, Julian Vance. Mid-30s, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and the quiet solid presence of a man who didn't need to perform his confidence. He looked at Chloe with an expression of deep, genuine adoration. Whatever web of lies she had spun for him, he truly loved the version of her he thought he was marrying. The ceremony ended. The reception began. Cocktail hour was in full swing on the massive stone terrace overlooking the grapevines. I was standing near the stone balustrade, holding a glass of sparkling water, watching the sunset paint the sky in bruised shades of purple and gold. Then, I heard heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching from behind. I turned around. Julian Vance, the groom, was walking straight toward me. He wasn't stopping to chat with guests. He was moving with the focused, urgent trajectory of a man who had recognized something impossible. As he got closer, I saw the expression on his face. I knew that look. It was the specific, desperate look of a family member in a hospital waiting room trying to place a doctor in a civilian context. He stopped 5 feet away from me. He stared. His eyes darted over my face, processing the information. "Dr. Vance?" He breathed, his voice tight with disbelief. Then, he blinked, shaking his head slowly as if trying to clear a hallucination. "Wait, Maya? Why? Why didn't you ever tell me Chloe was your sister?" The terrace was not empty. There were at least 20 guests within earshot, and the acoustics of the stone patio amplified everything. Suddenly, Chloe materialized from the crowd to his left. She had been watching him. She had seen him walking toward me, and the sheer panic radiating off her body was palpable. She lunged forward and grabbed his bicep, her acrylic nails digging into his tuxedo jacket. "Julian, honey, what are you doing?" She laughed, but the sound was high-pitched, brittle, and frantic. "You know her?" Julian didn't look at his new wife. He kept his eyes locked firmly on me. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, careful, and stripped of all the wedding day joy. It was the voice of an intelligent man realizing he was standing on a trapdoor. "Doctor Maya Vance," he said slowly, "is the surgical chief who spent 14 months putting my little brother's face back together after the refinery explosion." The silence that fell over our section of the terrace was absolute. The clinking of glasses stopped. The low murmur of wealthy gossip died instantly. I remembered him then. The pieces clicked together with the heavy, metallic finality of a vault locking. 2.5 years ago. A Tuesday night in November at Johns Hopkins. A catastrophic industrial accident at a chemical refinery outside Baltimore. A high-pressure gas line rupture. A young engineer, Leo Vance, had been caught directly in the blast radius. The injuries were horrific. The kind of trauma that makes seasoned ER nurses pale and quiet. Half of Leo's jaw had been shattered, his cheekbone pulverized, the tissue severely compromised. I remembered Julian standing outside the ICU doors. He had been wearing a torn dress shirt completely soaked in his brother's blood. He hadn't showered, he hadn't slept. He had stopped me in the hallway, not with hysterical tears, but with the cold, terrifying desperation of a man who would burn the world down to save his family. He had grabbed my arm and begged me, "Please. Just tell me if he's ever going to look in a mirror and recognize himself again." I had looked him dead in the eye and said, "I don't make promises I can't keep, but I will not leave that operating room until I have done everything medically possible." We performed 7 surgeries over the course of 14 grueling months. I was the lead surgeon on 5 of them. We did bone grafts, nerve reconstruction, microvascular tissue transfers. I spent 18 hours under a microscope reconnecting veins the size of a human hair. By the end of it, Leo Vance could smile again. It wasn't his old smile scars pull, nerves regenerate imperfectly, trauma leaves a permanent signature, but it was a real, functional smile. Julian had sent a handwritten letter to my office after Leo's final post-op clearance. It was 2 pages long, raw, and deeply emotional. He called me a miracle worker. I had kept that letter in my desk drawer. I hadn't known his last name was Vance, or rather, I had seen it on the charts, but Vance is a common name, and why would I ever connect a desperate, grieving brother in Baltimore to my estranged, golden child sister in Ohio? Chloe had never mentioned a Julian, and my family had clearly never mentioned my name to him. "My family talks about you like you're a literal saint," Julian said to me, his voice echoing in the quiet air. He said it as a raw statement of fact. My mother, who had rushed over to intervene, made a bizarre, strangled noise in the back of her throat. Chloe laughed again, a desperate, hysterical sound. "Oh my God, What a crazy coincidence. That's so funny. Maya never mentioned knowing you. I haven't spoken to Maya in 12 years, my father interjected suddenly, stepping forward. He puffed out his chest, his voice sharp and dripping with the practiced authority of a man who had told his lies so many times he believed them himself. He wanted to control the narrative immediately. He wanted to make sure Julian knew I was the villain. She chose to walk away from us. We don't discuss her. Julian turned his head slowly to look at my father. The look in his eyes was chilling. Why? Julian asked. Just one word. Heavy, loaded, and demanding an answer. He was a man who had spent the last 2 years listening to his mother and brother praise Dr. Maya Vance as a savior, and he was now standing at his own wedding, discovering that his beautiful, perfect bride had a sister she had erased from existence. My mother stepped between them, her face stretched into a terrifying, unnatural mask of polite hostess charm. Oh, Julian, darling, families just drift apart. It's incredibly complicated. Maya has always been. Well, she's always struggled with her emotions. I took a sip of my sparkling water. The carbonation burned pleasantly in my throat. I felt an overwhelming wave of calm wash over me. It wasn't the calm of forgiveness. It was the cold, clinical calm of a surgeon stepping up to the operating table. Is that the medical term we're using for it now, Mom? I asked smoothly, my voice carrying effortlessly across the terrace. Chloe's eyes flashed with pure, unadulterated hatred. Do not start your dramatic bullshit at my wedding, Maya. I swear to God. I didn't start a single thing, Chloe, I replied, holding her furious gaze without blinking. Your husband asked a question. I'm just waiting for you to answer him honestly for the first time in your life. Julian was staring at Chloe. The absolute adoration that had been on his face during the vows was completely gone, replaced by a cold, terrifying calculation. His jaw tightened the exact same way it had in that hospital hallway when the surgeon told him Leo might not survive the night. He was bracing for impact. You told me, Julian said to Chloe, his voice dropping an octave, that your sister was deeply mentally unstable. You told me she was a pathological liar who cut the family off because she was insanely jealous of your success. You told me she was in and out of rehab. The words hung in the air, heavy and toxic. My chest tightened, but not with shock. It was exactly what I had expected. The narrative made perfect sense. How else do you explain to a wealthy, upstanding fiancé why your sister isn't at the wedding? You don't say, we emotionally abused her until she fled. You say, she's crazy. She's an addict. She's a jealous monster. Julian, please, this isn't the time or the place, my mother hissed, her eyes darting around frantically at the surrounding guests, who were now openly staring, their wine glasses suspended in midair. This is exactly the time, Julian snapped, his voice cracking like a whip. Because the woman you all just described as a jealous, unstable addict, is the exact same woman who stood in an operating room for 14 hours straight to rebuild my brother's jaw. She is the reason Leo is sitting at table number 1 right now instead of buried in a cemetery. A collective, audible gasp rippled through the crowd. Update 2. Chloe's perfect, carefully constructed facade began to crack. It was like watching a luxury building collapse in slow motion. The structural integrity failing, pillar by pillar. She was 26 years old. She had spent her entire life being the center of the universe, the golden child who never faced a single consequence, the woman who always won, and now, she was losing. Spectacularly. In front of 200 people, suddenly, a woman stepped out from the crowd. She had been sitting near the front during the ceremony. Silver hair, impeccable posture, wearing a dark navy gown that screamed quiet, generational wealth. Victoria Vance, Julian's mother. The matriarch. Victoria walked over with the slow, terrifying elegance of an apex predator. She ignored my parents entirely and stopped directly in front of Chloe. You told me, Victoria said, her voice eerily calm, smooth as glass but sharp enough to draw blood, that your sister demanded a $50,000 payout from your parents to stay away from the wedding. You told me she was extorting your family. In fact, Chloe, you asked Julian for that money last month to pay off her rehab facility so she wouldn't ruin your special day. The silence on the terrace was so absolute you could hear the wind rustling through the grapevines. My brain stalled. $50,000? Rehab? Extortion? I looked at Chloe. Her face had gone from pale to a sickly, ashen gray. She was physically trembling. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Victoria turned her piercing gaze to me. Dr. Vance, did you ever demand $50,000 from this family? Mrs. Vance, I said clearly, ensuring every single person in a 50-foot radius could hear me. I make $500,000 a year as a chief of surgery. I haven't spoken to a single member of this family in 12 years. I didn't even know this wedding was happening until the invitation arrived in my mail. Julian staggered backward. He literally took 2 physical steps away from Chloe, as if she were suddenly radioactive. The betrayal on his face was absolute. It was the look of a man realizing he was about to legally bind himself to a sociopath. "Where did the money go, Chloe?" Julian asked. His voice wasn't yelling. It was a dead, hollow whisper that was infinitely more terrifying than a scream. "I wired you $50,000 from my personal account. Where did it go?" Chloe burst into tears. Real, ugly, panicked tears. "Julian, please, I can explain. The florist, the venue. Everything was so much more expensive than I thought, and my parents couldn't cover the upgrades, and I wanted it to be perfect for us. I panicked. I made up a story because I didn't want you to think I was greedy." She had stolen $50,000 from her fiancé, using my name as a scapegoat, to fund her own luxury wedding. My father looked like he was going to vomit. My mother was clutching her chest, her breathing shallow and frantic, realizing her golden child was being exposed as a fraud and a thief in front of the most important people in their social circle. Julian stared at the weeping woman in the Vera Wang dress. He didn't reach out to comfort her. He didn't offer her a handkerchief. He looked at her with pure, unadulterated disgust. "You used the woman who saved my brother's life, as a fictional villain. To steal from me," Julian said, his voice shaking with suppressed rage. He turned away from her. He looked at his mother. Victoria gave him a single, sharp nod. Julian turned back to the crowd. He didn't ask for a microphone. He didn't need one. He projected his voice across the terrace. "Ladies and gentlemen," Julian announced, his voice ringing out over the silent vineyards. "I apologize for the inconvenience, and I thank you all for traveling here today, but there will be no reception. This wedding is over. Please enjoy the open bar on your way out." Chaos erupted. It was absolute, instantaneous pandemonium. 200 people began whispering, gasping, and moving all at once. Chloe collapsed onto a stone bench, wailing hysterically, her perfect makeup running down her face in thick black streaks. My mother dropped to her knees next to her, frantically trying to shield her from the staring eyes. My father stood frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a suffocating fish. Julian didn't look back at them. He walked straight up to me. He extended his hand. "Dr. Vance," he said, his eyes entirely sincere, "I cannot express how deeply sorry I am that my family brought you into this sickness. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for everything you've done." I shook his hand. His grip was firm. "Take care of Leo, Julian," I said softly. "I always do," he replied. Then, he turned and walked off the terrace, followed closely by his mother and his brother, who gave me a small, grateful wave as he passed. I didn't stay to watch the wreckage. I had seen exactly what I needed to see. The illusion was shattered. The ghost was real, and the ghost had burned their house to the ground without striking a single match. I walked back through the massive pavilion tent. I passed the towering, 6-tier wedding cake that would never be cut. I passed the crystal centerpieces. I walked out to the valet, handed them my ticket, and got into my car. I drove back to my hotel in downtown D.C. I stopped at a 2-4-hour diner on the way. I sat in a red vinyl booth, wearing a $3,000 emerald silk gown, eating a plate of greasy French fries and drinking terrible black coffee. I sat there for an hour, listening to the hum of the fluorescent lights, and I realized something profound. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel the adrenaline rush of petty revenge, I just felt light. The massive, crushing weight I had carried in my chest since I was 17 years old was completely gone. I had finally set it down. Update 3. It has been 3 months since the vineyard. The fallout was biblical. My cousin Jessica, acting as the family's unofficial war correspondent, sent me a barrage of texts over the following weeks, detailing the absolute destruction of Chloe's life. Julian did not just cancel the wedding. He hired a team of aggressive corporate lawyers. He sued Chloe for the $50,000 she had fraudulently obtained under false pretenses. He also threatened to press criminal charges for wire fraud if she didn't pay it back immediately. My parents, desperate to save their golden child from prison and complete social ruin, had to take out a massive second mortgage on their house to pay Julian back. Chloe was forced to move back into my childhood bedroom, the same room she had selfishly converted into a vanity studio 12 years ago. She lost her wealthy fiancé, her social standing, and her pride. According to Jessica, my parents are miserable, constantly fighting about the crushing debt they are now in, and blaming each other for the disaster. My mother actually had the audacity to leave a voicemail on my hospital office phone 2 weeks ago. Her voice was trembling, entirely stripped of its usual arrogant polish. She begged me to call her back. She said they needed to talk as a family, and that we need to heal. I listened to the voicemail while reviewing patient charts. Then, I pressed delete. I didn't block her number, I just let her scream into the void. I want her to know I'm receiving the calls and actively choosing to ignore them. Let her feel what it's like to be a ghost. Yesterday, a heavy, cream-colored envelope arrived at my office at Johns Hopkins. It wasn't a wedding invitation. It was a letter from Julian Vance. It was handwritten. He told me that he and Leo were doing incredibly well. He told me that Leo had just gotten engaged to his longtime girlfriend, and that they were planning a small, private ceremony in Italy next spring. Then, I read the second paragraph. Maya, I want you to know that the $50,000 I recovered from your sister did not go back into my bank account. I didn't want that money. It felt tainted. So, I made a donation in your name. I wired the entire sum to the Johns Hopkins Pediatric Reconstructive Surgery Wing. I know how hard you fight for those kids. Keep fighting. You are extraordinary. I sat at my desk for a very long time, staring at the ink on the paper. Then, my pager beeped. Code trauma and ER Bay 4. Severe burns. A 15-year-old girl pulled from a house fire. I folded the letter, placed it carefully in the top drawer of my desk, and locked it. I stood up, smoothed my scrubs, and walked out into the brightly lit hallway. I scrubbed in. I stood over the operating table, looking down at a terrified, broken child who thought her life was over. You're going to be okay. I whispered to her as the anesthesia took hold. I'm going to put you back together. And I did. My parents sold Grandma's 1896 Steinway to buy my sister a Mercedes. From hospice, Grandma dialed one number and said, "Sunday, my house, bring the deed." My name is Natalie Bennett, and I am 29 years old. My parents sold my grandmother's antique piano, which she promised would be mine, for $102,500 and used the proceeds to buy my sister a brand new Mercedes. They assumed Grandma was too ill in hospice to ever find out. They assumed I was too weak to tell her. They were wrong. When I finally told Grandma what they had done, she did not cry. She did not scream. She simply grabbed her phone, dialed one number, and said 7 words that would destroy everything my parents believed they owned. Before I tell you what those 7 words were, and what happened next at my mother's 62nd birthday party, please like and subscribe if you enjoyed the story. Leave a comment and tell me where you're watching from and what time it is. Now let me take you back to the day it all began, the afternoon my grandmother was admitted to hospice. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon, just after my last piano lesson of the day. "Margaret has had another heart attack," my father explained. "No greetings, no warmth. She is stable, but they are transferring her to hospice. Family meeting at the hospital in 90 minutes. I dropped everything. When I arrived, my parents and sister Haley were already huddled in a corner of the waiting room, speaking quietly. My father, Thomas Bennett, stood with arms crossed. My mother, Claire Bennett, clutched her designer purse like a lifeline. Haley, 5 years younger and always the favorite, was scrolling through her phone, barely looking up. "Good, you're here," my father said. "We need to distribute responsibilities, not, how are you holding up? Not, this must be difficult for you. Just logistics. Someone should pay Mother a visit every day." He added, "Claire and I have a business to run. Haley is in a critical situation with Carter Reynolds' family." Carter Reynolds, Haley's boyfriend of 9 months, son of my father's main business partner. "So, Natalie." My father looked at me as if he were assigning me a chore. "You will handle the visits. Your schedule is flexible. Teachers do not typically work overtime." I wanted to mention that I teach music to 42 children every week. I ran after-school programs, that my time had value too, but I did not. "Of course," I replied quietly. "I want to be with her anyway." "Perfect." My father had already turned away. "Keep us updated if anything changes." As I walked toward Grandma's room, I heard my mother's voice drift down the hallway, intended only for Haley's ears. "At least she's useful for something." I continued walking. I did not turn around. Not because I didn't hear, but because I'd grown accustomed to this type of pain and had stopped expecting it to be acknowledged. Grandma Margaret Whitmore's room smelled of lavender and old books. She insisted on both. "They try to make everything smell like antiseptic," she explained during my first visit. "I refuse. If I'm going to die, I want to do so surrounded by the things I care about." She was 78 years old, sharp as a blade, and dying from congestive heart failure. The doctors gave her 6 weeks, possibly 2 or 3 months if she was lucky. I went every day after school. We talked about music, about her years performing in concert halls throughout the Northeast, and about my students who couldn't read notes but could feel rhythm in their bones. One evening, she reached for my hand. Her grip was weaker than I recall, but her eyes were fierce. "Natalie, I need you to know something." "Anything, Grandma." "The Steinway." She paused, allowing the words to settle. "This is my mother's piano. The one from 1896. I was very familiar with it. I first learned scales on those ivory keys when I was 8 years old. That piano had been the soundtrack to my childhood, the only place in the family where I felt truly understood. It's yours, she stated firmly. I have already informed Thomas and Claire. I informed them last month in front of everyone. That piano belongs to you. I remembered our conversation. My father's jaw is tightening. My mother exchanged looks with Haley. My sister rolled her eyes and said something about sentimental junk. Grandma, you don't have to. I want to. She squeezed my hand. You are the only one who knows what it means. Promise me that you'll take care of it. I promise. She smiled then, a knowing smile that appeared to conceal secrets I couldn't see. There are some things more valuable than money, child, and some people who need to learn that lesson the hard way. 3 weeks later, everything had changed. Grandma had asked me to bring some old photographs from her house, ones from her performing days, that she wanted to see one last time. I still had a key, so I drove over from school on a rainy Thursday afternoon. The house was too quiet. I walked through the foyer, past the dining room, and into the living room, where the Steinway had stood for 3 decades. The space was empty. I stopped breathing. Where the piano should have been, there was only a rectangular indent in the carpet. A ghost of something that had lived there for decades was violently removed. My hands shook as I took out my phone. Mom. My voice cracked. Where is Grandma's piano? A pause. My mother's voice was casual and dismissive. Your father handled it. Nat, it's time to get serious. You shouldn't be concerned about it. I handled it. How? Where is it? I said, don't worry about it, Nat. Click. She hung up on me. I stood in that empty living room for what seemed like hours, staring at the indentation in the carpet. The rain pattered against the windows. Thunder sounded in the distance. I drove to my parents' house that evening. My father answered the door with a glass of scotch in his hand, looking annoyed by the interruption. The piano, I replied. What have you done? He did not even flinch. We sold it. I received $102,500 for it. Good price. The entire world tilted. You sold it? Grandma said it was mine. Grandma's dying, Nat. He took a sip of his drink. She does not need a piano. And neither do you. Behind him, I heard the jingle of car keys. Haley appeared in the corridor, grinning. New keys for a new car. You bought her a car? My voice sounded flat. With grandmother's piano? My father shrugged, as if I had asked about the weather. Mercedes-Benz. Haley needs to make a good impression on Reynolds. Carter's family is very particular about appearances. That piano was supposed to be mine. So what would you do with it? My mother appeared behind my father with arms crossed. You teach children's music classes, Nat. You do not perform, you do not have the space. Haley needed the money for her future. Her future. I repeated the words, tasting the bitterness. Haley entered the foyer swinging her new keys like a trophy. Don't get jealous, Nat, it's not a good look. She smiled with all of her teeth. Maybe if you'd picked a better career you could afford nice things too. I looked at my parents, my sister, and the life they'd created for themselves, where I was always the afterthought, the one whose needs came last. Does Grandma know? Silence. Is she aware you sold her piano? My mother's expression hardened. She is in hospice, Natalie. She takes morphine half the time. She doesn't need to know anything that will make her upset. Do you mean you don't want her to know? I mean, my mother stepped closer, her voice becoming cold and threatening. That if you tell her and it causes her stress and something bad happens, it will be your fault. Do you want to be held accountable for killing your grandmother? The accusation lingered in the air like poison. I should have backed down. The old Natalie would have, but something had changed within me. Something had finally broken. Grandma deserves to know what happened to her property, I said quietly. And I will not lie to her. I turned and walked away before they could reply. I did not sleep that night. My apartment felt smaller than usual, a modest one-bedroom that my parents had always mocked as evidence of poor lifestyle choices. I sat on my second-hand couch, looking at a framed photograph on the bookshelf. Grandma Margaret performed her final concert 22 years ago. Her fingers were poised above the keys, her face luminous with determination. That same piano, which they had sold as if it were nothing. My mother's words circled in my mind. If something happens, it will be your responsibility. Was she correct? Would the shock be too much for Grandma? Will I be causing her more pain in her last days? But then I remembered what grandmother had always taught me. When I was 12 and didn't want to tell my parents I had failed a math test, she told me that the truth could hurt. But lies always cause deeper wounds. They simply take longer. I pulled my knees to my chest and reflected on the previous 29 years. I'd always kept quiet to maintain the peace. Every time I accepted less because fighting seemed futile. Every time I made myself smaller so that my family would feel larger. And where had it led me? Here. Alone. Invisible. Watching them erase Grandma's wishes as if her words had no meaning. If I remained silent now, I would not be keeping the peace. I was becoming complicit. By 2:40 a.m., I had made my decision. Grandma deserved the truth. She deserved to know that her son had stolen from her, lied to her, and thought she was too weak to matter anymore. And perhaps, just maybe, I deserved to stop apologizing for my existence. I set an alarm for early morning. I would visit hospice before school. I'd tell her everything. When I arrived, Grandma was awake and propped up against her pillows, watching the sunrise through the window. "You look like you haven't slept," she said softly. "I haven't." I pulled a chair up to her bed and took her hand. "Grandma, I have to tell you something, and it's going to hurt." Despite everything, her eyes remained sharp and studied my face. "Then tell me." So I did. The empty space in her living room. The $102,500. The Mercedes-Benz gleamed with Haley's name. My father's casual dismissal. My mother made a threat. I told her everything, bracing myself for tears, shock, and the kind of devastation that would shatter what remained of her fragile heart. Instead, Grandma Margaret exhaled slowly. Not a single gasp of pain. Not a scream of betrayal. A sigh. Someone sighed, knowing what was about to happen. "Grandma," I whispered. She turned to face me, her expression not one of grief. It was calm and almost resigned. "I knew this might happen, sweetheart." "Did you know?" "I know my son." Her voice was steady. "I've watched him develop into this person for 42 years. I hoped he would change, but I was also ready for the possibility that he would not." My thoughts raced. How were they prepared? She did not respond directly. Instead, she reached for her bedside table. "Could you hand me my phone?" I passed it to her, perplexed. She quickly scrolled through her contacts, found a name, and pressed the call button. Then she turned it on speaker. 3 rings. Then there was a deep, measured male voice. "How are you feeling, Margaret?" "I'm dying, Graham, but I'm clear-headed, and it's time." A pause. "I understand. When?" "Sunday. Claire's birthday party. At my house. I'll prepare the documents." "Thank you, old friend." She ended the call and gave me a knowing smile. "Grandma," I said, staring at her. "Who is Graham?" "Graham Whitaker," she said, gently placing the phone down. "He has been my attorney for 32 years. He was your grandfather's close friend." "Do you have your own attorney?" "I have many things your father doesn't know about, Natalie." Despite the exhaustion on her face, her eyes twinkled. "Thomas assumes he knows everything about my affairs. He has always assumed that. It's his greatest weakness." I felt like I was standing on the edge of something vast, peering down into depths I couldn't see. "What's going on at Mom's birthday party this Sunday?" "Justice." Grandma squeezed my hand. "Delayed perhaps, but justice nonetheless." "I don't understand." "You don't need to understand everything just yet." She leaned back against her pillows, looking tired. "I just need you to do one thing for me." "Anything." "Come to the party, dress nicely, and bring your patience." A ghostly smile. "The kind of patience I taught you when you were learning Chopin and wanted to throw the sheet music across the room." I almost laughed despite everything. "Is it that bad?" "Worse." Her expression became softer. "But necessary. Your father and mother need to understand that their actions have consequences. And I've spent the last 6 years ensuring that when the lesson comes, it will be unforgettable." 6 years. She had been planning something for 6 years. "Grandma, what have you done?" She closed her eyes, exhaustion taking over. "I protected you, sweetheart, as I should have all along. I'm just sorry I took so long to act." I sat with her until she fell asleep, my thoughts racing with questions. Graham Whitaker, Sunday, my mother's birthday party, at Grandma's house. Something was going to change. I could feel it. I simply didn't know what. 2 days later, I was sitting in a small law office on the outskirts of Philadelphia. Graham Whitaker was not what I had expected. He was in his early 70s, had silver hair, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His movements were slow and precise. His office smelled of old leather and paper and was lined from floor to ceiling with legal volumes. "Natalie Bennett," he held out his hand. "Your grandmother is constantly talking about you. It's nice to finally meet you." "Mr. Whitaker, Graham, please." He motioned toward a chair across from his desk. "Sit. Your grandmother asked me to explain a few things before Sunday." I sat. My hands trembled slightly. "Your grandmother is a remarkable woman," Graham began. "She's also far more astute than her children realize. She has been observing and planning." "What exactly are you planning?" He folded his hands on the desk. "Tell me, Natalie, do you know who owns the house where your parents live?" "They do. Grandma gave it to them after Grandpa died." Graham's expression did not change. "Is that what you were told?" "It's what everyone says." "Everyone's wrong." He took a folder from his desk drawer and slid it across to me. "Your grandmother let Thomas and Claire live in that house for free, but she never transferred ownership." "Not legally." "Not ever." I focused on the document in front of me. The property deed. Margaret Whitmore's name is clear as day. No transfer. There is no amendment. "They've been living in her house for 11 years, I said slowly, assuming it was theirs. "Precisely." My head was spinning. "Why would Grandma let them believe?" "Because she was watching, Natalie." Graham leaned in. She waited to see if her son would prove her fears wrong. Unfortunately, he did exactly as she expected. That night, I returned to my apartment and began searching. Grandma had given me a box of old belongings years ago, including photographs, letters, and pressed flowers from her garden. I'd never looked through it thoroughly. It felt overly intimate, like reading someone's diary. But I needed answers. I discovered it at the bottom, beneath a stack of faded concert programs. An old, yellowed sealed envelope. My name was written in Grandma's elegant script, with 6 words underneath it. "For Natalie, when you need to understand." My fingers quivered as I opened it. The inside contained a single photograph, a legal document copy. The header was partially obscured, but I could see Grandma's signature at the bottom, which was dated 6 years ago. A note with her handwriting was clipped to the corner. "The house never left my possession, sweetheart. It was only borrowed, and some borrowers do not deserve the benefit." I reread it 3 times. Then I understood. Sunday's party was held at Grandma's house. My parents treated the house as their own. They had previously hosted dinner parties and holiday gatherings there. They sold the piano that sat in the living room as if it belonged to them. But it did not belong to them. It never has. My father's entire sense of status was built on a non-existent foundation. I recalled all the times he'd lectured me on real assets and sound investments. All the times he mocked my small apartment while standing in a house he didn't even own. The irony was nearly too perfect. I tucked the letter back into its envelope and placed it on my nightstand. Sunday was 4 days away. Whatever Grandma had planned would take place in the territory my parents had claimed, and they had no idea what to expect. The night before the party, Grandmother called. Her voice was weaker than before, and I could hear how much effort she put into each word. But her mind remained razor sharp. "Natalie, are you prepared for tomorrow?" "I think so." I paused. "Are you sure about this, Grandma?" "It's Mom's birthday. In front of all those people." "That's precisely why it needs to be tomorrow." She took a slow breath. "Your father sold my piano in front of everybody. He announced it at last month's family dinner, as if it was his decision. He did not ask me. He did not think about you. He assumed that I was too weak and you were too quiet to matter." I closed my eyes. "I remember." "Then you understand why the lesson needs witnesses." Her voice softened. "I am not doing this for vengeance, sweetheart. Revenge is meaningless. I'm doing this because it's right, and you deserve to be safe, especially after I leave." Tears streamed behind my eyes. "Grandma, I should have acted sooner. I watched how they treated you for years and hoped Thomas would change. That was my mistake. Love blinded me for far too long. This is not your fault. Perhaps not entirely, but I can still make things right." A pause. I do not have much time left, Natalie. The doctors say 6 weeks, but I believe it is less. I can feel it, and I need to know. Do you trust me? Always. Then come tomorrow. Wear something that will make you feel strong. And no matter what happens, remember that you are not the villain in this story. You never were. We said goodnight. I kept the phone against my chest for a long time after she hung up. Nothing would be the same tomorrow. I just had to be willing to let go. Sunday dawned with pale winter sunlight and the crisp air that makes everything seem sharper. Grandma's house, my parents' borrowed home, appeared almost festive. Someone had hung a banner wishing them a happy 62nd birthday across the porch. Cars lined the driveway, spilling onto the street. I parked at the far end and sat in my car for a moment to gather myself. I wore a navy blue dress with simple but elegant pearl earrings that my grandmother had given me for my 22nd birthday. My hair was neatly pinned back. Armor for a battle I didn't quite understand. The house was buzzing with approximately 34 guests. I only saw aunts and uncles on holidays, old neighbors, and a few of my father's business associates. I recognized Mr. Reynolds near the fireplace, with Carter standing beside him and Haley on his arm. The living room immediately caught my eye. The corner where the Steinway had stood for 30 years was now empty. Someone had placed a large potted plant there to fill the void. It appeared ridiculous, a leafy green apology for something that could not be apologized away. My mother stood near the dining table in a red designer gown, accepting compliments like a queen being honored. My father remained nearby, working the room with practiced charm. Graham Whitaker sat in the far corner, almost invisible among the crowd, with his leather briefcase beside his chair. He caught my eye from across the room and gave an almost imperceptible nod. I nodded back. My Aunt Lillian, grandmother's younger sister, appeared beside me. "Natalie, sweetheart, how is Margaret doing?" "Tired," I admitted, but still sharp. She was always the smart one. Aunt Lillian's gaze shifted to the empty corner. "I noticed the piano is gone. Thomas stated that Margaret wanted to sell it." I opened my mouth to respond, but my father's voice broke through the crowd. "Everyone, if I could have your attention, please." My father stood in the center of the living room, crystal glass raised, commanding the space as if he owned it, which I now realized he did not. "Today we celebrate 62 wonderful years of Claire Bennett." Applause. My mother was beaming. "And I also want to take a moment to share some exciting family news." My stomach dropped. As some of you know, our daughter Haley has been seeing Carter Reynolds, the son of my dear friend and partner Victor. He gestured toward Carter, who smiled politely. "And to celebrate her bright future, we have a special surprise." He led the entire party outside where a gleaming silver Mercedes-Benz sat in the driveway with a red bow on its hood. "A gift," my father proudly declared, "made possible by Grandma Margaret's generosity. She sold her antique piano to provide for her granddaughter's future." Haley squealed, wrapped her arms around my father and posed for photos next to the car. I stood frozen on the porch. He was doing it again, rewriting the story, making himself the hero while completely ignoring Grandma's wishes. A woman I didn't recognize leaned towards her husband. "Wasn't the piano supposed to go to the other granddaughter? Who teaches music?" Her husband shrugged. "Guess plans changed." Aunt Lillian appeared beside me, her face paler. "Natalie, did Margaret actually agree to this?" Before I could respond, Haley noticed me and called out, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Natalie, come take a photo. Don't get jealous. I'm sure Grandma will leave something for you too. Perhaps she has an old collection of sheet music." Scattered laughter echoed throughout the crowd. My hands were shaking. My vision was blurred with tears that I refused to let fall. Then behind me, I heard a briefcase click open. Everyone started filing back inside, but Aunt Lillian obstructed my father's path. "Thomas." Her voice was steady, but I noticed her hands trembling. "I need to ask you something." My father's smile did not change. "Can it wait, Lillian? We are in the middle of—" "Did you ask Margaret before selling the piano?" The question landed like a stone in still waters. Conversations nearby came to a halt. "Mother is in hospice," my father stated calmly. "She is not in a position to make these kinds of decisions. We did our best for her. I spoke to her this morning." Aunt Lillian's voice became stronger. "She is clear-headed, Thomas. Perfectly clear. And she said, you never asked her permission. You never even told her." More people were listening now. I noticed Mr. Reynolds frown. I noticed Carter shift uncomfortably. My mother pushed forward, her face flushed. Lillian, it is my birthday. Let's not cause a scene. A scene? Aunt Lillian laughed, but it wasn't funny. Claire, your husband sold Margaret's most valuable possession without her knowledge and spent the money on a car. If anyone is causing a scene, it is not me. The room had become quiet. 34 pairs of eyes darted between my aunt and my parents. My father's composure cracked slightly. This is a family matter. It does not have to be discussed in public. Actually, a new voice said from behind us, I think public is exactly where it needs to be discussed. I turned. Graham Whitaker was standing with his briefcase open and a folder of documents in his hand. He walked calmly toward the center of the room, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Graham Whitaker. I am Margaret Whitmore's attorney. My father's face turned white. The silence was suffocating. Graham took up a position near the empty corner where the piano once stood, which felt deliberate. I apologize for interrupting the celebration, he said, his voice easily heard across the room. But Margaret Whitmore has asked me to address some urgent matters regarding her estate. Given the circumstances, she felt it was important that her family and those close to them hear this directly. My father discovered his voice first. My mother has an attorney. Since when? Since 32 years ago, Thomas. Graham's tone was polite yet cutting. I also represented your father. You would know this if you had bothered to ask. Muffled gasps echoed throughout the room. Someone in the back said, "Oh my God, this is outrageous." My mother stepped forwards. Margaret is dying. She is not in her right mind. Whatever papers you have. Graham raised a hand to silence her. I saw Margaret this morning. Her nurse Nancy confirms that she is fully competent and lucid. She dictated detailed instructions for today's meeting. He opened the folder and took out a document. Now, I understand there's been some confusion about property ownership, so let me clarify. He held up the paper. This is the deed to the house we are currently standing in. I watched my father's face turn colorless. Note the name on the deed. Margaret Whitmore. Not Thomas Bennett. Not Claire Bennett. Graham paused to let the words sink in. This house was never transferred. It was never a gift. Your parents have lived here rent-free for 11 years thanks to Margaret's generosity. Nothing more. The room erupted with whispers. My father grabbed the edge of a chair to steady himself. Haley stared at her father, confusion and panic etched on her face. And Graham Whitaker wasn't finished. That, he said quietly, is just the beginning. If you're still here, I'm guessing you're holding your breath like I was in that moment. Before I tell you what Graham revealed next, I'd like to ask you a question. Who do you believe actually owns the house? A. My parents, because my grandmother must have transferred it at some point. B. Grandma, there's been a secret all along. C. Me, because the biggest twist is still to come. Leave your response in the comments, then continue watching to find out. My father's voice crackled. This is impossible. Mother claimed the house was ours. She promised. She promised you could live here. Graham placed the deed on the dining table so that everyone could see it. She never promised ownership. There is a significant legal difference, Mr. Bennett. I watched as the realization spread throughout the room like wildfire. Mr. Reynolds took a small step away from my father. One of the neighbors shared a knowing look with her husband. For 11 years, Graham continued, you've enjoyed this property without having to pay rent, utilities, or property taxes, which are all covered by Margaret's accounts. You've treated it like your own. You've even made changes without permission. He took a glance at the modern light fixtures that my mother had installed last year. Legally, you are tenants at will, and the property owner has the right to terminate that arrangement at any time. You can't be serious, my mother said, her voice shrill. We've lived here for more than a decade. We've made an investment in this house. Invested without authorization. Graham's expression remained unchanged. Any improvements you've made without written consent belong to the property owner, Margaret Whitmore. Haley grabbed Carter's arm. This is insane. Dad, tell them this is a joke. My father could not speak. He looked at the deed as if it were a death warrant. I should also mention, Graham said almost casually, that Pennsylvania law takes property fraud very seriously. Representing someone else's property as your own, especially in business situations, can have serious legal ramifications. Mr. Reynolds' expression changed from confusion to cold calculation. He no longer saw my father as a partner, but rather as a liability. My father's empire, built on borrowed prestige, was crumbling before our eyes, and Graham still had more documents in his folder. Now, Graham said, pulling out a second document, we come to the matter of trust. What trust? My father's voice barely rose above a whisper. Margaret Whitmore established a separate trust 6 years ago, independent of the will that was shared with your family. This trust was established specifically to safeguard her most valuable assets in the event of, he paused delicately, financial misconduct. Is there financial misconduct? My mother sputtered. We're her family. Family members can still commit misconduct, Mrs. Bennet, as recent events have demonstrated. Graham withdrew a thick document with crisp official-looking pages. Per the terms of this trust, the following assets are irrevocably assigned to a single beneficiary: the property we're standing in, Margaret's financial accounts, and all items of sentimental value, including the 1896 Steinway piano that was recently sold without authorization. He looked up, his gaze fixed on me. The sole beneficiary is Natalie Rose Bennet. The room became quiet. Haley's shriek shattered it. What? This is fraudulent! My father yelled. She was manipulated. That little... He pointed at me, his face contorted in rage. Thomas. Graham's voice froze. I would advise you to choose your next words carefully. More than 34 people have witnessed everything said here today. Aunt Lillian came to stand beside me. Her hand grasped mine and squeezed. Margaret knew exactly what she was doing, Graham explained. She spent 6 years watching and waiting, hoping her son would prove her wrong. Instead, he sold her most prized possession to purchase a car for her granddaughter, who never visits her. He paused. Mr. Bennet, actions have consequences. This is yours. My mother was crying now. Haley looked sick and I couldn't move, breathe, or believe what I was hearing. Graham waited for the chaos to subside before proceeding. Regarding the piano sale, he retrieved an additional document. Since the Steinway was part of the trust and Natalie is the designated beneficiary, the sale conducted without the trustee's consent, that's Margaret, constitutes unauthorized disposal of trust assets. What does that mean? Haley's voice was small. It means the $102,500 must be returned to the trust within 45 days. Graham swept his gaze over my parents and sister. Failure to comply may result in civil litigation for misappropriation of trust property. Given the clear paper trail, I assure you that the outcome will not be favorable to your family. My father laughed in a hollow, desperate tone. We do not have $102,500 sitting around. The money went to the car. Then I suggest you find a way to liquidate that asset. Graham nodded toward the window, where the Mercedes, complete with red bow, was still visible in the driveway. The dealer might accept a return, though you'll likely take a significant loss. Haley burst out in tears. My car? Are you taking my car? I'm not taking anything, Miss Bennet, Graham said calmly. I'm simply explaining the legal consequences of your family's choices. I saw Haley look to Carter for support, but he had already moved away from her, his face carefully neutral. His father was whispering something into his ear, and neither of them seemed sympathetic. Additionally, Graham continued, Margaret has asked me to inform you that your living arrangements in this house will be formally restructured. You may stay here temporarily, but a valid lease agreement will be required. A lease? My mom's voice was barely audible. In the house where we've lived for 11 years? In the house, Graham gently corrected. That you never owned. The room had become deathly quiet. Every eye was on me. My father turned slowly, his face contorted with betrayal and rage. You did it. You poisoned her against us. I stood my ground. No, father. I didn't do anything. My voice was more stable than I expected. My grandmother made these decisions 6 years ago, before I knew anything about them. I just found out this week. Liar. My mother's voice was venomous. You've always been jealous of Haley and our family's success. This is your vengeance. Revenge? I felt something cold and hard crystallize within me. I didn't sell Grandma's piano without first asking her. I did not spend the money on my own car. I did not lie to everyone about what occurred. I took a step forward and looked directly at my mother. I didn't say, "At least she's useful for something," when I agreed to visit Grandma every day. I am not the person who hung up on me when I asked questions. And I am not the one who threatened to kill Grandma if I told her the truth. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Aunt Lillian's hand tightened around mine. I spent 29 years being invisible in this family. My voice remained steady. I accepted it because I believed that was what love required. Shrink yourself to make others comfortable. I looked at my father, my mother, and Haley, who was still crying over her doomed Mercedes. But grandmother taught me something different. She taught me that loving yourself entails standing up for what is right, even if it costs you everything. I took a breath. So this is what I want you to understand. I'm not sorry anymore. I refuse to remain silent any longer, and I'm over pretending everything is fine when it isn't. The room was completely still. Graham pulled me aside as the crowd dispersed slowly and awkwardly, whispering goodbyes and avoiding eye contact. "Natalie, we need to discuss next steps." I nodded, feeling surreal, as if I were watching myself from outside my body. "Legally, you have several options," he said softly, so only I could hear. "You could demand an immediate eviction. Given the circumstances, your grandmother would support whatever decision you make." I looked across the room at my parents. My father had fallen into a chair, head in his hands. My mother stood frozen by the window, mascara streaking down her face. Haley had vanished, possibly outside mourning her Mercedes. They appeared broken. A small part of me wanted to twist the knife, to make them feel every ounce of the pain they had caused me over the previous 29 years. But that's not who I wanted to be. "I don't want to throw them out," I explained slowly. "Not immediately." Graham raised his eyebrow. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I drew a breath. "Here is what I want. The $102,500 is returned within 120 days, not 45. I'll give them time to sell the car and sort things out. They can stay in the house under a formal lease agreement for a low rent. After Grandma," I swallowed hard, "they will have 15 months to find another place to live." That's remarkably generous, given everything. "Maybe," I met his gaze, "but I am not doing this to punish them. I'm doing it because it's right, and I refuse to be the person they are." Graham gave me a long look. He nodded with a hint of respect in his expression. "Your grandmother predicted you'd react this way. She is very proud of you, Natalie." "I know." My voice broke. "I know she is." Aunt Lillian and two of the remaining guests witnessed the agreement, as it was drafted right on the dining room table. My father signed without looking at me. My mother's hand shook so much that she could barely hold the pen. Neither of them said anything. The house had emptied by the time the last signature was placed. Mr. Reynolds and Carter had departed without saying goodbye. I later learned that Carter had driven away while Haley was still crying outside. The birthday cake remained untouched. The banner drooped sadly from the front porch. Aunt Lillian hugged me tightly before departing. "You did the correct thing, sweetheart. Margaret would be very proud." "She is proud," I stated softly. "I talked to her this morning." As if on cue, my phone vibrated. A video call request from Grandma's hospice number. I responded by walking to the empty corner of the living room where the piano used to be. Her face appeared on screen, pale but calm. Nurse Nancy was seen in the background, smiling. Grandma's voice was weak but warm. "My brave girl. How are you feeling?" "Terrified," I admitted, "and relieved and sad all at once." "That is how courage feels, sweetheart. It is never comfortable." "I didn't throw them away. I gave them time." "I know." Graham had texted her. Her eyes glistened. "Natalie, you are a better person than they deserve. But that is why I chose you." I pressed my hand against the screen, wishing I could hold hers instead. "Thank you, Grandma, for everything, for protecting me." "Don't thank me." Her smile was tinged with sadness. "Just live well. Play music. Be happy. That is how you thank me." "I will. I know you will, sweetheart." She closed her eyes. "I know you will." I know many of you are probably thinking, "So that's it? Did your parents ever change?" The honest answer is complicated. Not every story has a perfect ending, but every story has a lesson. Before I tell you what happened in the months that followed, I want to hear from you. Have you ever had to set boundaries with family? How hard was it? Drop your story in the comments. I read every single one. The first week after the party was chaos. News travels fast in small social circles, and the story of what happened at Claire Bennett's 62nd birthday spread like wildfire. My father's business partners suddenly became unavailable for meetings. Old friends stopped returning calls. Mr. Reynolds formally withdrew from the joint venture they'd been planning. When my father demanded an explanation, the response was cold. I can't do business with someone I can't trust. Thomas, if you'd deceive your own mother, what would you do to a partner? The deal would have been worth over $240,000. Gone in an instant. Haley had to return the Mercedes. The dealership only offered her $87,500, $15,000 less than my parents had paid. She screamed at the salesman for 20 minutes before finally signing the paperwork. Carter broke up with her 4 days later via text message. My family thinks it's best if we take some time apart, the message read. Translation. They wanted nothing to do with the Bennett family drama. My sister, who had always been the golden child, found herself suddenly ordinary. No car, no wealthy boyfriend. No special status. She had to borrow my mother's old Honda to get to job interviews. I didn't gloat. I didn't reach out. I simply went about my life, teaching piano to my students, visiting grandma every evening. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some quiet satisfaction in watching the facades crumble. My father had spent years measuring success in appearances, the house, the car, the right connections. Now he was learning that none of it had ever been real. The foundation he'd built his identity on was borrowed, and borrowed things always have to be returned. 3 weeks after the birthday party, the hospice called me at 5:30 a.m. You should come now, the nurse said gently. She's asking for you. I drove faster than I should have, my heart pounding the entire way. Grandma's room was quiet when I arrived. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft golden shadows across her bed. Her breathing was shallow, her face paper thin, but her eyes were open, and when she saw me, she smiled. My Natalie. Her voice was barely a whisper. Come sit with me. I took her hand. It felt so fragile, like holding a bird. I have something to tell you, she said slowly. Something I should have said years ago. What is it, Grandma? I'm sorry. I blinked. Sorry for what? For not acting sooner. A tear slipped down her cheek. I watched how they treated you year after year. I kept hoping Thomas would change, that Claire would see your value. I made excuses because I didn't want to believe my own son could be. She trailed off. It's not your fault, I said, my own tears streaming down. Perhaps not entirely, but I could have done more. I could have protected you sooner, instead of waiting until I was dying. She barely squeezed my hand. I apologize, sweetheart. You deserved better. You gave me everything that mattered, I declared vehemently. Music, love, the realization that I was worth something. That is more than they ever gave me. She smiled, and for a moment she reminded me of my grandmother from childhood. Strong, radiant, full of life. I'm so proud of you, Natalie. You have a good heart, but you've finally learned to protect it. You taught me that. Then I did something right. Her eyes fluttered shut. I am tired now, sweetheart. Stay with me always. Grandma Margaret died peacefully that evening, holding my hand in hers. The funeral took place 6 days later at the small church she had attended for 52 years. It was as simple as she had wished. There were no elaborate flowers or ostentatious displays, just music, memories, and people who genuinely loved her. I played the piano at the service. It wasn't the Steinway that was gone, but a modest upright that the church had owned for decades. I played Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, which was the first piece Grandma taught me. The church was halfway full. Aunt Lillian sat in the front row, holding tissues in her hand. Several pews were filled with Grandma's former performing friends, white-haired women who remembered when Margaret Whitmore's name meant something in the world of classical music. My parents sat at the back. They did not approach me before the service, during it, or afterward. My mother wore dark sunglasses that covered her eyes. My father stared straight ahead, as if he were attending his own sentencing. Haley was not there at all. Too emotionally fragile, my mother replied to someone who inquired. I gave the eulogy. I discussed Grandma's music, her wisdom, and her quiet strength. I mentioned how she taught me that love isn't about grand gestures. It was about showing up every day and deciding to see someone for who they truly were. I did not mention the drama. The funeral wasn't the appropriate setting. Following the service, my father began walking toward me. I saw him pause, take a step, and then stop when my mother grabbed his arm and drew him away. He never managed to cross the room. Perhaps he wanted to apologize. Perhaps not. I will never know. But I'd already accepted the fact that some apologies never come, and others are no longer necessary. 7 months later, I moved into Grandma's home. It felt strange at first, walking through rooms infused with her presence and sleeping in the guest bedroom I'd known since childhood. However, it gradually began to feel like home. I used some of the returned funds to purchase a new piano. Not a Steinway, which costs much more than $102,500, but a lovely Yamaha Grand that filled the space where Grandma's piano once stood. Different, but meaningful in its own right. A new beginning. I began teaching private lessons on weekends. My first student was Aunt Lillian's granddaughter, Olivia, who was 9 years old, bright-eyed, and had the same impatient energy as I did. I cried when she played her first complete scale. My parents moved out 3 months after Grandma died. They did not wait the full 15 months that I had offered. They refused to live somewhere with so many painful memories. I believe they couldn't stand the reminder of what they had lost. They purchased a small condominium across town. My father's business was struggling and had been reduced to half of its former size. My mother joined a different social club where no one knew about our family history. We did not speak. Distance, not anger. Some gaps are too big to bridge. But I was not bitter. Bitterness is exhausting, and I had a life to lead. In the evenings, I would sit at the piano and play until the stars appeared. Chopin, Bach, or simply improvised melodies that went nowhere and everywhere. Grandma's presence remained in those moments. In the scent of lavender from the garden she had planted. In the creak of the old floors. In the way the sunlight fell through the windows at sunset. She was gone, but she was present everywhere. And I was finally free. 9 months after the funeral, my phone rang. Haley. I waited 3 rings before answering the phone. Natalie. Her voice sounded different, smaller, less certain. Haley. Silence spread between us, 29 years of sisterhood reduced to awkward pauses. I'm not calling to ask for anything, she finally said. I wanted to say something. Okay. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, especially how I acted. She took a shaky breath. I was extremely angry at first. Look at you. At Grandma. To everyone. I thought you had taken something from me. And now? Another pause. Now I work at an entry-level marketing firm. I take the bus because I cannot afford a car. And I have started going to therapy. I did not respond. I just listened. My therapist says I have a lot of unpacking to do regarding Mom and Dad. Regarding how I was raised. About why I thought I deserved everything without having earned it. Her laugh was hollow. It turns out being the favorite isn't a gift. It is a trap. I'm glad you're working through it, I replied. I'm not asking you to forgive me. Her voice cracked. I do not deserve that. I just wanted to let you know that I now understand why you did what you did. Why did Grandma do what she did? Grandma loved you too, Haley, I added gently. She just couldn't reward behavior that hurt other people. I know. A sniffle. I know that now. We sat silently for a moment. If you ever want to talk, I said slowly, I am ready to listen. However, re-establishing trust takes time. I understand. Good. We hung up without saying goodbye, not out of rudeness, but because neither of us knew how. Some doors once closed, open slowly, but may still open. It's spring now, 13 months after Grandma entered hospice. Tonight, I'm sitting at my piano while the sun sets over the garden. The windows are open, and a warm breeze carries the aroma of jasmine and freshly cut grass. I play Grandma's favorite nocturne, which she performed at her last concert 22 years ago. The notes drift through the empty house, replacing the silence with something softer. I think about everything that has happened. The betrayal. The reveal. I never thought I'd have the courage to set those boundaries. I think of Grandma. Her strength. Her patience. Her quiet determination to protect me, even when I wasn't aware I needed it. I imagine my parents in their small condo, rebuilding a life that will never be exactly what they envisioned. About Haley riding the bus and discovering for the first time what it means to earn money. I don't hate them. Hate consumes too much energy. But I don't need them anymore. And that is a level of freedom I never expected to find. The nocturne ends. The final notes linger in the air before fading into the evening quiet. I look at Grandma's photo on the piano. At 62, she was radiant, her fingers poised over the Steinway keys. "I'm fine, Grandma," I whisper. "I'm more than okay." I'd like to think she hears me. I close the piano lid, stand, and go to the window. The stars are just starting to appear, pinpricks of light in the darkening sky. I do not have the original piano. I do not have the family I thought I did. But I've got something better. I've got myself. I have boundaries. I live a life based on truth rather than silence. And that is the true inheritance Grandma left me. And that is my story. New keys for a new car. You bought her a car? My voice sounded flat. With Grandmother's piano? My father shrugged, as if I had asked about the weather. Mercedes-Benz. Haley needs to make a good impression on Reynolds. Carter's family is very particular about appearances. That piano was supposed to be mine. So, what would you do with it? My mother appeared behind my father with arms crossed. You teach children's music classes, Nat. You do not perform. You do not have the space. Haley needed the money for her future. Her future. I repeated the words, tasting the bitterness. Haley entered the foyer, swinging her new keys like a trophy. Don't get jealous, Nat, it's not a good look. She smiled with all of her teeth. Maybe if you'd picked a better career, you could afford nice things too. I looked at my parents, my sister, and the life they'd created for themselves, where I was always the afterthought, the one whose needs came last. Does Grandma know? Silence. Is she aware you sold her piano? My mother's expression hardened. She is in hospice, Natalie. She takes morphine half the time. She doesn't need to know anything that will make her upset. Do you mean you don't want her to know? I mean, my mother stepped closer, her voice becoming cold and threatening. That if you tell her and it causes her stress and something bad happens, it will be your fault. Do you want to be held accountable for killing your grandmother? The accusation lingered in the air like poison. I should have backed down. The old Natalie would have, but something had changed within me. Something had finally broken. Grandma deserves to know what happened to her property, I said quietly. And I will not lie to her. I turned and walked away before they could reply. I did not sleep that night. My apartment felt smaller than usual, a modest one-bedroom that my parents had always mocked as evidence of poor lifestyle choices. I sat on my second-hand couch, looking at a framed photograph on the bookshelf. Grandma Margaret performed her final concert 22 years ago. Her fingers were poised above the keys, her face luminous with determination. That same piano, which they had sold as if it were nothing. My mother's words circled in my mind. If something happens, it will be your responsibility. Was she correct? Would the shock be too much for Grandma? Will I be causing her more pain in her last days? But then I remembered what Grandmother had always taught me. When I was 12 and didn't want to tell my parents I had failed a math test, she told me that the truth could hurt. But lies always cause deeper wounds. They simply take longer. I pulled my knees to my chest and reflected on the previous 29 years. I'd always kept quiet to maintain the peace. Every time I accepted less because fighting seemed futile. Every time I made myself smaller so that my family would feel larger. And where had it led me? Here. Alone. Invisible. Watching them erase Grandma's wishes as if her words had no meaning. If I remained silent now, I would not be keeping the peace. I was becoming complicit. By 2:40 a.m., I had made my decision. Grandma deserved the truth. She deserved to know that her son had stolen from her, lied to her, and thought she was too weak to matter anymore. And perhaps, just maybe, I deserved to stop apologizing for my existence. I set an alarm for early morning. I would visit hospice before school. I'd tell her everything. When I arrived, Grandma was awake and propped up against her pillows, watching the sunrise through the window. "You look like you haven't slept," she said softly. "I haven't." I pulled a chair up to her bed and took her hand. "Grandma, I have to tell you something, and it's going to hurt." Despite everything, her eyes remained sharp and studied my face. Then tell me. So I did. The empty space in her living room. The $102,500. The Mercedes-Benz gleamed with Haley's name. My father's casual dismissal. My mother made a threat. I told her everything, bracing myself for tears, shock, and the kind of devastation that would shatter what remained of her fragile heart. Instead, Grandma Margaret exhaled slowly. Not a single gasp of pain. Not a scream of betrayal. A sigh. Someone sighed, knowing what was about to happen. "Grandma," I whispered. She turned to face me, her expression not one of grief. It was calm and almost resigned. "I knew this might happen, sweetheart." "Did you know?" "I know my son." Her voice was steady. "I've watched him develop into this person for 42 years. I hoped he would change, but I was also ready for the possibility that he would not." My thoughts raced. How were they prepared? She did not respond directly. Instead, she reached for her bedside table. "Could you hand me my phone?" I passed it to her, perplexed. She quickly scrolled through her contacts, found a name, and pressed the call button. Then she turned it on speaker. 3 rings. Then there was a deep, measured male voice. "How are you feeling, Margaret?" "I'm dying, Graham, but I'm clear-headed, and it's time." A pause. "I understand." "When?" "Sunday. Claire's birthday party. At my house. I'll prepare the documents." "Thank you, old friend." She ended the call and gave me a knowing smile. "Grandma," I said, staring at her. "Who is Graham?" "Graham Whitaker," she said, gently placing the phone down. "He has been my attorney for 32 years. He was your grandfather's close friend." "Do you have your own attorney?" "I have many things your father doesn't know about, Natalie." Despite the exhaustion on her face, her eyes twinkled. "Thomas assumes he knows everything about my affairs. He has always assumed that. It's his greatest weakness." I felt like I was standing on the edge of something vast, peering down into depths I couldn't see. "What's going on at Mom's birthday party this Sunday?" "Justice." Grandma squeezed my hand. "Delayed perhaps, but justice nonetheless." "I don't understand." "You don't need to understand everything just yet." She leaned back against her pillows, looking tired. "I just need you to do one thing for me." "Anything." "Come to the party, dress nicely and bring your patience." A ghostly smile. "The kind of patience I taught you when you were learning Chopin and wanted to throw the sheet music across the room." I almost laughed despite everything. "Is it that bad?" "Worse." Her expression became softer. "But necessary. Your father and mother need to understand that their actions have consequences. And I've spent the last 6 years ensuring that when the lesson comes, it will be unforgettable." 6 years. She had been planning something for 6 years. "Grandma, what have you done?" She closed her eyes, exhaustion taking over. "I protected you, sweetheart, as I should have all along. I'm just sorry I took so long to act." I sat with her until she fell asleep, my thoughts racing with questions. Graham Whitaker, Sunday, my mother's birthday party, at Grandma's house. Something was going to change. I could feel it. I simply didn't know what. 2 days later, I was sitting in a small law office on the outskirts of Philadelphia. Graham Whitaker was not what I had expected. He was in his early 70s, had silver hair, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His movements were slow and precise. His office smelled of old leather and paper and was lined from floor to ceiling with legal volumes. "Natalie Bennett." He held out his hand. "Your grandmother is constantly talking about you. It's nice to finally meet you." "Mr. Whitaker, Graham, please." He motioned toward a chair across from his desk. "Sit. Your grandmother asked me to explain a few things before Sunday." I sat. My hands trembled slightly. "Your grandmother is a remarkable woman," Graham began. "She's also far more astute than her children realize. She has been observing and planning." "What exactly are you planning?" He folded his hands on the desk. "Tell me, Natalie. Do you know who owns the house where your parents live?" "They do. Grandma gave it to them after Grandpa died." Graham's expression did not change. "Is that what you were told?" It's what everyone says. Everyone's wrong. He took a folder from his desk drawer and slid it across to me. Your grandmother let Thomas and Claire live in that house for free, but she never transferred ownership. Not legally. Not ever. I focused on the document in front of me. The property deed. Margaret Whitmore's name is clear as day. No transfer. There is no amendment. They've been living in her house for 11 years, I said slowly, assuming it was theirs. Precisely. My head was spinning. Why would Grandma let them believe? Because she was watching Natalie. Graham leaned in. She waited to see if her son would prove her fears wrong. Unfortunately, he did exactly as she expected. That night I returned to my apartment and began searching. Grandma had given me a box of old belongings years ago, including photographs, letters, and pressed flowers from her garden. I'd never looked through it thoroughly. It felt overly intimate, like reading someone's diary. But I needed answers. I discovered it at the bottom beneath a stack of faded concert programs. An old yellowed sealed envelope. My name was written in Grandma's elegant script, with 6 words underneath it. For Natalie, when you need to understand. My fingers quivered as I opened it. The inside contained a single photograph, a legal document copy. The header was partially obscured, but I could see Grandma's signature at the bottom, which was dated 6 years ago. A note with her handwriting was clipped to the corner. The house never left my possession, sweetheart. It was only borrowed, and some borrowers do not deserve the benefit. I reread it 3 times. Then I understood. Sunday's party was held at Grandma's house. My parents treated the house as their own. They had previously hosted dinner parties and holiday gatherings there. They sold the piano that sat in the living room as if it belonged to them, but it did not belong to them. It never has. My father's entire sense of status was built on a non-existent foundation. I recalled all the times he'd lectured me on real assets and sound investments. All the times he mocked my small apartment while standing in a house he didn't even own. The irony was nearly too perfect. I tucked the letter back into its envelope and placed it on my nightstand. Sunday was 4 days away. Whatever Grandma had planned would take place in the territory my parents had claimed, and they had no idea what to expect. The night before the party, Grandmother called. Her voice was weaker than before, and I could hear how much effort she put into each word. But her mind remained razor sharp. Natalie, are you prepared for tomorrow? I think so. I paused. Are you sure about this, Grandma? It's Mom's birthday. In front of all those people. That's precisely why it needs to be tomorrow. She took a slow breath. Your father sold my piano in front of everybody. He announced it at last month's family dinner, as if it was his decision. He did not ask me. He did not think about you. He assumed that I was too weak and you were too quiet to matter. I closed my eyes. I remember. Then you understand why the lesson needs witnesses. Her voice softened. I am not doing this for vengeance, sweetheart. Revenge is meaningless. I'm doing this because it's right, and you deserve to be safe, especially after I leave. Tears streamed behind my eyes. Grandma, I should have acted sooner. I watched how they treated you for years and hoped Thomas would change. That was my mistake. Love blinded me for far too long. This is not your fault. Perhaps not entirely, but I can still make things right. A pause. I do not have much time left, Natalie. The doctors say 6 weeks, but I believe it is less. I can feel it, and I need to know. Do you trust me? Always. Then come tomorrow. Wear something that will make you feel strong, and no matter what happens, remember that you are not the villain in this story. You never were. We said goodnight. I kept the phone against my chest for a long time after she hung up. Nothing would be the same tomorrow. I just had to be willing to let go. Sunday dawned with pale winter sunlight and the crisp air that makes everything seem sharper. Grandma's house, my parents' borrowed home, appeared almost festive. Someone had hung a banner wishing them a happy 62nd birthday across the porch. Cars lined the driveway, spilling onto the street. I parked at the far end and sat in my car for a moment to gather myself. I wore a navy blue dress with simple but elegant pearl earrings that my grandmother had given me for my 22nd birthday. My hair was neatly pinned back. Armor for a battle I didn't quite understand. The house was buzzing with approximately 34 guests. I only saw aunts and uncles on holidays, old neighbors, and a few of my father's business associates. I recognized Mr. Reynolds near the fireplace, with Carter standing beside him and Haley on his arm. The living room immediately caught my eye. The corner where the Steinway had stood for 30 years was now empty. Someone had placed a large potted plant there to fill the void. It appeared ridiculous, a leafy green apology for something that could not be apologized away. My mother stood near the dining table in a red designer gown, accepting compliments like a queen being honored. My father remained nearby, working the room with practiced charm. Graham Whitaker sat in the far corner, almost invisible among the crowd, with his leather briefcase beside his chair. He caught my eye from across the room and gave an almost imperceptible nod. I nodded back. My Aunt Lillian, grandmother's younger sister, appeared beside me. "Natalie, sweetheart, how is Margaret doing?" "Tired," I admitted, but still sharp. She was always the smart one. Aunt Lillian's gaze shifted to the empty corner. "I noticed the piano is gone. Thomas stated that Margaret wanted to sell it." I opened my mouth to respond, but my father's voice broke through the crowd. "Everyone, if I could have your attention, please." My father stood in the center of the living room, crystal glass raised, commanding the space as if he owned it, which I now realized he did not. "Today, we celebrate 62 wonderful years of Claire Bennett." Applause. My mother was beaming. "And I also want to take a moment to share some exciting family news." My stomach dropped. "As some of you know, our daughter Haley has been seeing Carter Reynolds, the son of my dear friend and partner Victor." He gestured toward Carter, who smiled politely. "And to celebrate her bright future, we have a special surprise." He led the entire party outside, where a gleaming silver Mercedes-Benz sat in the driveway, with a red bow on its hood. "A gift," my father proudly declared, "made possible by Grandma Margaret's generosity. She sold her antique piano to provide for her granddaughter's future." Haley squealed, wrapped her arms around my father and posed for photos next to the car. I stood frozen on the porch. He was doing it again, rewriting the story, making himself the hero while completely ignoring Grandma's wishes. A woman I didn't recognize leaned towards her husband. "Wasn't the piano supposed to go to the other granddaughter? Who teaches music?" Her husband shrugged. "Guess plans changed." Aunt Lillian appeared beside me, her face paler. "Natalie, did Margaret actually agree to this?" Before I could respond, Haley noticed me and called out, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Natalie, come take a photo. Don't get jealous. I'm sure Grandma will leave something for you too. Perhaps she has an old collection of sheet music." Scattered laughter echoed throughout the crowd. My hands were shaking. My vision was blurred with tears that I refused to let fall. Then, behind me, I heard a briefcase click open. Everyone started filing back inside, but Aunt Lillian obstructed my father's path. "Thomas." Her voice was steady, but I noticed her hands trembling. "I need to ask you something." My father's smile did not change. "Can it wait, Lillian? We are in the middle of—" "Did you ask Margaret before selling the piano?" The question landed like a stone in still waters. Conversations nearby came to a halt. "Mother is in hospice," my father stated calmly. "She is not in a position to make these kinds of decisions. We did our best for her. I spoke to her this morning." Aunt Lillian's voice became stronger. "She is clear-headed, Thomas, perfectly clear. And she said, you never asked her permission. You never even told her." More people were listening now. I noticed Mr. Reynolds frown. I noticed Carter shift uncomfortably. My mother pushed forward, her face flushed. "Lillian, it is my birthday. Let's not cause a scene." "A scene?" Aunt Lillian laughed, but it wasn't funny. "Claire, your husband sold Margaret's most valuable possession without her knowledge and spent the money on a car. If anyone is causing a scene, it is not me." The room had become quiet. 34 pairs of eyes darted between my aunt and my parents. My father's composure cracked slightly. "This is a family matter. It does not have to be discussed in public." "Actually," a new voice said from behind us, "I think public is exactly where it needs to be discussed." I turned. Graham Whitaker was standing with his briefcase open and a folder of documents in his hand. He walked calmly toward the center of the room, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. "Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Graham Whitaker. I am Margaret Whitmore's attorney." My father's face turned white. The silence was suffocating. Graham took up a position near the empty corner where the piano once stood, which felt deliberate. "I apologize for interrupting the celebration," he said, his voice easily heard across the room. but Margaret Whitmore has asked me to address some urgent matters regarding her estate. Given the circumstances, she felt it was important that her family and those close to them hear this directly. My father discovered his voice first. My mother has an attorney. Since when? Since 32 years ago, Thomas. Graham's tone was polite yet cutting. I also represented your father. You would know this if you had bothered to ask. Muffled gasps echoed throughout the room. Someone in the back said, "Oh my God, this is outrageous!" My mother stepped forwards. Margaret is dying. She is not in her right mind. Whatever papers you have. Graham raised a hand to silence her. I saw Margaret this morning. Her nurse Nancy confirms that she is fully competent and lucid. She dictated detailed instructions for today's meeting. He opened the folder and took out a document. Now, I understand there's been some confusion about property ownership, so let me clarify. He held up the paper. This is the deed to the house we are currently standing in. I watched my father's face turn colorless. Note the name on the deed. Margaret Whitmore. Not Thomas Bennett. Not Claire Bennett. Graham paused to let the words sink in. This house was never transferred. It was never a gift. Your parents have lived here rent-free for 11 years thanks to Margaret's generosity. Nothing more. The room erupted with whispers. My father grabbed the edge of a chair to steady himself. Haley stared at her father, confusion and panic etched on her face. And Graham Whitaker wasn't finished. That, he said quietly, is just the beginning. If you're still here, I'm guessing you're holding your breath like I was in that moment. Before I tell you what Graham revealed next, I'd like to ask you a question. Who do you believe actually owns the house? A. My parents, because my grandmother must have transferred it at some point. B. Grandma, there's been a secret all along. C. Me. Because the biggest twist is still to come. Leave your response in the comments, then continue watching to find out. My father's voice crackled. This is impossible. Mother claimed the house was ours. She promised. She promised you could live here. Graham placed the deed on the dining table so that everyone could see it. She never promised ownership. There is a significant legal difference, Mr. Bennett. I watched as the realization spread throughout the room like wildfire. Mr. Reynolds took a small step away from my father. One of the neighbors shared a knowing look with her husband. For 11 years, Graham continued, you've enjoyed this property without having to pay rent, utilities or property taxes, which are all covered by Margaret's accounts. You've treated it like your own. You've even made changes without permission. He took a glance at the modern light fixtures that my mother had installed last year. Legally, you are tenants at will, and the property owner has the right to terminate that arrangement at any time. You can't be serious, my mother said, her voice shrill. We've lived here for more than a decade. We've made an investment in this house. Invested without authorization. Graham's expression remained unchanged. Any improvements you've made without written consent belong to the property owner, Margaret Whitmore. Haley grabbed Carter's arm. This is insane. Dad, tell them this is a joke. My father could not speak. He looked at the deed as if it were a death warrant. I should also mention, Graham said almost casually, that Pennsylvania law takes property fraud very seriously. Representing someone else's property as your own, especially in business situations, can have serious legal ramifications. Mr. Reynolds's expression changed from confusion to cold calculation. He no longer saw my father as a partner, but rather as a liability. My father's empire, built on borrowed prestige, was crumbling before our eyes, and Graham still had more documents in his folder. Now, Graham said, pulling out a second document, we come to the matter of trust. What trust? My father's voice barely rose above a whisper. Margaret Whitmore established a separate trust 6 years ago, independent of the will that was shared with your family. This trust was established specifically to safeguard her most valuable assets in the event of, he paused delicately, financial misconduct. Is there financial misconduct? My mother sputtered. We're her family. Family members can still commit misconduct, Mrs. Bennett, as recent events have demonstrated. Graham withdrew a thick document with crisp, official-looking pages. Per the terms of this trust, the following assets are irrevocably assigned to a single beneficiary. The property we're standing in, Margaret's financial accounts, and all items of sentimental value, including the 1896 Steinway piano that was recently sold without authorization. He looked up, his gaze fixed on me. The sole beneficiary is Natalie Rose Bennett. The room became quiet. Haley's shriek shattered it. What? This is fraudulent! My father yelled. She was manipulated. That little... He pointed at me, his face contorted in rage. Thomas. Graham's voice froze. I would advise you to choose your next words carefully. More than 34 people have witnessed everything said here today. Aunt Lillian came to stand beside me. Her hand grasped mine and squeezed. Margaret knew exactly what she was doing, Graham explained. She spent 6 years watching and waiting, hoping her son would prove her wrong. Instead, he sold her most prized possession to purchase a car for her granddaughter, who never visits her. He paused. Mr. Bennett, actions have consequences. This is yours. My mother was crying now. Haley looked sick, and I couldn't move, breathe, or believe what I was hearing. Graham waited for the chaos to subside before proceeding. Regarding the piano sale, he retrieved an additional document. Since the Steinway was part of the trust and Natalie is the designated beneficiary, the sale conducted without the trustee's consent, that's Margaret, constitutes unauthorized disposal of trust assets. What does that mean? Haley's voice was small. It means the $102,500 must be returned to the trust within 45 days. Graham swept his gaze over my parents and sister. Failure to comply may result in civil litigation for misappropriation of trust property. Given the clear paper trail, I assure you that the outcome will not be favorable to your family. My father laughed in a hollow, desperate tone. We do not have $102,500 sitting around. The money went to the car. Then I suggest you find a way to liquidate that asset. Graham nodded toward the window where the Mercedes, complete with red bow, was still visible in the driveway. The dealer might accept a return, though you'll likely take a significant loss. Haley burst out in tears. My car? Are you taking my car? I'm not taking anything, Miss Bennett, Graham said calmly. I'm simply explaining the legal consequences of your family's choices. I saw Haley look to Carter for support, but he had already moved away from her, his face carefully neutral. His father was whispering something into his ear, and neither of them seemed sympathetic. Additionally, Graham continued, Margaret has asked me to inform you that your living arrangements in this house will be formally restructured. You may stay here temporarily, but a valid lease agreement will be required. A lease? My mom's voice was barely audible. In the house where we've lived for 11 years? In the house, Graham gently corrected, that you never owned. The room had become deathly quiet. Every eye was on me. My father turned slowly, his face contorted with betrayal and rage. You did it. You poisoned her against us. I stood my ground. No, father. I didn't do anything. My voice was more stable than I expected. My grandmother made these decisions 6 years ago before I knew anything about them. I just found out this week. Liar. My mother's voice was venomous. You've always been jealous of Haley and our family's success. This is your vengeance. Revenge? I felt something cold and hard crystallize within me. I didn't sell Grandma's piano without first asking her. I did not spend the money on my own car. I did not lie to everyone about what occurred. I took a step forward and looked directly at my mother. I didn't say, at least she's useful for something, when I agreed to visit Grandma every day. I am not the person who hung up on me when I asked questions, and I am not the one who threatened to kill Grandma if I told her the truth. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Aunt Lillian's hand tightened around mine. I spent 29 years being invisible in this family. My voice remained steady. I accepted it because I believed that was what love required. Shrink yourself to make others comfortable. I looked at my father, my mother, and Haley, who was still crying over her doomed Mercedes. But grandmother taught me something different. She taught me that loving yourself entails standing up for what is right, even if it costs you everything. I took a breath. So this is what I want you to understand. I'm not sorry anymore. I refuse to remain silent any longer. And I'm over pretending everything is fine when it isn't. The room was completely still. Graham pulled me aside as the crowd dispersed slowly and awkwardly, whispering goodbyes and avoiding eye contact. Natalie, we need to discuss next steps. I nodded, feeling surreal, as if I were watching myself from outside my body. Legally, you have several options, he said softly, so only I could hear. You could demand an immediate eviction. Given the circumstances, your grandmother would support whatever decision you make. I looked across the room at my parents. My father had fallen into a chair, head in his hands. My mother stood frozen by the window, mascara streaking down her face. Haley had vanished, possibly outside mourning her Mercedes. They appeared broken. A small part of me wanted to twist the knife, to make them feel every ounce of the pain they had caused me over the previous 29 years. But that's not who I wanted to be. I don't want to throw them out, I explained slowly. Not immediately. Graham raised his eyebrow. Are you sure? Yes. I drew a breath. Here is what I want. The $102,500 is returned within 120 days, not 45. I'll give them time to sell the car and sort things out. They can stay in the house under a formal lease agreement for a low rent. After Grandma, I swallowed hard. They will have 15 months to find another place to live. That's remarkably generous, given everything. Maybe, I met his gaze. But I am not doing this to punish them. I'm doing it because it's right, and I refuse to be the person they are. Graham gave me a long look. He nodded, with a hint of respect in his expression. Your grandmother predicted you'd react this way. She is very proud of you, Natalie. I know. My voice broke. I know she is. Aunt Lillian and two of the remaining guests witnessed the agreement as it was drafted right on the dining room table. My father signed without looking at me. My mother's hand shook so much that she could barely hold the pen. Neither of them said anything. The house had emptied by the time the last signature was placed. Mr. Reynolds and Carter had departed without saying goodbye. I later learned that Carter had driven away while Haley was still crying outside. The birthday cake remained untouched. The banner drooped sadly from the front porch. Aunt Lillian hugged me tightly before departing. You did the correct thing, sweetheart. Margaret would be very proud. She is proud, I stated softly. I talked to her this morning. As if on cue, my phone vibrated. A video call request from Grandma's hospice number. I responded by walking to the empty corner of the living room where the piano used to be. Her face appeared on screen, pale but calm. Nurse Nancy was seen in the background, smiling. Grandma's voice was weak but warm. My brave girl. How are you feeling? Terrified, I admitted, and relieved and sad all at once. That is how courage feels, sweetheart. It is never comfortable. I didn't throw them away. I gave them time. I know. Graham had texted her. Her eyes glistened. Natalie, you are a better person than they deserve. But that is why I chose you. I pressed my hand against the screen, wishing I could hold hers instead. Thank you, Grandma, for everything, for protecting me. Don't thank me. Her smile was tinged with sadness. Just live well. Play music. Be happy. That is how you thank me. I will. I know you will, sweetheart. She closed her eyes. I know you will. I know many of you are probably thinking, so that's it? Did your parents ever change? The honest answer is complicated. Not every story has a perfect ending, but every story has a lesson. Before I tell you what happened in the months that followed, I want to hear from you. Have you ever had to set boundaries with family? How hard was it? Drop your story in the comments. I read every single one. The first week after the party was chaos. News travels fast in small social circles, and the story of what happened at Claire Bennett's 62nd birthday spread like wildfire. My father's business partners suddenly became unavailable for meetings. Old friends stopped returning calls. Mr. Reynolds formally withdrew from the joint venture they'd been planning. When my father demanded an explanation, the response was cold. I can't do business with someone I can't trust. Thomas, if you'd deceive your own mother, what would you do to a partner? The deal would have been worth over $240,000. Gone in an instant. Haley had to return the Mercedes. The dealership only offered her $87,500, $15,000 less than my parents had paid. She screamed at the salesman for 20 minutes before finally signing the paperwork. Carter broke up with her 4 days later via text message. My family thinks it's best if we take some time apart, the message read. Translation. They wanted nothing to do with the Bennett family drama. My sister, who had always been the golden child, found herself suddenly ordinary. No car, no wealthy boyfriend. No special status. She had to borrow my mother's old Honda to get to job interviews. I didn't gloat. I didn't reach out. I simply went about my life, teaching piano to my students, visiting grandma every evening. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some quiet satisfaction in watching the facades crumble. My father had spent years measuring success in appearances, the house, the car, the right connections. Now he was learning that none of it had ever been real. The foundation he'd built his identity on was borrowed, and borrowed things always have to be returned. 3 weeks after the birthday party, the hospice called me at 5:30 a.m. "You should come now," the nurse said gently. "She's asking for you." I drove faster than I should have, my heart pounding the entire way. Grandma's room was quiet when I arrived. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft golden shadows across her bed. Her breathing was shallow, her face paper-thin, but her eyes were open, and when she saw me, she smiled. "My Natalie." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Come sit with me." I took her hand. It felt so fragile, like holding a bird. "I have something to tell you," she said slowly. "Something I should have said years ago." "What is it, Grandma?" "I'm sorry." I blinked. "Sorry for what?" "For not acting sooner." A tear slipped down her cheek. "I watched how they treated you year after year. I kept hoping Thomas would change, that Claire would see your value. I made excuses because I didn't want to believe my own son could be." She trailed off. "It's not your fault," I said, my own tears streaming down. "Perhaps not entirely, but I could have done more. I could have protected you sooner, instead of waiting until I was dying." She barely squeezed my hand. "I apologize, sweetheart. You deserved better. You gave me everything that mattered," I declared vehemently. "Music. Love. The realization that I was worth something. That is more than they ever gave me." She smiled, and for a moment she reminded me of my grandmother from childhood. Strong, radiant, full of life. "I'm so proud of you, Natalie. You have a good heart, but you finally learned to protect it. You taught me that." Then I did something right. Her eyes fluttered shut. "I am tired now, sweetheart. Stay with me always." Grandma Margaret died peacefully that evening, holding my hand in hers. The funeral took place 6 days later at the small church she had attended for 52 years. It was as simple as she had wished. There were no elaborate flowers or ostentatious displays, just music, memories, and people who genuinely loved her. I played the piano at the service. It wasn't the Steinway that was gone, but a modest upright that the church had owned for decades. I played Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, which was the first piece Grandma taught me. The church was halfway full. Aunt Lillian sat in the front row, holding tissues in her hand. Several pews were filled with Grandma's former performing friends, white-haired women who remembered when Margaret Whitmore's name meant something in the world of classical music. My parents sat at the back. They did not approach me before the service, during it, or afterward. My mother wore dark sunglasses that covered her eyes. My father stared straight ahead, as if he were attending his own sentencing. Haley was not there at all. "Too emotionally fragile," my mother replied to someone who inquired. I gave the eulogy. I discussed Grandma's music, her wisdom, and her quiet strength. I mentioned how she taught me that love isn't about grand gestures. It was about showing up every day and deciding to see someone for who they truly were. I did not mention the drama. The funeral wasn't the appropriate setting. Following the service, my father began walking toward me. I saw him pause, take a step, and then stop when my mother grabbed his arm and drew him away. He never managed to cross the room. Perhaps he wanted to apologize. Perhaps not. I will never know. But I'd already accepted the fact that some apologies never come, and others are no longer necessary. 7 months later, I moved into Grandma's home. It felt strange at first, walking through rooms infused with her presence, and sleeping in the guest bedroom I'd known since childhood. However, it gradually began to feel like home. I used some of the returned funds to purchase a new piano. Not a Steinway, which costs much more than $102,500, but a lovely Yamaha Grand that filled the space where Grandma's piano once stood. Different, but meaningful in its own right. A new beginning. I began teaching private lessons on weekends. My first student was Aunt Lillian's granddaughter, Olivia, who was 9 years old, bright-eyed and had the same impatient energy as I did. I cried when she played her first complete scale. My parents moved out 3 months after Grandma died. They did not wait the full 15 months that I had offered. They refused to live somewhere with so many painful memories. I believe they couldn't stand the reminder of what they had lost. They purchased a small condominium across town. My father's business was struggling and had been reduced to half of its former size. My mother joined a different social club where no one knew about our family history. We did not speak. Distance, not anger. Some gaps are too big to bridge. But I was not bitter. Bitterness is exhausting, and I had a life to lead. In the evenings, I would sit at the piano and play until the stars appeared. Chopin, Bach, or simply improvised melodies that went nowhere and everywhere. Grandma's presence remained in those moments. In the scent of lavender from the garden she had planted. In the creak of the old floors. In the way the sunlight fell through the windows at sunset. She was gone, but she was present everywhere. And I was finally free. 9 months after the funeral, my phone rang. Haley. I waited 3 rings before answering the phone. Natalie. Her voice sounded different. Smaller. Less certain. Haley. Silence spread between us, 29 years of sisterhood reduced to awkward pauses. I'm not calling to ask for anything, she finally said. I wanted to say something. Okay. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, especially how I acted. She took a shaky breath. I was extremely angry at first. Look at you. At Grandma. To everyone. I thought you had taken something from me. And now? Another pause. Now I work at an entry-level marketing firm. I take the bus because I cannot afford a car. And I have started going to therapy. I did not respond. I just listened. My therapist says I have a lot of unpacking to do regarding Mom and Dad. Regarding how I was raised. About why I thought I deserved everything without having earned it. Her laugh was hollow. It turns out being the favorite isn't a gift. It is a trap. I'm glad you're working through it, I replied. I'm not asking you to forgive me. Her voice cracked. I do not deserve that. I just wanted to let you know that I now understand why you did what you did. Why did Grandma do what she did? Grandma loved you too, Haley, I added gently. She just couldn't reward behavior that hurt other people. I know. A sniffle. I know that now. We sat silently for a moment. If you ever want to talk, I said slowly, I am ready to listen. However, re-establishing trust takes time. I understand. Good. We hung up without saying goodbye, not out of rudeness but because neither of us knew how. Some doors, once closed, open slowly but may still open. It's spring now, 13 months after Grandma entered hospice. Tonight I'm sitting at my piano while the sun sets over the garden. The windows are open, and a warm breeze carries the aroma of jasmine and freshly cut grass. I play Grandma's favorite nocturne, which she performed at her last concert 22 years ago. The notes drift through the empty house, replacing the silence with something softer. I think about everything that has happened. The betrayal. The reveal. I never thought I'd have the courage to set those boundaries. I think of Grandma. Her strength. Her patience. Her quiet determination to protect me. Even when I wasn't aware I needed it. I imagine my parents in their small condo, rebuilding a life that will never be exactly what they envisioned. About Haley riding the bus and discovering for the first time what it means to earn money. I don't hate them. Hate consumes too much energy. But I don't need them anymore. And that is a level of freedom I never expected to find. The nocturne ends. The final notes linger in the air before fading into the evening quiet. I look at Grandma's photo on the piano. At 62 she was radiant, her fingers poised over the Steinway keys. I'm fine, Grandma, I whisper. I'm more than okay. I'd like to think she hears me. I close the piano lid, stand, and go to the window. The stars are just starting to appear, pinpricks of light in the darkening sky. I do not have the original piano, I do not have the family I thought I did, but I've got something better. I've got myself. I have boundaries. I live a life based on truth rather than silence. And that is the true inheritance Grandma left me. And that is my story. Caught my fiancé cheated with my co-worker. And stole $12,000. From our wedding fund. I laugh uncontrollably. Now they can't stop begging me to fix things. I'd been dating Ethan for 5 years, and we were due to marry in 3 months, when everything went wrong. We had constructed our entire existence together, including our condo, shared friend circle, and even a combined checking account for wedding expenditures. I worked at a downtown marketing agency, and Ethan was a personal trainer at a luxury gym. In all honesty, we had it pretty nice. My mother adored Ethan, and continued calling him her future son, telling everyone how fortunate I was to have married someone so dedicated and stable. She'd already purchased her mother of the bride gown, and sent me wedding planning articles every day. Ethan was always very attentive, picking me up from work when it rained, making my protein drinks every morning, and writing about how excited he was to marry me. Then, 3 weeks ago, I arrived home early from a cancelled client appointment to find Ethan in our bed with Sophia from my workplace. Not just any coworker, but the woman who sat next to me every day, and helped me choose my wedding dress. They were so preoccupied, that they didn't hear me enter, until I was standing in the doorway. Ethan leaped up, attempting to hide himself, as Sophia grabbed her things and dashed to the restroom. And that's when I began laughing. Not crying or screaming, just genuine deep belly laughter that would not stop. Ethan stood there nude and confused, asking if I was all right. And I kept laughing harder. Sophia walked out of the toilet, half-dressed, and asked if I was having a breakdown, which made me laugh even harder. I laughed so hard that I had to sit on the floor. They both just stared at me, as if I had lost my mind. And the expressions on their faces made it even funny. Ethan tried to explain that it wasn't what it appeared to be, which made me laugh even harder because, really, what else could it be? He then changed his story to say it was a mistake that had just happened, which was amusing given Sophia's overnight bag was clearly visible in the corner. After approximately 10 minutes of me just giggling, they both dressed and departed together, most likely thinking I'd gone insane. My mother called an hour later because Ethan had contacted her, stating I'd had a mental breakdown and needed assistance. She raced over to find me peacefully packing Ethan's belongings into boxes while eating takeout. When I told her what had happened, she was appalled that I wasn't sad and kept asking whether I was in shock. When I informed her I was all right, she accused me of being in denial. The next day at work went even better. Sophia had called in sick, but everyone knew since Ethan had attempted damage management by telling folks I'd gone insane when I caught them. My coworkers expected me to be destroyed. But I strolled in absolutely normal, brought donuts for everyone, and pretended nothing happened. When others asked if I was okay, I'd simply smile, and claim I'd never felt better. My employer approached me, and expressed concern about my mental state. To which I informed her that I was fully functional. The true kicker was Ethan's persistent texting, asking when we could talk about repairing things. He assumed we were still getting married. I answered with laughing emojis and nothing more. He showed up to my workplace wanting to talk about our relationship, and I just laughed in his face again. Security had to accompany him out, and I waved farewell. Still giggling. My mother arranged an intervention with my sisters, claiming I required therapy since I was plainly experiencing a psychological crisis. They sat me down and told me that this was not a typical reaction to betrayal. That's when I explained why I was giggling. What Ethan didn't realize was that I had been having misgivings for months. He was strict about what I ate, frequently criticizing my friends, and had been urging me to leave my work after the wedding to pursue his fitness influencer goals. I was worried about how to put off the wedding without upsetting my mother, who had been preparing it since I was 12. Then I discovered something else Ethan didn't know. Requested Reds is now on Spotify. Look at the link in the description or comments. I took out my phone and opened the banking app, turning the screen to face my mother and sisters. The joint wedding account showed a balance of $2,500, rather than the expected $15,000. I read over the transactions, which showed frequent withdrawals over the last 4 months. Each one is classified as either an equipment purchase or a supplement order. My mother's expression changed from bewildered to astonished, as she leaned in to read the dates and amounts. Olivia took the phone from my hand and began swiping through the statements, her jaw tightening with each transaction. Rachel looked over her shoulder and gasped when she realized how much money had disappeared. Ethan had taken $12,000 without telling me, and spent it on ring lights, protein powder, and camera equipment for his social media profiles, which had very few followers. My mother slumped back in her chair, looking as if someone had punched her in the stomach. Olivia began pacing around the living room, wondering why I hadn't seen sooner. I explained that Ethan handled the majority of the wedding account deposits because he insisted on being involved in every financial decision. He persuaded me that it demonstrated our teamwork, and that couples who controlled their finances together stayed together. The absurdity of making that comment while secretly emptying our savings made me giggle again. Rachel inquired whether the vendors were aware that we couldn't pay them, and I informed her that I had called everyone that morning to explain the situation. The florist had been nice, but she needed at least half of the deposit to keep our date, which we obviously no longer had. The venue coordinator had been less sympathetic, threatening to keep the full money if we canceled. My mother finally spoke up, wondering if this was true. If her ideal future son had stolen from his own wedding budget. I showed her the receipt I discovered in Ethan's gym bag for a $3,500 camera equipment purchased 2 weeks before I caught him cheating. Olivia stopped pacing, and declared that she was calling a lawyer acquaintance to check what legal alternatives I had for reclaiming the money. She grabbed her own phone and entered the kitchen, phoning before anyone could answer. Rachel took out a notebook, and began writing down all of the merchants I'd mentioned, requesting their contact information so she could help negotiate payment plans. My mother just sat there, staring at the bank statements on my phone, scrolling up and down through the transactions, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. I could see her mentally going over every conversation she'd had with Ethan about wedding preparations, perhaps wondering how she'd missed all the indications. Olivia returned from the kitchen, claiming her lawyer buddy wanted copies of everything and that I had clear grounds for legal action. She began taking photos of the bank statements, and asked me to forward her any emails or texts in which Ethan mentioned the wedding account. Rachel called the florist first and said that my fiancé had stolen the wedding money, which made the florist feel much more sympathetic and willing to deal with only my half of the deposit. My mother looked up from the phone and said she'd noticed Ethan seemed anxious about money recently, but figured it was just usual wedding nerves. She acknowledged that he asked her for a loan last month, stating it was for a surprise honeymoon upgrade, and she gave him $1,500 without informing me. The room fell silent as we all processed the information. Olivia asked if Mom had received the money back, and she shook her head, embarrassed. Rachel hung up the phone in the middle of her call, and inquired as to how her mother could have given Ethan money without first consulting with me. The next morning, I walked into work and went straight to the HR department before I could even drop my bag at my desk. Hannah was already there, organizing files, and seemed shocked to see me thus early. I shut the door behind me, and narrated the entire story to Sophia and Ethan, keeping my voice firm despite my hands shaking slightly. Hannah listened without interruption, taking notes on her computer and occasionally nodding. She asked if I was comfortable continuing to work immediately next to Sophia, and I responded no, that seeing her every day would make it impossible to concentrate on my work. Hannah opened an organizational chart on her screen, and began looking at various team setups. She added that the satellite office across town needed someone with Sophia's qualifications, and that a transfer could take place within a week. I felt a great weight lifted off my shoulders as I realized I wouldn't have to sit next to her anymore. Hannah inquired if Ethan had been coming to the office, and I informed her that security had escorted him out 2 days prior. She made another note, and stated that she would notify building security to deny him further entry. The entire meeting lasted around 20 minutes, and Hannah was so professional and efficient that I nearly cried with relief. She brought me to my desk, and casually remarked that other coworkers had voiced concern about the situation, indicating that people were being supportive rather than gossipy. I thanked her before sitting down at my computer, noting that Sophia's desk next to mine was absolutely unoccupied. KA must have had her clear it out yesterday, because there was not a single personal item remaining. Ethan arrived to the townhouse that evening with both of his parents, his mother carrying empty boxes and his father looking very uncomfortable. I opened the door before they could knock, and stood in the entryway, blocking their approach. Ethan immediately began talking about how we needed to approach this logically, and how I was overreacting to a minor error. His mother tried to push by me, claiming they only wanted to collect his possessions gently. I handed Ethan the folder of printed financial statements I'd prepared just for this moment without saying anything. He opened it, and his face turned absolutely white as he flipped through the pages. His father leaned over to see what had triggered the outburst, and took the folder from Ethan's grasp. His mother kept wondering what was wrong until his father showed her the highlighted transactions, which totaled $12,000. She looked at the papers, then at Ethan, and then back at the papers, as if she couldn't put the two together. Ethan attempted to explain that he intended to pay it all back before the wedding, and that he needed the equipment to establish his business. His father interrupted him, asking if he really took from his own wedding fund. and Ethan stuttered something about it being a temporary loan. His mother's mood changed from defensive to frightened when she realized her son had lied to everyone. She inquired how long I'd known about it, and I responded that I found out the same day I caught him cheating. His father seemed to want to disappear into the floor. Ethan tried to touch my arm, but I moved aside and told him not to get any closer. His parents began apologizing at the same time, babbling over each other about how they had raised him better and couldn't believe what he had done. His mother promised to pay back every single dollar he had stolen, and his father was already bringing out his phone to check their bank balance. I told them I appreciated the offer, but everything was now going through my lawyer, so I gave his father my lawyer's business card. Ethan insisted that we didn't need lawyers, and that we could handle this ourselves like adults. His mother actually shushed him, telling him that he had already done enough damage. His father inquired how quickly I needed the money back, and I answered as soon as possible because suppliers were threatening to keep deposits. They both nodded, and his mother jotted down my lawyer's details in her phone. I pointed to the boxes they had delivered, and told Ethan he may pack his belongings now while I observed. His mother appeared to want to quarrel, but his father grabbed up a box and handed it to Ethan, instructing him to get going. Ethan went upstairs to our bedroom, and I followed him, standing in the doorway as he took clothes from the closet. He kept attempting to start conversations about how we could improve our relationship, and I just gazed at him, not reacting. His parents waited below, and I could hear his mother crying. Ethan packed 4 boxes with his belongings and took them down one at a time. Each trip was accompanied by another attempt to contact me. On his final descent, he paused on the stairs and stated that he never intended to damage me. I informed him he had to leave the lease by the end of the month, or I will file for legal eviction. The following week at work felt very different without Sophia sitting next to me. Her desk remained unoccupied for 2 days, until someone from facilities arrived and completely removed it, giving me twice as much space. My coworkers began inviting me to lunch practically every day, and I realized I had been declining these invites for months because Ethan disliked my eating out without him. He had always emphasized that restaurant food was harmful, and that I should bring the meals he made for me. On Wednesday, 3 members of my team asked if I wanted to get coffee, and I replied yes without thinking about it. We spent an hour at the cafe across the street talking about random topics unrelated to work or my broken engagement. One of them offered a happy hour on Friday, and I decided to go, recalling how unhappy Ethan used to get when I went out drinking with coworkers. He would continuously text me, asking when I would be home, and making jokes about my alcohol consumption. On Thursday, I went to lunch with 2 accounting women, whom I had been familiar with before Ethan began scrutinizing my friendships. They asked how I was doing, and appeared pleased to see me more calm. I stated how isolated I'd felt, and they both agreed they'd sensed me drifting away over the last year. One of them stated that she had wanted to say something but didn't know how to bring it up without appearing nosy. We decided to start having regular lunch dates, and I felt a warmth in my chest that I had not felt in a long time. I met with the wedding coordinator on Saturday morning at her downtown office. She'd already learned about the matter through the vendor network, and was prepared with all of our contracts. I anticipated to feel sad while going through the cancellation process, but instead, I felt lighter with each form I completed. Then explained which deposits were refundable and which were not, and then showed me a spreadsheet with the split. The venue kept half of our deposit but returned the other half because we canceled more than 90 days in advance. The caterer kept everything due to their rigorous cancellation policy. Following Rachel's phone call reporting the theft, the florist agreed to return 60%. The photographer was the most kind, offering to repay the entire investment except a minor processing cost. When everything was added together, I would receive approximately 40% of what I had donated. The wedding planner indicated that, combined with the reimbursement from Ethan's parents, I'd actually come out ahead financially. She inquired if I was doing well emotionally, and I honestly told her that I was relieved more than anything. She laughed, and said she'd seen lots of marriages that should have been called off, and she was glad I figured it out before making a legal commitment. I signed the final cancellation documents and left her office feeling liberated. My phone vibrated with a text from Ethan's mother, informing me that they had transferred the entire $12,000 to my lawyer's account that morning. Marcus summoned me to his office on Monday afternoon, and I strolled in expecting an awkward talk about how my personal life affected work. Instead, he shut the door and urged me to sit down, pulling out a file folder with a major client's logo. He mentioned that they were growing their account and required someone to oversee the new project team. The post would entail increased responsibility, higher salary, and direct client engagement. I stared at him, perplexed as to why he was telling me this, until he stated he was offering me the post. I remembered Ethan pressing me to decline a similar chance 6 months earlier, claiming it would take too much time away from wedding planning and our future family. He'd persuaded me that being ambitious was selfish when I should be focusing on our future together. I had really removed my name from consideration and watched someone else receive the promotion. Marcus saw my expression and inquired whether I was interested. I said yes without thinking twice. He smiled and said he had hoped I would accept it, and that I had also been his first choice months ago. I inquired why he was providing it now, and he revealed that he had noticed me acting more like myself lately. He got out the project information and began describing the timetable and requirements. The task would be difficult and involve some late nights, but I was eager rather than stressed. I realized how much I'd been limiting myself in order to support Ethan's unrealistic influencer goals. That evening, my phone was constantly vibrating with texts from Ethan. The messages had turned from remorseful to angry, accusing me of destroying his reputation and making it impossible for him to find clients at the gym. He claimed that people were questioning why the wedding was cancelled, and that my version of events made him appear bad. Hannah screenshotted every message and forwarded it to my lawyer's email. He sent another text, claiming that I was damaging his job possibilities, and that he would never be able to build his brand again. I also grabbed screenshots of that. He phoned 3 times in a row, and each time I let it go to voicemail, saving the recordings of him yelling at me for being nasty and cruel. His final text stated that I would regret treating him in this manner, and that he would make sure everyone knew what kind of person I truly was. I submitted everything to my lawyer, and then banned his phone number completely. The silence, after blocking him, felt great. Like cutting off a continual source of stress that I hadn't completely recognized. I also blocked him on all social media platforms, not even curious about what he might be publishing. My sisters called to check in, and I informed them of the promotion and the blocked number. Olivia praised me for setting limits, and Rachel stated that she had heard from common acquaintances that Ethan was telling people I had a breakdown. I didn't care what tale he told because the important people knew the reality. My mother came over on Tuesday evening with takeout and champagne, saying we needed to chat. She sat on my couch and stated she had been thinking about all that had transpired in the previous few weeks. She stated she'd observed Ethan being bossy over minor details, but told herself it showed he cared about me. She found the comments regarding my diet choices and friend group to be protective rather than restrictive. She had ignored the occasions when he interrupted me, or made decisions without consulting me, because she really wanted the relationship to work. My mother burst into tears, claiming she had been so preoccupied with the wedding she had planned since I was 12, that she had not considered whether I was happy. She apologized for the intervention, and for making me feel as if my reaction to betrayal was incorrect. I told her that while I knew how enthusiastic she was about the wedding, I needed her to support my actual choices rather than the life she had planned for me. She nodded and explained that she'd been talking to a therapist about her tendency to favor appearance over reality. We sat there, eating Chinese food, and speaking openly for the first time in years. She inquired about the new position at work, and truly listened as I gave the project details. She noted that she had already returned her mother of the bride attire, and received a full refund. I hugged her, and felt our friendship become more genuine and adult. The following Thursday, 3 of my coworkers invited me out for happy hour, and I accepted without previously consulting with anyone. We went to this downtown tavern that served delicious nachos and cheap margaritas. Sarah from accounting requested a pitcher for the table, and I took a glass without thinking about it. Nobody mentioned what I was drinking or how much. Nobody advised that I eat something healthier than fried cheese and guacamole. I ordered a second margarita after the first one was empty. And I realized I couldn't remember the last time I did that without Ethan making some comment about empty calories, or how alcohol damaged my workout performance. The talk moved seamlessly between work gossip, weekend plans, and bad dating app anecdotes. Jessica noted that I seemed different recently, more relaxed. I laughed and said I felt like myself again after years. She nodded as if that made complete sense, and asked if I wanted to join their usual Thursday group. I agreed immediately and felt a weight lift off my shoulders that I had no idea was there. We stayed until almost 9, just talking and laughing, and I went home feeling truly joyful rather than concerned about Ethan's mood when I returned. Luke approached me at the coffee machine on Friday morning, and asked if I had time to get coffee off-site to discuss the new customer account. I checked my calendar, and we walked to the cafe 2 streets away. He ordered a complex latte, while I had normal coffee with cream. We sat by the window, and he pulled out his iPad, which included mock-ups for the campaign. His ideas were innovative and intelligent, and he truly listened when I proposed changes rather than defending his initial ideas. Somehow, the talk drifted from work to weekend plans, favorite restaurants, and travel ambitions. He told me about backpacking through Southeast Asia after college, and I stated my desire to visit Iceland someday. He especially questioned what drew me to Iceland, and appeared to be interested in my response about the northern lights and volcanic scenery. We talked for nearly an hour, before remembering we both had meetings to get to. Walking back to the office, he suggested that we should do this again someday, and I felt a flutter in my chest that I hadn't felt in years. He was hilarious without trying too hard and respectful in a way that felt natural, rather than forced. I noticed myself smiling at my desk later, and realized I was attracted to him, which was both exhilarating and terrifying. Ethan began texting our common acquaintances that weekend, stating that he was in therapy and wanted to make amends. 3 other people sent me screenshots of his texts. He claimed he had been dealing with personal concerns and made poor decisions, but he was now working on himself. He asked if they could assist us have a chat so that he could properly apologize. I responded to each friend individually, thanking them for informing me, but emphasizing that I had no desire to communicate with Ethan, regardless of his therapy progress. I replied I was delighted he was getting therapy, but it didn't change my mind. Everyone responded with positive words, and no one pressured me to reconsider. James stated that he entirely understood, and that Ethan had destroyed the bridge himself. Sophie remarked that she had always believed Ethan was overly domineering. Their acceptance for my boundaries, without attempting to mediate or convince me that everyone deserves a second shot, was extremely affirming. I blocked the folks who continued forwarding Ethan's texts, because I didn't want such updates in my life anymore. The landlord contacted on Monday to say he had read the evidence I gave about the financial fraud and Ethan's parents' reimbursement. He agreed to terminate Ethan's lease immediately, and waive the standard fees in light of the circumstances. I thanked him and planned the lock change for the same day. The locksmith arrived at 3 and had new keys ready within 1 hour. I tested each lock twice to ensure that everything was working properly. Then I contacted my sisters, and asked if they might come over that evening to assist, rearrange the furniture. Olivia and Rachel arrived with wine and takeout. We rearranged the couch to face the window, rather than the TV. We moved the bookcase from the bedroom into the living room. We entirely reorganized my bedroom, with the bed facing a new way, and the dresser sitting where Ethan's desk had been. Every alteration made the area feel more like mine than ours. We installed new curtains I purchased online and replaced the throw pillows with ones I truly liked. By 10 p.m. that night, the townhouse had changed dramatically, and I felt a sense of ownership that I had never had before, even while Ethan lived there. My sisters left at 11, and I walked through each area, loving how the space now reflected my tastes, rather than the compromises I'd made to keep the peace. Sophia's email arrived on Tuesday morning with the subject line, "I owe you an apology." I glanced at it for a few minutes before opening. The message was long and detailed about how she had been insecure in her own relationship and made poor decisions. She stated that Ethan had pursued her, and she had been flattered by his attention. She acknowledged she knew it was wrong, but convinced herself it didn't matter because I appeared to be happy anyhow. She commented that watching my reaction reminded her of how terribly she had betrayed both our friendship and professional relationship. She explained that she understood if I never forgave her, and that she had sought the transfer herself because she couldn't face me every day. The apologies was sincere, and I appreciated her candor about her motives. I read it 3 times, trying to figure out how I felt. I eventually closed the email without answering. Forgiving her did not necessitate reconciliation, or even acknowledgement. I didn't want her in my life anymore, no matter how apologetic she was. The rage I had felt earlier had dissolved into indifference. She had made her decisions, and now she had to deal with the repercussions. I archived the email and went about my day without giving it more attention. Following our first coffee encounter, Luke began joining me for lunch on a regular basis. We'd get sandwiches from the deli downstairs, and eat them in the courtyard when the weather was nice. The talk remained light and pleasant, covering topics such as work projects, favorite novels, and childhood recollections. He was aware of my broken engagement since office rumor spreads quickly, but he never asked for more information. He'd make it plain that he found me intriguing and beautiful by remembering my coffee order or sending me hilarious stories he thought I'd like. I looked forward to these lunches and was frustrated when meetings intervened. The attraction increased steadily, but I remained cautious, knowing that I had just ended one relationship and shouldn't rush into another. He seemed to get it without me having to explain it explicitly. One afternoon, he said he'd wait as long as I needed since some people were worth the wait. I smiled and clasped his hand across the table, happy for the opportunity to figure out what I really wanted. My mother called 3 weeks after our honest chat to say she was planned something wonderful. She arrived Saturday morning with my sisters, and a trunk full of decorations. Instead of the wedding that I had canceled, they had prepared a freedom celebration. She had assembled close family and friends to celebrate my new beginning. The whole affair was obviously silly, with a banner stating, "Here's to new chapters," and cupcakes decorated with little birds breaking free from cages. But it was also genuinely moving because everyone there supported my happiness rather than lamenting the wedding that never happened. My aunts brought champagne, and my cousins curated a playlist of inspirational breakup music. We spent the evening laughing, dancing, and telling anecdotes on avoiding relationship pitfalls. Several folks expressed concern about Ethan, but were unsure how to express it. My mother gave a brief speech on supporting the lives our children genuinely want, rather than the ones we anticipate for them. I hugged her afterwards, tears in my eyes, relieved she had finally heard me. The party lasted until nearly midnight, and I went to bed fatigued but truly happy. 3 months after catching Ethan with Sophia, I was really excelling at work. The new client account had exceeded all of our expectations. The advertisement I created with Luke's creative team had gone viral, just as we had anticipated. Our client was overjoyed that they had already signed on for an extended contract. Marcus summoned me to his office on a Wednesday afternoon, and I believed it was simply another project check-in. Instead, he closed the door and said that a senior marketing director position would become available next quarter. He stated he was impressed with my work on the account, and asked if I was interested in applying. I felt a surge of excitement, and immediately said yes. He smiled and took out the job description to explain the responsibilities and expectations. The position would entail increased autonomy, a significant raise, and the opportunity to lead my own team. I realized that Ethan's plan for me to quit after the wedding would have completely derailed a career that I enjoyed. Walking back to my desk, I felt grateful for every decision I'd made since that afternoon, when I'd arrived home early and discovered them together. I ran into Ethan at a coffee shop near my office the next week. He was standing in line in front of me, looking exhausted and defeated. His gym clothes were worn, and he'd lost the polished appearance he used to keep up so carefully. He turned and saw me, and his face went through a range of emotions before settling on shame. He stepped out of line and asked if we could speak for a minute. I glanced at my watch and agreed to 5 minutes. We sat at a corner table, and he explained that his influencer career never took off because brands refused to collaborate with someone involved in a cheating scandal. He was working double shifts at the gym, trying to repay his parents for the money he had stolen. He looked genuinely unhappy, and part of me felt sorry for him, but mostly I was relieved that I'd escaped before legally committing to his poor decisions and lack of integrity. He asked if there was any way we could try again. I laughed, not in tears, but with genuine amusement at the absurdity. I told him I hoped he figured out his life, but I'd moved on entirely. I took my coffee and left him sitting there, looking smaller than I had ever seen him. Luke invited me to dinner on Friday, making it clear that this was a date at a restaurant rather than our usual colleague lunches. I agreed without hesitation, feeling excited rather than anxious about the prospect. We went to an Italian restaurant downtown that served amazing pasta and wine. The conversation flowed even more easily than usual now that we had dropped the pretense of this being a strictly professional friendship. He told me about his family and his ambitions to start his own creative agency. I told stories about my sisters and my plans for the promotion I was pursuing. He reached across the table and took my hand, asking if everything was fine. I nodded and squeezed back, realizing that I was finally ready to try something new with someone who respected rather than dominated me. He walked me to my car and asked my permission before kissing me goodnight. The kiss was delicate and courteous, and everything felt right, unlike with Ethan. Driving home, I found myself smiling and feeling really positive about my future for the first time in years. My sisters came over for brunch the following Sunday, and we spent 3 hours conversing at my kitchen table. Olivia poured more coffee, and added that she had wanted to have this conversation for months. She added that she and Rachel had noticed Ethan's controlling behavior worsening over the last year, but they didn't know how to bring it up without appearing to be sabotaging my relationship. Rachel also mentioned that she'd noticed me become quieter and more aloof at family occasions, constantly checking my phone to see whether Ethan had contacted me about when I'd be home. They had discussed it several times but were concerned that saying anything would harm our connection if I wasn't ready to hear it. I felt a sense of comfort knowing they'd noticed what I'd been attempting to ignore for so long. We agreed right there to be honest with each other, even when it was uncomfortable, and to speak out if we detected any troubling patterns in each other's relationships or lives. The talk moved on to lighter themes, and we spent the rest of the morning laughing about childhood memories and planning a sister's trip next summer. Walking them to the door afterwards, I felt more connected to them than I have in years. On Tuesday, Ethan's parents received their final payment in the mail, along with a handwritten note. His mother had written saying they were profoundly ashamed of their son's actions, and pleased that I handled everything with such grace and maturity. The payment covered the last of the stolen funds, plus an additional $1,500 in interest and apology. I deposited it that afternoon, and immediately opened my laptop to look into the Iceland vacation I'd been fantasizing of since college. Ethan had always dismissed the concept as too pricey and impractical, demanding that we save for a down payment on a larger home instead. I arranged a week-long trip for late spring that included hiking excursions and northern lights viewing, and I felt an unbelievable rush of enthusiasm about doing something just for myself. The travel agent confirmed everything by email, and I printed out the schedule to keep on my fridge as a daily reminder that my life was now mine again. 4 months after finding Ethan and Sophia in my bed, Luke and I made our relationship official over supper at his apartment. He'd prepared an incredible French supper that his grandmother had taught him, and we spent the evening discussing what we wanted from a relationship. The contrast between him and Ethan was overwhelming in the greatest way conceivable. Luke inquired about my professional aspirations and appeared genuinely thrilled when I explained my desire to eventually start my own consulting firm. He explained his desires to create a creative agency, and we discussed how we could support each other's goals without compromising our own. He never advised that I change my appearance, eating habits, or friend group. When I remarked that I was concerned about starting something new so soon after my engagement ended, he held my hand and told me that we could go at our own pace. I realized I'd never felt like I was catering to someone else's ego or treading carefully around his mood swings. Everything felt balanced and polite in a way that I had never experienced before. Marcus pulled me into his office the next Monday morning, with a great smile on his face. He closed the door and informed me the senior marketing director post was mine if I wanted it, along with a 40% salary boost and my own 5-person team. I had to sit down since the news was so unbelievable after years of Ethan pressing me to stop and support his influencer ideas instead. My new position would begin next month, and would include overseeing the strategy for our 3 largest client accounts. Marcus indicated that my efforts on the recent campaign impressed the leadership team, and they particularly requested that I be promoted. I accepted quickly and returned to my desk, feeling as if everything had finally clicked into place. My team invited me out for celebration drinks after work, and I found myself surrounded by colleagues who had become true friends now that I wasn't isolating myself to avoid Ethan's jealousy and criticism. They told stories about how much happy I seemed in recent months, and how my energy had entirely changed since the breakup. My mother dropped by my townhouse on Wednesday evening with takeout, and we ate on my couch while watching trashy reality TV. During a commercial break, she said that she had been visiting a therapist to address her own concerns with control and looks. She stated that her fixation with my wedding was more about achieving her own goals than supporting what I genuinely desired. The therapist had helped her realize trends in her own mother's behavior, and how she had been applying the same pressure and expectations to me. She apologized for the intervention, and for not listening when I tried to voice my concerns about Ethan over the previous year. I hugged her, and expressed my appreciation for her willingness to examine and alter her own behavior. She inquired about Luke, and honestly listened as I recounted our relationship, without instantly planning our wedding or pressing for grandchildren. The chat felt more genuine than any we'd had in years, and I went to bed that night thankful for her progress and our maturing friendship. My trip to Iceland departed early on a Thursday morning in late April, and I spent the entire week hiking through volcanic landscapes and relaxing in hot springs. I joined up for a solo traveler tour group and met people from 6 different nations who were all exploring independently. We spent the day hiking to waterfalls and black sand beaches, then at night we chased the northern lights. One evening, I stood alone on a cliff overlooking the ocean, and felt a tremendous sense of serenity about who I was, independent of any relationship or anyone else's expectations. I'd spent so many years trying to be what Ethan wanted, or what my mother envisioned, that I'd lost sight of my own ambitions and dreams. The week was like removing an old skin, and finding the person I was before I started reducing myself to match someone else's expectations. I returned home with hundreds of images, and a newfound sense of independence and confidence in my own future. 6 months later, I returned home early to find Ethan and Sophia. I was sitting in my newly decorated townhouse, taking in my life with true amazement. My career was growing, thanks to the promotion, and my own team, who recognized my leadership. Luke and I had developed this healthy partnership via mutual support and respect, rather than control and tolerance. Following our open discussions about limits and communication, my mother, sisters, and I built more true friendships. I'd taken the long-awaited solo vacation and returned feeling entirely confident in myself. That moment of hysterical laughter when I caught them together was not a breakdown, as everyone assumed. It was the sound of relief and liberation breaking through years of buried misgivings and rising contempt. Every day, I was pleased that I had followed my instincts and walked away from a life that would gradually smother everything authentic about me. Ethan had actually done me the greatest service by being apprehended, since it provided me with an exit that I would have been too terrified to take otherwise. My wife said, at Christmas dinner, "He isn't your son, I'm taking half." She didn't know I'd secretly gather evidence for court. Now, she pays for her fraud. Surprise! Jackson isn't your son, and I'm taking half. That was the very first thing my wife, Sophia, said, with no warning, no hint, nothing. She just dropped it right there at her parents' Christmas dinner table like it was nothing. The entire room fell silent. Laughter died instantly, and even the kids stopped talking. She slid a DNA envelope toward me with a smug little smile, waiting for me to break in front of everyone. I opened it. 0.1%. 0%. But instead of falling apart, I went cold. Steady. I looked her straight in the eyes and said, "Check your email. And you should hit follow." Because what she found in that email shattered her entire plan. 8 months before that Christmas dinner, my phone rang in the middle of a job. It was Jackson's preschool, and the teacher sounded calm, but too calm. She said he had had some kind of allergic reaction, hives, swelling, nothing life-threatening, but they wanted him checked out. I dropped everything and drove there. When I walked into the pediatric clinic, Jackson was sitting on the exam table, little legs bouncing, trying so hard to be brave, and he grabbed my hand when the nurse came in with the needle, jaw clenched like a tiny soldier. That's the part of being a dad that no one writes on Hallmark cards. Just standing there letting your kid squeeze your hand while you pretend you're not scared, too. They drew the blood. The doctor listened to his chest. She did all her checks. She said it was probably just allergy stuff. They'd run a full panel and call me back to discuss the results in person. In person. Those two words stuck. On the way home, I took Jackson for ice cream, as promised. A few days later, they called, and the nurse asked if I could come in alone, to go over Jackson's labs. Not over the phone, not because he's fine, but alone. When I sat in that chair, I was expecting a medical problem, something we'd fix with medicine or routines. I had no idea the problem was in my marriage, but in his body. When the doctor walked in with a soft smile and a folder, he said, "Good news. Jackson is healthy." For a brief moment, my shoulders dropped. I felt the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Then she flipped a page. "His blood type is B+. Yours is O+. Sophia's is A+. Genetically, that combination shouldn't produce B+. Silence. Not loud, not dramatic, just a cold, sinking silence. I nodded as if I understood, but my brain was buzzing. I walked out telling myself the simplest lie. It's a mistake, a paperwork error. But as I sat in my truck, the lie didn't land as well as it used to. A small, unpleasant voice murmured, "What if it isn't?" I didn't drive home. Instead, I drove away from the street I'd driven 1,000 times, and into a small medical plaza I'd never noticed before. Discrete DNA testing, a sign so ordinary until it wasn't. Inside, everything felt too calm. The woman at the desk slid me a clipboard like it was just another Tuesday. Name, birth date, reason for test. I stared at that last line for longer than I should have. Signing my name felt like crossing a line I could never uncross. I paid extra for rush processing. 96 hours. She said. Just words to her. A lifetime to me. Those 3 days were both slow and fast. Outside, I was a father, reading dinosaur books, giving baths, and pretending everything was normal. Inside, I was sinking. Every time Jackson hugged me. Every night. "Daddy, Something in my chest twisted. Sophia slept beside me as if everything was fine. And I lay awake, living two lives in the same bed. On the third night, around 3:30 a.m., my phone buzzed. The room was dark and heavy. Sophia breathing steadily beside me. Nothing felt real. I slipped into the bathroom and closed the door, not even turning on the light. The glow of the phone was enough. Your results are ready. My thumb hovered for a heartbeat before I opened it. 0%. There was no build-up. No dramatic wording. Just numbers that tore the floor out from under me. I read it once, twice, and 3 times, looking for a footnote, a typo, a miracle. But there was none. I sat on the cold tile, and felt everything inside me go quiet. Not breaking or exploding, just shutting off. In the darkness, with Sophia sleeping 10 feet away, I understood that I had 2 options. Lose control and lose everything. Or stay silent and plan. I had no clue how much planning I'd end up doing. I got up from the bathroom floor and went back to bed. Sophia was still asleep, her back turned as if nothing was wrong. I lay there staring at the ceiling and my brain started rewinding the last 7, 8 years like a bad movie. I remembered when Jackson was born, and the nurse casually mentioned genetic testing. Sophia brushed it off immediately, saying, "No need. It's a hassle. He's clearly yours." I was tired, happy, and in love. I let it go. I remembered how she always pushed me to work more. "You're the provider, Daniel. This is what a man does." At the time, it sounded like respect. Now, it sounded like strategy. I remembered her insisting on separate accounts for safety, which I thought was independence. Now, I heard, "I'm keeping my exit door open." All these little moments I'd filed under her personality started snapping into place like puzzle pieces. Lying there in the dark with my wife's lies inches from my face, one thought hit me hard and ugly. Maybe I was never a husband to her. Maybe I was just a walking wallet with a ring. But I didn't know yet, and the truth was about to cost me far more than I imagined. I nearly flipped the light on, shook her awake, threw the phone at her, and screamed every question, clawing at my throat. How long? Who's the father? Was any of this real, or was I just a paycheck with legs to you? My chest was on fire, fists clenched, heart pounding loudly enough to wake the whole block, and then Jackson's face appeared in my head. He ran to the door, yelling, "Daddy!" He fell asleep on my shoulder in front of the TV, and I realized something brutal. If I lost control right now, if I turned this into a screaming match, she'd own that story. She'd depict me as unstable, dangerous, whatever she needed, and I'd lose more than just my money. I'd lose my child. So, I sat back down on that cold bathroom tile, phone still in my hand, and made a decision that changed everything. I wasn't going to be her victim. I wasn't going to be her fool. I don't get mad, I get even. If she'd been playing the long game with me, she had no idea what I could do when I started playing it back. And the first move I made would turn her greatest fear into my greatest weapon. The morning after that 3:30 a.m. email, I didn't go to work. I told Sophia I had to check on a client's roof, kissed Jackson on the head, and hopped in my vehicle, driving downtown to an office I'd found the night before. Michael Cooper. Family and asset protection. He looked like the kind of man who'd seen every ugly version of Till Death Do Us Part. No small talk, just a firm shake. "And tell me what's going on, Daniel." So I did. The blood types, the DNA test, the money, the way Sophia had been nudging me into longer hours, bigger deals, more separation in our finances. Michael listened, took notes, and then hit me with the part that made my stomach drop. "Biology doesn't remove 5 years of legal paternity," he replied. "As far as the court is concerned, you are Jackson's father. Period." I felt sick. "So, I'm just screwed." He shook his head. "Not if we're smarter than her. We can use her falsehoods against her, but only if you remain calm and begin documenting everything. There is no drama or controversy, only evidence. If you walk in angry, I will lose." She arrives prepared. I was driving home from Michael's office when it hit me. Nothing in my home could be different. Not yet. Sophia was on her phone in the kitchen as I stepped through the door. She glanced up and inquired, "How is the client?" As if we were in a regular marriage. I smiled and discussed shingles and estimates. She purchased it. Why shouldn't she? For years, I'd been exactly who she imagined I was. That night is when the second life begins. I retained every receipt with Jackson's name on it. Doctor's appointments, preschool fees, clothing, and meals. I entered our joint accounts on my laptop and silently downloaded statements month after month. I backed up emails, preserved photos, and made copies of anything that demonstrated I was present, whether I was paying, parenting, or turning up. Anytime she pushed me to take on additional jobs or seal that huge solar contract, I nodded, claiming to be the same dependable provider. Inside my thoughts, things were different. You've no idea what I know. You have no idea what I am building. My heart was pounding like a robber when I discreetly screenshotted a text in which she discussed her stake of my company. Actually, I was denying her of the easy departure she believed she had. It finally clicked one night at the kitchen table. I was going over numbers for the roofing and solar jobs, simply reviewing bills, when Sophia sat across from me with a glass of wine, and that casual but not really expression. So, how is the business doing? You and Ryan are killing it, right? She didn't ask like a wife encouraging her spouse. She inquired, as if she were pricing a home prior to the divorce. She sought income, profit, and predicted expansion. She urged me to achieve an accurate appraisal. Investors would be thrilled, he said. They said we needed to know what we were sitting on. Then she moved a folder over. The company now has new structural papers. It's only for tax optimization. Daniel, you should sign before the end of the year. Before I probably had this time, I said, I'll let Michael look at it. Her eyes flared for a single second. Annoyance, perhaps panic. The smile quickly returned. If anything happened, she said carelessly, I'd receive my fair part, right? In that point, it stopped being a marriage in my mind. She thought she had already closed the transaction. What she didn't realize was that every paper she provided me was quietly working against her. A few weeks later, my phone rang at 11 p.m. Sophia was in the shower. The name on the screen caused my stomach to tighten. Emily. Her younger sister. Hello, Daniel. Her voice was already breaking. I strolled outside onto the back porch. What is wrong? I cannot say this over the phone. Can we please meet? We ended up in a drive-through coffee shop, sitting in our own cars, windows cracked, the Texas night air thick and calm. She stepped into my passenger seat, her eyes blazing and hands trembling. I was watching Jackson the other day, she added, and Sophia put down her phone. It lit up. I was not spying, I swear. But once I saw Ryan's name, I couldn't unsee it. She pulled out her phone, her thumb lingering as if she didn't want to make it official. You deserve to know, she muttered. She then replied, I can't watch her do this to you. The sentence that took whatever remained of my previous life and completed the task. Daniel. Jackson isn't your biological son. Ryan is. If this is accurate, Sophia's defection was not accidental. It was a blueprint, and I needed to view the entire map. Emily unlocked her phone with shaky hands, and began scrolling. Here, she murmured, turning the screen toward me. It was Sophia and Ryan. Not flirtatious, romantic, chilly, or transactional. Sophia calls me a walking pocketbook and a meal ticket. I've played him so brilliantly, she said in one thread. He has no idea. In another, she discussed getting pregnant with Jackson as if she were buying stock. Honestly, she texted Ryan. Having his name on the birth certificate was the smartest financial move I've ever made. There was a timeline laid out in black and white. Wait for the company to reach a certain revenue level. File for divorce. Use Jackson as leverage for maximum child support. Move in with Ryan, and live comfortably on my money. Then I noticed the one that took my breath away. By next January, I'll have enough money to last my entire life. Reading those sentences felt like getting punched repeatedly. But my face remained calm. I kept asking Emily for dates, context, and anything that would stand up in court. Something inside of me eventually cracked. This was not a broken marriage. It was a lengthy con. And to beat someone who was playing the long game, I had to play one that was even longer. We sat in the car, the air thick and stale. Emily, I spoke quietly. Would you be willing to back this up in court? On record? She stared straight ahead for a long time, her jaw tightened. I could sense battle in her eyes. Sophia wasn't simply my wife. She was her older sister, the one she grew up with and was meant to protect. Emily started crying. Sophia is my sister, she mumbled. But what she's doing to you and Jackson is just terrible. She wiped her cheeks with the sleeve of her sweatshirt. I'll keep everything, she responded, including screenshots and dates. If she mentions it again, I'll write it down. If this goes to court, she gulped hard. I'll testify, even if it's against my own sister. On the way home, I called Michael. We're no longer alone, I told him. Sophia's sister is with us. He didn't sound astonished, just calm. Good, he said. Then we'll be patient. She still thinks you're in the dark, Daniel. And that's our biggest weapon. After that night in the car with Emily, my life became a ledger. With every day having 2 layers. On the surface, I was the same old Daniel, running jobs, taking calls, coming home tired, kissing my child goodnight, but underneath, I was counting everything. Who dropped Jackson off? Who picked him up? Who paid for what? What Sophia said, and when she said it. If she whined about abandoning her profession, I wrote it down. If she boasted to her mother about how well the business was going, Emily recorded it on her phone. Every time Ryan came by to talk business while Jackson napped on the couch, I made a note of the date, time, and length of his stay. I didn't accuse or push, I just watched. Michael began compiling a timeline. An affair before Jackson was born. Pregnancy as a strategy, financial moves, and the plan to cash out once the numbers looked right. One afternoon in his office, staring at the stack of emails, screenshots, and notes, he leaned back and murmured almost to himself, "Daniel, we're not just building a divorce case. We're developing a fraud case." For the first time, I recognized my marriage wasn't falling apart. It had been built this way. However, even the most flawless strategy has a weakness, and I had just discovered hers. In the midst of all that cold, calculated planning, there was one thing that kept me human. Jackson. Every evening as I came into the driveway, he'd sprint out the front door, socks sliding on the hardwood, yelling, "Daddy," like I was the best part of his entire day. He'd slam into my legs, wrap his arms around me, and nothing else mattered. Not DNA percentages, not court maneuvers, just my kid and the way he fit against my chest. I recall the first time he said, "Dad." He was barely speaking, standing in his cot in that droopy little onesie, reaching out for me. I swear I felt wealthier than any man alive. Lying awake at night, watching him sleep on the baby monitor, I kept thinking, blood or not, I'm his father. I'm the one who shows up. Sophia could call him an asset in her texts all day long. To her, he was a number in a plan. To me, he was the reason I couldn't afford to lose my mind or my case. She may have used him as leverage, I told myself. But I'll fight like hell to make sure he never feels like a bargaining chip. A few weeks later, Emily sent more screenshots. This time, it wasn't just cold planning. It was Sophia talking about me. "He's too easy to manipulate." She texted Ryan. "He wants to feel like a provider. That's why this works." Another message. "He's a provider, not a partner. He'll never see it coming." They were literally planning my destruction. Talking about the perfect time to drop the DNA bomb after the holidays. Before the tax year closed. When the business numbers low. I gave everything to Michael, who examined everything, and said, "She's not just leaving you, Daniel. She's already met with her own attorney." The notes in the messages were explicit, and they asked about the maximum child support based on predicted income. "She's attempting to take you to the cleaners." The worst line was one I'll never forget. By November, the business was booming, with roofing jobs, solar installations, insurance work after storms, and money finally coming in the way Ryan and I had hoped for when we started. Jackson is my insurance policy, and once I finish, I'll be able to live off his money for the rest of my life. The numbers on the spreadsheet looked a lot like the milestones Sophia had mentioned in those texts. And the closer we got to Christmas, the sweeter she got, cooking my favorite dinners, random kisses on the cheek, asking about my day like we were newlyweds again. If I hadn't seen those messages, I might have thought we'd turned a corner. Instead, it seemed like seeing someone set a stage that you knew was about to blow. Michael and I met again. I showed him the latest, and he leaned back and said, "This is the calm before the storm. Allow her to make the first move. We'll be ready." Each passing day felt like we were getting closer to the edge of a volcano. Emily told me Sophia had been humming around the kitchen one night, saying under her breath, "January is going to change everything." She had no idea how right she was, just not in the way she thought. That Christmas wasn't the moment she won. It was the moment everything she had built began to crumble. Christmas in our neighborhood looked like a postcard. We drove over to Sophia's parents' house, the big red brick 2-story she grew up in. And it was chaos in the cozy way. With music playing, her mom juggling casseroles, and her father yelling at the TV about a football game. Sophia was glowing too much. Michael's words echoed in my mind as she wrapped her arm around my shoulders, and introduced me to distant cousins as if I were her prize. No one knew I had a hotel room booked 10 minutes away and a packed bag in the back of my truck, just in case tonight went as planned. If she announces divorce in front of witnesses, that's gold. I kissed Jackson on the top of his head. Be good for Grandpa and Grandma, buddy. Later, in their bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, tonight, I stopped being the guy who never saw it coming. And I had no idea that within hours, every mask in that house would fall. When we sat down for dinner, the house smelled like turkey, gravy, and cinnamon. Her father was pouring bourbon and telling the same stories he tells every year. Her mother was bragging about her stuffing recipe, and children were laughing at the end of the table, faces sticky with frosting. Sophia sat beside me, hand resting on my shoulder, telling her family how well the business was doing. Daniel and Ryan are killing it this year, she said, like she was proud of me. Like she wasn't planning to cash out. I chewed, nodded, answered questions about storms, roofs, and solar panels, all while counting my own heartbeat. Is it tonight, or is she waiting until January? Her younger brother was arguing with his wife about something stupid. When the small talk died down and the dessert plates began to hit the table, Sophia reached into her purse. Her eyes were excited, hungry, and dark, as if they were saying one thing: it's showtime. Sophia slid the envelope toward me. Open it, she said, her voice bright. This is your real Christmas present. My fingers knew before my brain caught up. The paper, the weight of it. I opened the flap to see the lab logo. DNA. My heart slowed down, not up, and the room became strangely silent. I could feel her father looking, and her mother leaning in, hoping for a good surprise. Sophia leaned back, savoring the anticipation, and then she dropped it. Surprise, she said clearly. Jackson isn't your kid, and I'm taking half. You could have heard a fork hit the floor. Everybody stared at me, waiting for the explosion. They had no idea I'd already walked through this fire 8 months ago. Sophia kept going, and she started listing my supposed sins like she was reading from a script. I was a workaholic. I could feel her mother's eyes on me, wet and confused, her father's jaw clenched, torn between anger and shame, and her brother's argument came to a halt in the middle of a sentence. Every line was intended to cut deeper, to make me look like the bad guy in front of her parents. Even the kids went quiet for no apparent reason. They were all waiting for the same thing. For me to explode, yell, beg, or shatter. But I didn't. I looked down at the DNA results one more time before gently placing the paper on the table like it was just another bill. 8 months of planning sat beneath my calm. I met Sophia's eyes. The smugness there made what I said next seem even better. Sophia, I murmured gently. Check your email. The whole room held its breath, and she appeared afraid for the first time that night. That calmness was the first crack in her entire scheme. Sophia slowly picked up her phone, expecting to see some pathetic, angry paragraph from me. Maybe threats, maybe begging. But instead she opened her inbox and went perfectly still. I watched her thumb hover, then tapped the email from Michael's office. Subject line: Draft Harrison v. Harrison petition and exhibits. Her eyes started moving fast. First page: divorce petition, grounds, fraud, infidelity, financial misconduct. She looked through the chronology, dates of her meetings with Ryan, money transfers, the DNA test I'd done months before, screenshots of her texts calling me a walking wallet, and transcripts of calls Emily had recorded. Her mother muttered, "Sophia, what's that?" Her dad leaned over, face draining. Sophia's hand shook. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and finally broke the silence. "Everything you just told your family," I said. "I've known for 8 months. Sophia, you weren't 10 steps ahead of me." I kept her stare. I was 20. After that, there was nothing else to say. I picked up my jacket from the back of the chair. Sophia was still glued to her phone, scrolling through the wreckage of her own plan. Her mom was crying openly now, and her father couldn't look at me for more than a second. "Daniel, wait," someone said. I don't even know who. I didn't. I walked out of that warm, noisy house, into the cold night air, and the sound of Christmas music, clinking dishes, and children's voices faded behind me like someone turning down a radio. For the first time in years, I got into my truck, and didn't have to pretend I didn't know what my life was really about. 10 minutes later, I was at the hotel I'd booked days before. Check-in, key card, generic hallway. I dropped my bag on the floor of that quiet room and just stood there, Then I pulled out my phone and called Michael. She made her move, I said. Your turn. He didn't hesitate. All right, we file tonight. Do it, I answered. That was when it stopped being just a story of betrayal and became a war. And in this war, I wasn't at a disadvantage anymore. Back at the hotel, my laptop dinged. It was from Michael, and it was short and clinical, with no emotion at all. A petition had been filed, with fraud allegations included, and an emergency motion for temporary custody had been submitted, along with a PDF attachment. I opened it, and saw my own name at the top. Daniel Harrison. Petitioner versus Sophia Harrison, respondent. Seeing it in that format did something to me. We weren't husband and wife anymore. We were sides. As the legal language blurred together, hereby, whereas relief requested, all I could picture was Jackson asleep in a spare bedroom at his grandparents' house, clutching a stuffed dinosaur, completely unaware that his entire world was being redrawn on paper. Michael called to walk me through the next steps. Service, hearings, judges, opposing counsel. He warned me Sophia's reaction would be loud and ugly. After we hung up, I paced the hotel room like a caged animal, the glow of the petition still on the screen. This was real now. No more pretending. No turning back. The next morning, while I was still sitting on the edge of the hotel bed, staring at lukewarm coffee, Michael texted. She's being served now. I could picture it without being there. The same front door I'd walked through 1,000 times. Her dad's house. The knock. The thick envelope. Later, I heard the rest from Emily. Sophia signed for it. Ripped it open. Expecting what? Maybe a threat, a bluff. Instead, she got 30+ pages of everything she thought she'd kept hidden. My phone began to light up with calls, voicemails, and texts. But I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I listened to one voicemail all the way through. Her parents read over her shoulder, and Emily described how their expressions changed from confusion to disgust, to something like mourning. Sophia screamed and cried, spitting out the words, "How dare you do this to me?" To her, the lady who had plotted to steal my child, my money, and my life apart, couldn't believe I'd finally stopped playing dumb, since for the first time, she wasn't in control of the story. Right after New Year's, I was back in Michael's office, sitting in the same chair, feeling like a defendant in my own life. We've got a temporary custody and support hearing coming up, he said. This is where the judge decides who Jackson lives with while everything else plays out. He laid it out plainly. The court doesn't care who hurt whose feelings. We went over the timeline once more. DNA, the affair, the texts in which Sophia referred to Jackson as an insurance policy, Emily's role, the money moves, everything. They'd be concerned with stability, routine, and who prioritizes the child when it comes at a cost. Then Michael changed gears, and made me practice my answers. Do not go in there trying to burn your ex, he said. Go in there protecting your son. I must have still been wired because he stopped, looked me dead in the eye, and said, if you lose your temper in that courtroom, you lose your son. Message received. Family court in downtown Dallas isn't glamorous. It's metal detectors, worn carpet, and rows of people who all look like their lives are hanging by a thread. Michael and I sat on a hard wooden bench waiting for our case to be called. Watching cops walk by, lawyers with stacks of files, parents whispering, fighting under their breath. Then Sophia walked in, nice dress, perfect hair, makeup just right, and her own lawyer. Ryan wasn't there, but his name was all over the paperwork. She glanced at me once, as if she was still trying to decide if she was more angry or scared. The clerk finally stepped into the doorway and called out, Harrison. My stomach dropped. That's my name. That's my entire life reduced to a case caption. We went into the courtroom. Michael began slowly, explaining the blood types, the pediatrician's concern, and the private DNA test to Judge Sarah Walker, who looked unimpressed. I raised my right hand to be sworn in, and realized that this was no longer a story, but the rest of my life. Biologically, I'm not Jackson's father, but legally, I've been his sole father for 5 years. Sophia let out a little gasp, as if she were hearing it for the first time. Her lawyer tried to play up the shocked wife angle, but the judge cut it off. We're here for the best interest of the child, she said, without theatrics. Michael then got to the heart of the matter. Intent. And pulled up a timeline. The affair that began before Jackson was born, the money moved into separate accounts, the months-long meetings with divorce attorneys, and then the screen changed, text messages X'd, her words in black and white, calling Jackson an insurance policy, talking about being set for life off his money, laying out exactly when to drop the DNA bomb for maximum payout. The entire room went silent. Sophia looked out of control for the first time since this started. And Michael hadn't even revealed the strongest evidence yet. When they called Emily, she walked up shaking, swore in, and sat down as if the chair would break under the weight of what she was about to do. Michael asked how she first found out. Emily told the judge about watching Jackson, seeing Sophia's phone light up, Ryan's name, those first messages she couldn't unsee, nights in the kitchen, where Sophia bragged that once the business reached a certain number, she'd file, and how she'd practice lines about needing stability while already planning her exit from Ryan. Emily's voice cracked when she said, "I thought she was joking at first. Then I saw the screenshots. And I realized she meant every word." Sophia's lawyer tried to paint Emily as jealous, bitter, the little sister who never measured up. But Emily didn't flinch. She provided dates, places, context, and linked each narrative with a screenshot Michael had already presented. Judge Walker leaned forward and questioned, "In your opinion, did your sister talk about Jackson as if he were her child or an asset?" Emily looked straight at Sophia. "You stopped seeing Jackson as your son," she said, "the day you turned him into a strategy, but the final blow had not yet been delivered." Judge Walker called a short recess, then returned with a stack of papers, and a face that said she'd already made up her mind. She began by saying, "In 25 years on this bench, this is one of the clearest cases of parental fraud I've seen. No drama, just facts." She walked through it. Sophia's deception about Jackson's paternity, the way she weaponized the child for money, the premeditated planning in the texts, and then she got to the part that mattered the most to me. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been granted temporary primary custody, while Sophia Harrison, Jackson's mother, will have supervised visitation on a limited schedule until further review. Sophia's lawyer attempted to object, but the judge quickly shut it down. "In terms of finances," she added, "due to clear evidence of fraud, this court will not default to a standard 50/50 division of assets." She ordered Ryan to submit to a court-ordered DNA test to establish his obligations, and then she said the line I'll remember for the rest of my life. "This court will not reward calculated deception." After court, I didn't go back to the hotel, but drove straight to Emily's place, where Jackson had been staying during the hearing. My chest was tight the entire way, not from fear this time, but from everything finally landing. When I walked in, Jackson took off across the room, yelling, "Daddy," and launching himself at me like he always does. He had no idea a judge had just put in writing what he'd always believed, that I was his father, regardless of what any lab report said. I held him for a longer period of time than usual, long enough for Emily to wipe her eyes and look away. I was relieved and guilty as hell for dragging him through a tempest he never asked for. That night, back at my place, I set up his room like it was permanent, with toys on the shelf, a nightlight on, and his favorite blanket laundered and folded. As I tucked him up, he placed his arms around my neck and begged, "Daddy, will you stay?" "Yeah, buddy," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." The first few weeks felt like boot camp. I was the one making scrambled eggs, packing Jackson's little lunch, and looking for that one sock that always disappears, right when we're late for preschool. I'd drop him off, then head to job sites, juggling calls with contractors and insurance adjusters while watching the clock. It was exhausting, but in a strange way, I felt more like a real father than I ever had before. Sophia kept texting, asking for extra time, accusing me of being heartless when I reminded her that we had to stick to what the court ordered. No more 12-hour days. No more "I'll just get one more estimate." I was reading Jackson a bedtime story one night after a long day of roofs and Legos, and he suddenly said, "This is my favorite day, Daddy." I asked why, and he said, "Because I was with you all day." Sophia's visits, which were supervised at a family center, were supposed to be simple: playtime, refreshments, and a few hours where Jackson could see his mother in a neutral setting. But Sophia couldn't leave it alone, and staff began noticing tiny comments. "Do you ever wish you lived with Mommy instead? Daddy works a lot, doesn't he?" Nothing big at first. Just enough to make my jaw clench when Michael forwarded the reports. Then she pushed it too far. According to the report, one visit, she leaned in and told Jackson, "Daddy might not always be your daddy." The supervisor shut it down on the spot and filed it in court. Sophia emailed me afterward, furious, accusing me of turning Jackson against her, as if I'd written the words she chose to say. Michael just sighed when he read it. "She's digging her own grave, Daniel." You just keep following the rules. Those little violations started stacking up, and the court saw a clear picture. Sophia still put her ego ahead of her son's peace. And every time she did, she made it that much easier for the judge to keep Jackson right where he was. And every new report was another shovel of dirt on her own grave. 4 months later, we were back in front of Judge Walker, and it didn't feel like that first day. There was no shaking hands, no not knowing what was coming, and most of the story had already been recorded. Michael went over everything again. Sophia's lawyer tried to pivot, relying heavily on maternal bond, and how a child needs his mother. As if biology only mattered when it worked in their favor. He also mentioned Sophia's violations of the court order, the supervised visit reports, and the line about daddy might not always be your daddy. Judge Walker listened. Then she laid out the pattern, the original lie, using Jackson as leverage, planning a financial ambush, ignoring court orders, and putting her own feelings ahead of Jackson's stability. Finally, she said it. Jackson Harrison's legal father, Daniel Harrison, has been awarded permanent legal and physical custody, while Mrs. Harrison will be allowed supervised visitation on a limited schedule. After court, I sat down with accountants and lawyers, cut Ryan out of the company, restructured ownership, and returned to doing what I knew. Shaw will take appropriate financial responsibility. And then the words that close the chapter. Daniel Harrison will be given permanent custody. Building roofs, selling solar, repairing what was shattered piece by piece, I began therapy. It was the first time in my life that I sat across from someone and said aloud, "My wife and best friend lied to me for years." It felt dumb and feeble coming out of my mouth. But the longer I chatted, the lighter it became. Afternoons transformed into something fresh, taking Jackson to the park, throwing a ball instead of responding to emails, and listening to him talk about dinosaurs and superheroes instead of mentally rereading court documents. I gradually stopped thinking of myself as the guy whose wife cheated and defrauded him. I was just a father, a company owner, a man who had been through hell and walked out. One day in therapy, I eventually broke down and stated, I wasn't stupid. I was trusting. And she used that against me. For the first time, I believed it wasn't all my fault. About 6 months after everything was done, a friend of mine told me I needed to get back out there. I laughed it off. Middle-aged, divorced, single father with court papers still warm. Yes, I sounded like a good catch, but he wouldn't let it go. He mentioned that he knew a woman named Lauren. Worked in technical support, was smart and independent, and had no time for gaming. Finally, I decided to meet her for coffee. I determined I wouldn't lie. When she asked about me, I told her the truth. Divorced, with a 4-year-old boy, and a long, horrible story. She did not flinch or lean in as if it were gossip. She merely nodded and asked, "How's Jackson doing?" Not what occurred, not how horrible it was, just how's your child? We talked for 1 hour. Work, music, and foolish things clients say to her on the phone. Before we left, she smiled and asked another question. So, Jackson, what is he like? That's when I realized she saw him as a little boy, not a bargaining chip. I did not rush it. Lauren and I kept things simple for a while. When Jackson was with Emily or on a supervised visit, he would drink coffee, eat lunch, and perhaps have dinner. I wanted to be sure I wasn't just snatching the first act of generosity that came my way. When everything felt good, I presented them. Nothing special, simply pizza from a nearby restaurant. Jackson sat across from her, legs flying, babbling endlessly about superheroes and who would win in a fight. Lauren did not speak over him, or turn to me for permission. She simply listened, asking him which cloak was the coolest, and treated him as a person rather than a prop. I watched from my side of the booth, feeling equally proud and afraid. The last thing I wanted was for him to be harmed again because of my decisions. On his way back to the truck, Jackson reached out and grasped Lauren's hand as they crossed the parking lot. Completely natural. There was no push from me. He questioned in the rearview mirror, "Is Lauren your friend?" "Yeah," I replied. "A good one." For the first time, I felt like I could trust again. I didn't close my eyes. They were wide open. A year later, I ran across Sophia at the most common place in the world, a grocery shop. I was pulling a basket, wondering about what cereal Jackson would eat that week, when I noticed her at the end of the aisle. I almost didn't recognize her. She looked older and worn around the eyes. All of the "I'll be set for life" shine had vanished. She paused, then stepped over. "Hey, Daniel," she murmured, her voice soft. She inquired about Jackson's well-being and the progress of the firm. No edge, no attitude, simply worn out. She then said, "I'm sorry, not the dramatic kind, but like someone revealing that a transaction they believed they'd win has finally fallen through. I thought I was using you," she said gently. "Turns out, I destroyed myself." I simply nodded. "I hope you figure yourself out, Sophia, for Jackson's sake and yours." And the craziest part was that I meant it. Not because I wanted her back, but because I realized I no longer hated her. I just didn't care like I used to. Because what she lost was not money. It was the future she believed she possessed. That night, Jackson chose his favorite book, about a bear who goes on adventures but always returns home safely. Halfway through, his head began to tilt, and his eyes blinked slower. He snuggled closer, one small hand clasping my fingers as it often does when he's about to drift off. By the time the bear returned to his cave, Jackson was out cold, quiet breathing, a warm weight against my side, his hand still gripping mine. I sat there and allowed my mind to wander back through all I had almost lost. Not simply the house, money, or company. I was close to losing this. Bedtime, small hands, being the person he runs to and falls asleep on. Sophia was correct about one thing. Jackson is the most crucial part of my existence. Where she went wrong was assuming I'd be so weak and shattered that she could use him against me. Fatherhood isn't about DNA or surnames. It's all about who shows up and stays. So that is the story. My wife cheated. My son was not biologically mine. Nonetheless, between the law, a smart lawyer, and not losing my cool, I got away with the one thing that truly mattered. Being Jackson's father. If you're a man listening, here's what I've learned. First, do not disregard red flags. When something feels off, it probably is. Second, do not allow someone to transform you into a walking pocketbook. Love is not an excuse for being manipulated. Third, being a father entails showing up every day, not DNA or last names. Seek legal advice as soon as possible. Before you get onto the field, make sure you understand the regulations. Don't let wrath ruin the exact thing you're attempting to safeguard. Trusting does not make you weak. You're strong when you learn and guard what's important. She assumed she was taking half. In the end, I kept what was important: my son, my name, and my self-worth. If this resonated with you, please let me know in the comments. Please share your tale and follow along. There are many more true stories that guys do not tell out loud. My girlfriend accused me of emotional abuse, got engaged to another man while living with me, then I evicted her and reported her for theft within 2 hours. She made the announcement, "I'm engaged to someone else, we've been seeing each other for months." While she was still living in my house, I exclaimed, "Congratulations to you both." After that, I had her removed out of the house by the police that evening, and I replaced every lock and security code. It was while I was eating supper that I was informed of the announcement. I am a male who is 40 years old. The woman who was engaged to her approached her and demanded that she be permitted to see her once more. My girlfriend Rachel, who is 34 years old, and I had been living together in my house for the past 3 years. Rachel is my girlfriend. For 4 years we had been together. After preparing the pasta, she opened the bottle of wine, and she arranged the table in a style that showcased her elegance. On the other hand, I was under the assumption that she had been promoted or given some other kind of recognition. Instead, she put her hand on the table while wearing a diamond ring that I had never seen before. I was really taken aback by her gesture. She continued, "I have something to tell you," while wearing a real smile on her face. "I have something to report to you. My engagement to Ethan has been announced. In spite of the fact that we had been seeing each other for a considerable amount of time, he made the proposal yesterday." When she was looking at the ring, I put down my fork and gave her my undivided attention with my entire concentration. "Due to the fact that you are currently engaged to another person, you are currently residing at my house. In point of fact. Isn't it fascinating to think about? I was the first person I wanted to know about it, and you were the first." The audacity was so stunning that it had the effect of making me laugh out loud. "Rachel, do you really believe that you are on the verge of having a mental breakdown? What exactly is it?" "No, I am completely head over heels in love. He is very remarkable, Ethan. This man possesses everything that I have ever sought. Do you genuinely mean to relay this information to me? What exactly is the reason for that?" It was obvious that she was confused. Simply because we live together in the same house. Despite the fact that it is abundantly clear that things will shift in the near future, I was under the impression that we could devise a strategy for the transition. It is possible that I will be allowed to remain here for an additional month or two while Brad and I search for a new place to call home. As soon as I was able to stand up, I went to the cabinet, poured myself a glass of scotch, took a sip, and then I turned my attention back to her. Thank you so much for your congratulations, each of you. Is that a fact? It is very much appreciated. My expectation was that you wouldn't be unhappy about this. It is recommended that you pack your possessions, Rachel. What exactly is it? Organize your own possessions. 2 hours have been allotted to you. Her expression changed somewhat. Was it even possible for you to be serious? Yes. This is my house. On the contrary, you were a resident of this location. Is to speak in the past tense. It is now ended because you have just announced that you are dating another man. The relationship is over. There is a departure scheduled for tonight. It is against the law to do it. Currently, I am a tenant. It is necessary for you to provide me with a 30-day notice period. Without a doubt, you are not a tenant. A guest room is located here. The whole amount of rent was never paid. I never signed anything. Not even a single piece of legislation. I never signed anything. Due to the fact that you are my ex-girlfriend, I would want to urge that you leave my property. This is a sort of emotional abuse that can occur. I have no other choice except to leave the house because you are forcing me to do so. Put in the number for Ethan. There is a good chance that your fiancé has a soft spot in her heart for you. She pulled out her phone and started recording the conversation that was taking place. To put it another way, this constitutes harassment. I am making a note of this in my journal. Simultaneously, I removed my phone from its location. You made a call to 911. I need aid in removing someone from my estate, and the answer is yes, I do require assistance. My ex-girlfriend has recently informed me that she would not be leaving, despite the fact that she is currently engaged to another man. Actually, I am the owner of the house. Absolutely not. She is not obligated in any way by any lease or deed. Regarding you, I am thankful. When Rachel looked at me, her jaw dropped. I see that you have called the cops. 2 hours have been allotted to you. Make sure it is up to date. A mere 20 minutes after the initial incident, the police arrived at the location. Additionally, there are 2 officers who are very capable. Throughout the course of my explanation, I provided them with both my identification and my deed cards. They looked at Rachel with a look of astonishment that was clearly visible to everyone around them. Are you sure that you just made the statement that you are engaged to another man while you are residing in this location, ma'am? In no way does this violate the law. Despite the fact that I have lived in this location for a considerable amount of time, I will not agree with your request if you are not a legal tenant and the homeowner wants you to go. I am the owner of the rights. What kind of a lease agreement do you have in your possession? Although this is not the case, do you receive mail at this location? In point of fact, this does not constitute tenancy because there are no additional factors to take into consideration. When it comes to your rent, do you make payments? I am a participant in it. Utilizing my banking application was something I did. The officer, I would appreciate it if you could locate my mortgage payments, which have been deducted from my account. A set of utilities that are made in my name and that I pay for in full. At no point in time has she received even a single dollar in payment. The younger officer raised his eyes to Rachel and looked at her. There has been a public announcement that you are going to marry another person, ma'am. What is it about this location that makes you desire to stay here? I need some time to myself so that I can think things out. A little nod was given by the officer with more seniority. I strongly advise you to pack what you can tonight and depart on your own volition, ma'am, given the circumstances that have arisen. It is my recommendation that you leave on your own volition, despite the fact that she might have a claim to residency given the circumstances. In the event that this is not resolved, it will develop into a legal difficulty. All of a sudden, Rachel started crying up. These are tears of irritation, not tears of sadness. It is not even close to being fair. The younger cop told the senior officer that you have informed this man that you are engaged to someone else. The older officer was surprised to hear this. So, what were you looking forward to? During the process of packing, she communicated with Ethan. One could hear her shrieking coming from the direction of the bedroom. It would appear that Ethan was unable to bring her over tonight due to the fact that he shared a flat with 3 other people. During the time that she was packing 2 suitcases and 4 garbage bags full of items, she was live streaming on Instagram. Additionally, she was relating how I was going to expel her from the house due to the fact that she had moved in with someone else. The moment she was about to go, she turned around to face me. I will come back in order to reclaim the belongings that are still in my possession. When would you kindly send me an SMS message? The driveway is where they will be waiting for me to arrive. This is a choice that you are going to come to deeply regret, Ryan. The fact that you announced your engagement over pasta is something you are going to regret, but probably not as much as you are going to regret the fact that you did it. Before taking action, they waited until she had removed herself from the situation by driving away in the vehicle that I had been allowing her to use. I'll elaborate on that in a moment. Following that, the more experienced one turned their focus to me and suggested that you change your locks tonight and make some considerations about acquiring some cameras. A locksmith has already been scheduled to arrive at the location. A person who is extremely perceptive. With warmest wishes. The current update is the second one. When I woke up the following day, I found that I had a total of 72 text messages, 35 missed calls, and 15 Instagram notifications waiting for me. Ethan, who was engaged to be married, had written a message to his brother that stated, "Bro, that was cold. She needed more time to move out properly. Not cool." Upon receiving a phone call from Rachel's mother at 7 in the morning, I responded by stating, "Bro, you proposed to my girlfriend while she was living in my house. That is not cool. What exactly is this, Ryan? It was brought to my attention that you had evicted Ronnie from the residence." Hello and good morning, Susan. It is possible that she brought up the engagement scenario. Is that the case? Ethan is becoming engaged to her at this time. The couple has been together for a considerable amount of time now. Let there be a lengthy pause. According to her, the two of you were virtually living together in the same house. Do you think that is comparable to what she discussed with Ethan? It would be helpful if you could call me back. It was never something that she did. Ethan showed over at my door at approximately noon and greeted me. The man in the bun was most likely a Prius and was in his mid-30s according to his appearance. It is necessary for us to have a discussion. That is not something that we do. You were a traumatic experience for Rachel. Your fiancé had the pleasure of announcing your engagement to me when we were having dinner in my house, which is where she was living at the time. There is no rent. According to what she said, you were aware of us. Honestly, I couldn't help but laugh. The fact that I was aware that she was cheating was communicated to you. Not in the least bit dishonest, was it? The two of you had reached the point where it was pretty much over. At this point, I am the only person who is aware of it. As you can see, she is in desperate need of purchasing her furnishings. Her entire collection of furniture, including the bedroom set and the items for the living area, was acquired by me. I was the one who made the purchase. I myself am in possession of it. Her possessions include a laptop that is 3 years old, a few items of clothing and makeup, all of which she possesses. My money was used by her to decorate this property, and she did so with it. Ethan's face became more red as he continued to speak. Her sister is currently the one who is hosting her at the time. It is impossible for you to comprehend how humiliating this circumstance is for her. What about her? The fact that she was going to marry another man while she was still living with me was brought to light. What actions could you have taken if you had given her more time to process the information? My guest room is the perfect location for your wedding to be arranged. All of things are going to be acquired for her by us. And everything in between. Try your hand at it. Help me to have a better day, please. A man stormed off in a rage. 3 additional cameras were installed at the area by me. The current update is the third one. A third day for us. One of the options that Rachel considered was the nuclear option. Someone wrote on social media that I was an aggressive ex-boyfriend who kicked her out of the house because she fell in love with someone who actually cared for her. This comment was made in reference to the fact that she had moved out of the house. She said that I had been exploitative and controlling, and that she had been attempting to leave for a number of months, but I had refused to let her go. She also claimed that I had been manipulative and dominant. I was in possession of receipts, which was the issue. These receipts in their entirety. The posting of one of my comments occurred. Narrative that is interesting. The reality is as described here. Throughout the time that she was staying in my house without paying rent, she made the news that she was engaged to another man. She never paid a single bill throughout that time. Additionally, the following are the messages that she wrote to me the week before, in which she showed her love for me. Continued screenshot subsequent to the preceding screenshot. 2 weeks ago she came to me with a request for financial assistance in order to pay off her student loans. The I love you text message was sent by her 4 days before the news was made. She used my credit card to pay for a day at the spa with Ethan. I was surprised by her decision. With the benefit of hindsight, I am now aware that her acquaintance started making comments approximately 1 month ago. Let me get this straight. You were engaged when you were living there, right? As a girl, you mentioned that the two of you were separate from one another. Here we have a total and utter mess on our hands. Following that, her sister Laura did leave a voicemail for her to listen to. Regarding Ronnie, I am sad to say that I am sorry, Ryan. The fact that she was still living with you was something that had not occurred to me. While she has been bringing Ethan around for a number of months, she has been asserting that the two of you are finished moving forward. Angry is the mother's stance. It would be possible for me to retrieve her items if you could simply put them outside for me to retrieve. The entire thing is packed up. Attend whenever it is most convenient for you to do so. On the other hand, however, the wonderful portion is about to start. Do you recall telling me about the car that you had owned? The current update is the fourth one. The situation with the car is as described above. The vehicle that Rachel was driving was the one that I owned, in my name, and the debt has been made up in full. Despite the fact that I merely granted her permission to use it, it seems that she had been asserting to Ethan that it was her own property. Now we are on the fourth day. Because of that, I filed a report of theft. She was present at the police station when she received her call. They found out that the vehicle had been reported stolen when they pulled her over, and they discovered this information, mostly due to the fact that she was unable to provide evidence that she owned the property. Ryan, I don't know what the hell is going on. Pleased to meet you, Rachel. How far along are you in your life? I take it you are claiming that the vehicle was taken. You no longer reside in this location and you stole my vehicle without my permission. To put it another way, you have moved out of this location. Not at all. That is fraud. During the time when you were my girlfriend, you provided me privileges to operate the vehicle. At this time, you are the focus of Ethan's attention. This is an absolutely absurd proposition. At the moment I am located at the police station. Taking things into consideration, I will come and get my car. It is possible for Ethan to pick you up. Currently he is employed to work. Uber is a real company. That is you, the devil. A person who is realistic is me. You had a strong urge to start a romantic relationship with another individual. You are very much appreciated. When it comes to you, he is the one who is responsible. When I came home, I went to get my car. Due to the fact that she needed to get to her sister's place, she had to take an Uber. $80 was the amount that she incurred, as stated in her angry text. A response was not provided by me. The fifth update is now available. It was on day 6 that the escalation took place. During the evening, at 9 o'clock, Ethan and 3 of his pals showed up at my place of living. You should relax your guard. All of Rachel's possessions are going to be acquired by us. Another call came in to 911 from me. There is a group of 4 males coming to my house with the intention of breaking in. His fists were pounding on the door as he attempted to open it. We are conscious of the fact that you are here. I placed the phone on speaker since it was essential for dispatch to hear what I had to say. Would it be possible for you to depart my property? It is a violation of someone else's property that you are doing. It is hers to keep 50% of these goods. There is nothing that she owns. Every single one of them has a receipt in my hands. Attempts were made to take a circuitous route backwards. The motion lights and cameras were able to record every single moment of the event. In point of fact, one of his companions made an attempt to jimmy the door while it was sliding open and closed. The arrival of the cops was prompt. 4 individuals who are attempting to break into a property are given priority among the other individuals. Ethan immediately assumed the position of the victim in the situation. This individual vandalized the items that belonged to my fiancée and stole them. Simply put, we are making an effort to accomplish something for her. My presentation of the surveillance film to the police was successful. A total of 4 individuals were attempting to break into the building. I instructed that they be taken into custody. Ethan signaled the beginning of the attempt to break into the structure and enter it by stating, "Now wait. Trespassing is a lawful offense. If I were to register a complaint, I would do so." It was determined that the companion who attempted to use the sliding door should be placed in handcuffs. Warnings and citations for trespassing were issued to Ethan and the other 2 individuals who invaded the property. They would be taken into custody without delay in the event that they returned as planned. While they were loading his friend into the patrol car, Ethan was ranting about attorneys and lawsuits. Their conversation was taking place at the same time. I looked him in the eye and kept my gaze fixed on him. During the 3 years that she was unfaithful to you, your fiancée remained in this house without making any payments toward payment of rent. If she does not pay her rent on time, I have the ability to initiate a lawsuit against her. Would you like to take part in the game that is within the law? More money is in my possession at the moment. An update number 6. The get-together of the family members. Day 10. And someone named Susan called me on the phone. Would it be possible for us to have a face-to-face talk, Ryan? Mother of Rachel. At a coffee shop we decided to get together. Susan gave off the impression of being worn out. The truth is something that I have to be aware of. And everything in between. To her, I gave a demonstration of everything. On the basis of my bank statements, I can demonstrate that I have paid for everything. Rachel communicated with me via text message just a few days prior to our scheduled meeting to discuss our future plans. The receipt for the dinner that she had the night before she made the news that she was going to enter into a marriage relationship. It was her demand that we go to a location that was reasonably priced that we went to. Now that I think about it, I can see why. During the festivities, she was spending money that I had given her. The expression that Susan was wearing became increasingly melancholy as time went on. She shared with us that the two of you had been spending 36 months away from one another. When it came down to it, you were living together as roommates. As a result of the fact that she was reluctant to leave because she believed that you were unstable. A project manager is the role that I play at the engineering company where I am employed. At my house, I am by myself. I have not even once raised my voice in her direction. I have not even once. Indeed, such is the case. Indeed, such is the case. This personality trait has always been a part of her. In collaboration with her father, we were able to make it happen. In her earlier years she had a romantic relationship with two boys at the same time and she was successful in persuading both of them that the other was merely a friend. During that period of time, we should have taken some kind of action for ourselves. Susan has reached the age of 34. Indeed, such is the case. Lately, Ethan has begun accompanying his family to dinners that they frequent. In response, she stated, "You are never available. You are always working." As a result of our investigation, we have determined that you are the origin of the problem. I was able to provide for her way of life due to the fact that I was working. At the same time, Susan used her hand to transfer an envelope across the table. It comes to a total of $6,000. Although it is not much in comparison to what she took away from you, it is something nonetheless. I am sorry, Sue, but I am unable to do whatever you want with it. At this time, I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of both me and her father. We were the ones that brought this up. There must be a component of it that belongs to us. I would want to express my appreciation to you for taking an envelope. The fact that Ethan is already having second thoughts is something that you should be aware of. As a result of her staying with Laura and continually asking financial aid from him, he is witnessing what you have been through on a daily basis. My issue is no longer a concern at this time. No, it is not the situation at all. Dear Ryan, I sincerely apologize. It was only fair that you receive better. An update number 7. The implosion was in its third week at the time. A text message was provided to me by Laura, who is Rachel's sister. Would you be able to talk to me if I asked? We were the recipients of a phone call. However, Ronnie was caught off guard by the call. I am going utterly mad as a result of it. At this point, she will be unable to secure a job. The house is not going to benefit from it in any way. Her entire day is spent on Instagram, where she opens up about her feelings of anxiety and talks about the things she is doing to get ready for her wedding. In the past, Ethan has only made 2 trips to the location. With each passing day, he is more and more perplexed by the fact that she continues to need financial assistance from him. I assure you that this is not my concern. Indeed, such is the case. Just now, Just how did you manage to stay doing it for such a significant amount of time? In any case, I was under the impression that I loved her. It is love that causes you to be foolish. According to the reports that have been flying about, the two of you were involved in an open relationship. What exactly is it? Indeed, such is the case. That throughout the entire time, you were aware of Ethan and were comfortable with the situation up until the moment where you started feeling envious of him. Exactly. This is a totally new one. Ryan, are you aware of any contributions that she may have made in the past? What exactly is there to be found? I would occasionally buy groceries for her, and she would use those groceries to prepare dinner for me. I will grant her a 30-day grace period, after which she will be expelled from the premises. It is not possible for me to finish this work. I hope that everything works out for you. Another phone call came from Laura after a period of 2 weeks had passed. She is adamant about remaining. She asserts that I am unable to kick her out of the house. Those are her relatives. It is a sound that is well known. Sadly, Ethan has left her behind. The coffee I am drinking is on the edge of escaping my mouth. What exactly is it? Indeed, such is the case. She persisted in her insistence that he immediately pay all of the bills. The fact that he insisted that she look for work infuriated her. Afterwards, she came to the realization that his job as a marketing consultant was actually a part-time work at the business that his father owned. Over the course of his life, he has been dishonest about his fortune. It is a well-known fact that they have a wonderful compatibility with one another. Nevertheless, neither of them actually possesses any resources that can be classified as financial. What a wonderful thing karma is. Because you have caused her mental anguish and because you have evicted her without good cause, she is threatening to bring a lawsuit against you. It is not impossible for her to perform the task. A wonderful attorney is someone I am fortunate enough to have. The 9th update is now available. The legal threat has now been in effect for the 5th week. There were papers that were brought to my attention. An ambulance chaser was located by Rachel, and she demanded that I restore her belongings and pay her $50,000 for the emotional suffering and unlawful eviction she experienced. This was not a genuine lawsuit. Rather, it was a demand that I stop doing what I was doing and bring her belongings back to her. My attorney has already left. It is true that I departed. She made the news that she was engaged to another man while she was living with you without having to pay rent, and she is now demanding money from you. The statement is made in that manner. Tell me to take care of things for you. The response he gave was really astounding. She submitted a document to the court that was 17 pages long and contained a lengthy discussion of emotional terrorism and love discrimination. Rachel's attorney immediately dropped her after she received 3 pages of legal paperwork that basically said, "Lol, no. Countersuit incoming for 3 years of back rent at market rate, $50,000. Rachel's attempt to represent herself included submitting a document that was 17 pages long. It was rejected by the judge in a stretch of time that was less than 5 minutes. One of the more positive aspects, on the other hand, was that she was required to include her address in the court records. She had moved in with Ethan after he had taken her back, and she had started living with him. Now the public had access to the information regarding the location of his roommate. The card has been updated for the 8th and final time. It is the 7th week of the month. The phone rang, and it was Ethan. "You are going to be of great aid to me. That is something that is quite humorous. I implore you, she will not leave without you. No, she is not a signatory to our lease, but she has no intention of leaving. She is threatening to accuse me of assaulting her whenever we make an effort to coerce her into leaving, and she is doing this every time. Furthermore, do you require my assistance? To what end? Can you believe that you were able to free her in just one night? If this is the case, then you should immediately notify the authorities and have security footage available for reference. Does she have the ability to communicate with you? Could you kindly tell her to leave? Where are you, Brad? You made a marriage proposal to the girlfriend of another man while she was living with him. Where are you? Your handiwork was used to construct this bed. The fact was unknown to me. It was during the period that she was still living with me that she informed you that the two of you were finished, and you believed her. What a complete and utter idiot I am. In point of fact. Without a doubt you are. I beseech you to kindly comply with my request. Please allow me to offer you some free advice, Brad. Cameras should be installed at this point. Make sure that you document everything. You ought to create a recording of her making false accusations, and then you ought to call the police on your own. The winner is often the first person to call in the majority of cases. Exactly, that is it. Exactly, that is it. You ought to additionally take into consideration the possibility of not proposing to women who are currently living with other males. And then he hung up the phone. The last update is presented here. 40 months have passed up to this point. Everyone that was there ended up in this particular area. Rachel was the one who ultimately made the decision to move back in with her parents when Ethan's roommates threatened to take legal action against her. She continues to publish about her journey of self-discovery and how she is a survivor of narcissistic abuse throughout her life, despite the fact that she is 34 years old. As of right now, she is employed at a clothing business on a part-time basis. She is also engaged to a man who she met online and who lives in a distant state. This is in addition to the fact that she is already engaged previously. The two of them had never actually been face-to-face with one another. Additionally, he moved back in with his grandmother and father. After everything was said and done, his roommates made the decision to exclude him from their home because he was the one who brought the drama into their household. On the other hand, friends of common acquaintances claim that he posts motivational words on Instagram related to the significance of gaining wisdom from one's own failures. In addition to a letter declaring that they are actively engaged in therapy to address enabling behaviors, the Christmas card that I received from Susan and Robert's parents included an additional check for the amount of $2,500. Apparently, they have established a time limit for Rachel to vacate the residence by which she must go. Yes, Laura, it is true. We ended up becoming friends in the end. There are times when she will send me brief updates through the medium of text message. In addition to that, she is currently attending treatment sessions. It dawned on her that the inner workings of her family had a big bearing on the interactions she had with other people. I have no problem with it, and the house is really peaceful right now. Established a romantic engagement with a new individual. In addition to being the owner of her own home and vehicle, Rebecca is also the owner of her own property. Has a strong aversion to splitting each and every cash check. In a relationship with someone who makes an equal contribution to the entire, it is a strangely normal sensation to be in that connection. I was fortunate enough to become acquainted with one of Ethan's former roommates at a pub, which was the most enjoyable aspect of the experience. He was kind enough to share with me the complete story of how they spent their last days together. According to the timeline, it would appear that Rachel was successful in convincing Ethan to propose to her by telling him that she was with his kid while she was living with me. However, the timeline was entirely nonsensical. During the time that she was having sexual intercourse with me, she would have been carrying a child. After coming to the conclusion that she had been lying about the pregnancy, he made an effort to put an end to the relationship. By that time, she had threatened to file a claim of assault against the other person. She was not informed by the roommates that they had put cameras in the parts of the apartment that were shared by all of the residents. The fact that she stated that she had never been pregnant and that she was joking about how guys are so easy to deceive was caught on film. She also admitted that she had never been pregnant. It was Ethan who received the tape from them. He turned it over to the authorities, and they walked her out of the building before she was arrested. She made an effort to assert that they had illegally recorded her by using a recording device. It has been brought to light that shared dwellings and communal locations do not have the responsibility of providing adequate privacy for their residents. When it does arrive, karma is thorough in its implementation, yet there are times when it takes a while to finally arrive. When we look back, we see that the warning signs were scattered all over the place. For the past 2 years, she had not been able to maintain constant employment. Possessed a valid excuse in every instance. There was never a time when she did not face a crisis that prevented her from making a contribution. There were never any concrete plans, but there were always very ambitious ambitions. In truth, the dinner that was supposed to be used to announce the news turned out to be a gift. In the event that she had been more astute about it and had kept me waiting for a longer period of time, I might have wasted more years than I would have otherwise. She, on the other hand, became so accustomed to the circumstance that she started to believe that she could have her cake and eat it too. I was under the notion that I would give her permission to stay with me while she was in the process of trying to make plans to marry another man. The extent of the claim was of staggering proportions. There is a misconception that is even more ludicrous. On the other hand, the most efficient method of revenge is to lead a happiness-filled life. The cleanliness of my home is impeccable. The amount that I spend has gone down. Now, I do not have any stress. When I wake up, I am in my own bed, in my own house, and I do not have to deal with the drama that is generated by other people. Additionally, I am not required to deal with others. Regarding Rachel, on the other hand, she is currently the issue that affects everyone else. Only one at a time, please. My mother-in-law asked me to move out for her son and his wife. The next day, I called movers and packed. She stood in my kitchen, scared. Like she owned it. You should move out, she stated casually, as if she were proposing I try another brand of coffee. Ryan and Hannah need this place. They're trying to start a family. They need the space more than you and Lily do. I didn't move. The mug is halfway to my lips. She didn't ask, explain, or even appear uncomfortable. She just made a decision. My wife Lily sat at the kitchen table, scrolling through her phone. She looked up for a half second when her mother spoke, then returned to Instagram. There was no defense, argument, or flinch. It hurt more than Barbara's remarks. My name is Ethan Carter. I am 32 years old. I work as a financial analyst for a mid-sized tech company. And I had been married to Lily Matthews for 3 years. We resided in a 4-bedroom home in Westchester County, New York. Nice neighborhood, good schools, the type of place that young families will kill themselves to afford. Barbara Stone, my mother-in-law, had been a steady presence since the beginning of our marriage. She had opinions about everything. Our furnishings, food planning, weekend activities, and potential vacation destinations. I learned early on to simply nod and be silent. The easygoing son-in-law. The one who didn't create a scene, who smiled at family dinners and helped with dishes without being asked, and who remained silent when Barbara made passive hostile remarks about my profession not being as remarkable as her other children's. For 3 years, I had been effectively invisible. And, functionally, I was fine with it until now. When were you thinking? I asked gently. Barbara waved her hand. Oh, not immediately. Perhaps in a month or two. Ryan's lease expires in August, so you have time to locate somewhere smaller and more suitable for just the two of you. Cheaper is a more acceptable translation. I cautiously set down my mug. Looked at Lily. She still didn't look at me. Okay, I replied. Barbara smiled. I knew you would understand. You are always so reasonable, Ethan. She left 20 minutes later. I imagined she was already texting Ryan with the good news. Lily eventually looked up from her phone. "You are not really mad, are you?" "Why should I be mad?" "I do not know, you appear tense." I laughed. "I couldn't help it. Your mother just instructed me to leave my own house." "This is not your house." Lily spoke automatically, but then stopped herself. "I mean, it's ours, but mother has a point. Ryan and Hannah need the space. We don't have children yet, however," I repeated. "Do you understand what I mean?" I did understand what she meant. She meant her family came first, as it always had, and I'd been too obliging to notice. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, while Lily slept quietly next to me. I considered the rent checks I'd been writing for 3 years. Every month, $math BBS, $800 comes out of my account on time. Lily paid for groceries and utilities, which amounted to about $math BBS $800 per month. Her earnings as a part-time social media manager were variable, sometimes good, sometimes not. Barbara thought that this house was family property, that the Thorntons owned it in some way, and that I was living here because of their kindness. She had no idea, and it appears that neither did Lily. I had handled all of the invoices in such a quiet and efficient manner that they had become invisible work. Background noise is something that happens without anyone's awareness. I rolled over to gaze at Lily's sleeping face. When did I become so easily dismissed? That night, I got the best sleep I'd had in months. Because when Barbara instructed me to leave, I finally felt free to let go of everything. The next morning, at 8:47 a.m., I called Precision Movers to hire them rather than request a price. "I need a full-service move," I informed the scheduler. "Sophie has been at the company for 12 years, according to her email signature. 4-bedroom house. I want to leave by this Saturday." "Is this Saturday?" She sounded astonished. "That's 5 days from today." "I understand. Can you do it?" "We can do it. The rush will cost extra." "That is okay, and you must pay the deposit today. $2,400. I handed her my card number without hesitation. After I hung up, I sat down at my home office desk, which I had assembled myself while Lily was at her mother's house, and pulled up my files. I had years of spreadsheets with rent payments, furniture receipts, appliance purchases, and every major expense in this property. All monitored and categorized like the financial expert I was. The couch in the living room cost $math BBS 2, math room, $800 and was purchased using my credit card in October 2021. My credit card was used to purchase a Samsung 65-inch television for $math BBS $400 in December 2021. The KitchenAid dishwasher costs $math BBS $900 and is paid for with my credit card. My credit card was charged $math BBS $600 for the Whirlpool washer and dryer set. The dining table and chairs cost math BBS $200 on my credit card. $1,900 was charged to my credit card for the guest bedroom items. I'd purchased almost everything in this house. Barbara dubbed it family property. I called it my. On Tuesday afternoon, I started packing systematically. Clothes come first, then personal documents, and last books and devices. I didn't touch anything that wasn't clearly mine, which proved to be less than they expected. Lily returned home about $4, math roll, 00, mathroom PM $, after a coffee date with her sister. She dropped her purse on the foyer table, which I had purchased, and yelled out, "Jace, are you home, office?" I responded. She appeared in the doorway and spotted the boxes. Her smile wavered. "What is this? What are we packing for?" "I'm moving out, as your mama asked." Her face changed expressions multiple times. Confusion and incredulity. Against something that could have been panic, "I did not think you were serious." "Why shouldn't I be serious?" "Because," she motioned vaguely. "Because that's a lot of work and we don't have to do it immediately." Mom was simply thinking out loud. She instructed me to leave so Ryan could move in. "I am moving out, but where will you go?" "I signed my lease yesterday. 1 bedroom in White Plains, near my office." It was a lie. I had signed it that morning, but the expression on Lily's face made the minor lie worthwhile. "You previously signed a lease without speaking with me." I gazed at her. Really looked. "Did you speak to me before your mother instructed me to leave?" She had no response to that. Barbara arrived unannounced at $10, C.00, mathroom AM $, on Wednesday. I was in the living room, covering picture frames in bubble wrap, when I heard her key in the lock. She'd had the key since we moved in. I had never questioned it. She paused in the doorway, shopping bags in hand, and gazed into the half-empty living room. 4 boxes were put at the entrance, the TV covered, and the coffee table cleaned. "Ethan, what is going on?" "I'm moving out. The shopping bag slipped through her fingers. What? You instructed me to get out. I'm moving out. Her expression stiffened. I did not mean this week. When did you mean? I do not know. August, September, when Ryan's lease is up. You suggested I move out. You did not give a timeline, so I chose one. She moved to the kitchen, her voice increasing. Lily, what's going on? Lily emerged from the bedroom, where she had been hiding since her mother's car arrived. Mom, I don't know. He had just started packing. Make him stop. I can't get him to do anything. Barbara turned back to face me, and her demeanor changed. The rightful confidence cracked only a little. This is absurd, she stated. You are being childish. I taped a box shut, scrawled books and office on the side in Sharpie, and said nothing. Ethan, I'm talking to you. I heard you. Then respond. I straightened and stared at her. You instructed me to get out. I'm moving out. That is my response. Her jaw worked. We need to talk about this like grown-ups. I am open to discussion. What topic would you like to discuss? For starters, consider your mindset. My attitude is cooperative. You asked me to go. I am leaving. Do you understand what I meant? Do I? The question hovered in the air, like smoke. Barbara's face reddened. This house must stay in the family. It's not in the family, I explained quietly. It is a rental. Ryan needs it. Then Ryan may rent it. He cannot afford it. She paused and caught herself, but it was too late. Can't afford what? I asked. The monthly rent is $math BBS 56, math BBS $600. Her face had lost all of its color. Lily's head snapped upward. What? I kept an eye on Barbara. You didn't know how much rent was? I assumed it had been separated somehow. Or is it covered by? She paused again. Who is responsible for covering this? She said nothing. You assumed it was covered by the family trust? I supplied. Or perhaps you assumed Lily's father was still paying it when he died. Ethan, Lily replied sternly, what exactly are you talking about? I turned to my wife. I've been paying rent every month for 3 years. $5 math BBS 5, $800 from my account. Lily's expression turned blank. That is not possible. Check your bank statements. You never informed me. You never asked. The hush that followed was smothering. Barbara sat down firmly on the couch. My math BBS 2, Mathram $800 sofa. Her hands shook faintly. Who will pay if you leave? She inquired quietly. I did not respond since we both knew. Nobody. Thursday, the movers arrived with boxes and packing materials. Adam and Chris are 2 males in their late 20s who are professional and efficient. They walked around the house in a systematic manner, wrapping furniture, loading boxes, and questioning which objects were mine. All of them. I answered. All of it. Barbara returned at midday. She had been phoning all morning. I had not responded. She strolled into the living room and came to a complete halt. The couch was covered in plastic and ready to load. The television is already in the truck. The dining table was disassembled. You can't take everything, she explained. I can take what I've paid for. This is ludicrous. I gave her a folder. Receipts, order confirmations, and credit card statements. Everything in the house that I purchased is highlighted. She opened the folder and flipped through the pages. Her face changed from pink to white. The dining table is mine, as are the appliances and the couch. She peered about the fast emptying house, as if she were seeing it for the first time. What should we sit on? She whispered. I nearly laughed. That is not my concern. Lily emerged from the bedroom. She had been crying. Her eyes were red and puffy. Mom, he is removing the washer and dryer. Barbara's head snapped upward. You cannot. I can, I said. I have the receipts, but we need you, and I cut her off. 3 days ago, you advised me to go. You did not inquire as to the amount I was paying. You didn't ask what I owned. You just decided I should leave. So I'm going, and I'm taking what is mine. Adam wheeled the washer out on a dolly. Barbara observed it like a funeral procession. Ethan, please, her voice crackled. We can work it out. No, I replied gently. We cannot. Why not? Because you've never respected me enough to ask. By 6 p.m. Thursday, the house was completely gutted. There is no couch, television, dining table, or appliances other than those that came with the house. Even the nice cookware was gone. I had purchased everything after Lily's antique pans continued to burn everything. Lily sat on the bedroom floor, surrounded by the furniture I had left, including her dresser, nightstand, and childhood desk. which Barbara had demanded we keep. I didn't know, she responded when I arrived to pick up my last box. I promise I didn't realize you were paying for everything. How could you not know? I just assumed we were splitting it. I thought she'd stopped weeping, then she started again. I apologize. Sorry is not enough. What would you like me to say? Nothing. There is nothing to say. I picked up my package and began to leave. Ethan, I halted. Are we getting a divorce? I thought about it, really considered. I do not know yet. I said it honestly, but I'm done being invisible. Friday morning, my phone exploded. Text messages from Barbara, Lily's sister, Hannah, and Ryan himself. We need to talk. This is ridiculous. You are wrecking the family. Mom is devastated. I blocked Barbara. I muted the group chat, but then a number I didn't know called. I almost didn't respond. Ethan Carter is speaking. This is Victor, the landlord. I need to negotiate your lease. My stomach dropped. How about it? Your mother-in-law phoned me this morning. She stated that you are moving out and that her son Ryan will take over the lease. That is not how leasing works. I am aware. He sounded tired, but she is insisting, and I need clarification. You're the only one on the lease. If you are leaving, please provide 30 days notice and return the unit to move-in condition. I gave notice yesterday. Email was sent at 9 a.m. I received it. But Mrs. Thornton appears to believe Mrs. Thornton is deprived of the ability to reason. I interrupted. I am the leaseholder, not her or my wife. Me. Understood. To be clear, you're ending the lease 30 days from yesterday. Yes, and no one else will assume it. Correct. There was a pause. Mrs. Thornton is likely to be upset. That is not my concern. He actually laughed. Okay, fair enough. I will email you the move-out checklist. After I hung up, I opened my banking app and transferred the final month's rent of $math BBS $800, along with a note indicating that it was the final payment. Then I called my lawyer. Matthew was 46 and had been practicing family law for 22 years. I had consulted him on Wednesday night to better understand my alternatives. David, this is Ethan Carter. Ethan, how did the relocation go? I finished yesterday but need some suggestions. My wife and her family are losing their minds. They are calling, messaging, and showing up at my new house. Can I seek a restraining order? Against your wife? Against my mother-in-law? He was silent for a moment. You would need to demonstrate harassing or threatening behavior. Do you have any documentation? There have been 73 SMS sent since yesterday, 12 calls. She arrived at my apartment this morning at 6 a.m. That might qualify. Send me everything. I'll start by drafting a cease and desist order. If she ignores it, we'll escalate. How long will it take? I can get the cease and desist letter sent today. Certified mail. She'll receive it tomorrow. Do it. Barbara received her letter on Saturday morning. I know because she called me from a number that I had not yet banned. Hannah's phone. You have sent me a legal letter. Her voice was harsh. From an attorney. You didn't stop contacting me. I am your mother-in-law. You are a woman who instructed me to leave my house and is now harassing me since I did precisely as you requested. This is cruel, Ethan. No, I replied gently. Cruel dismissed me for 3 years. Cruel was presuming I was just furniture that could be rearranged whenever it was convenient. This is a natural conclusion. She began crying. Actually crying. We're going to lose our house. That is not my concern. Where should we go? Figure things out as if I had to. I hung up. There has been a block placed on Hannah's number too. A message from Victor was sent to me via email on Monday morning. A premature termination of 47 Oakmont Drive is being considered. This morning, your mother-in-law, Ethan, and her son, Ryan, made their way into my office. Their intention is to take over the lease. I explained that it would require a new application, a credit check, a verification of income, and a verification of income in addition to a security deposit for the first month. There is a 580 on Ryan's credit score. He has an annual salary of $math BBS $42,000. He is not qualified in any way. In spite of the fact that Mrs. Thornton is retired and lives on a fixed income, she offered to co-sign the loan. In addition, it does not meet the requirements. I informed them that they owe it to themselves to evacuate by the 1st of September. In the event that they get in touch with you once more, I wanted to let you know. Many thanks for being such a responsible tenant. You, Ray. A message was attached to the email that I forwarded to Matthew after I had read it 3 times. In case you were wondering, the implosion of the family took place quite rapidly. I received a phone call from Hannah, Lily's sister, on Tuesday evening from a particular number. My interest prompted me to answer the question. Please come, Ethan. It appears that Mom is having panic reactions. Ryan and I are unable to afford to take her in as a guest. Please provide a hand. As to why I should assist, you are a member of the family. I joined the family when it was most convenient for me. I was able to pay for everything and maintain my silence. Due to the fact that I am inconvenient, I am no longer useful. In no way is that fair. Hannah, life is not in your favor. It won't be long until you figure it out. I was hung up on by her. It was on Wednesday that Lily showed up at my workplace. A call came in from the security department of the building. Lily Matthews is coming to meet with you. Mr. Chen, she is coming to see you. Should I send her to the moon? No. Please inform her that I am not available. She asserts that it is of the utmost importance. No, it is not. I was able to see her departure from the building from the window of my office. The appearance of her was one of defeat. My mobile device vibrated. As a text, I have lodged a petition for divorce from Lily. In a short time, you will be given the materials. I expected you to be aware of this. I admired the message for a considerable amount of time. After that, I responded with okay. That evening, I talked to Matthew once again. This time, it is with Rachel Adams, a certified public accountant. Having worked in the field of forensic accounting for the past 19 years. Here's what we've got. Linda stated as she spread out the paperwork around the table in the conference room. 3 years of rent payments totaling $math BBS $21,600, all from your account and zero from Lily's. It was another paper that she opened. It costs $math BBS $23,800 to purchase furniture and appliances. Home office equipment can be purchased for $math BBS $8,400. The equipment and supplies for the kitchen cost $4,200, $36,400 is the total amount of documented purchases. I put in a total of $math BBS $238,000 for the house, which includes the cost of power, groceries, and upkeep. However, let's focus on the expenditures that can be shown. Indeed, the amount is $math BBS $238,000. David leaned in that direction. Important in the context of a divorce is this. A claim for rent reimbursement can be submitted by you. The fact that it was rented signifies that it is not Masofiel property. The furniture is yours and has already been stolen, but, depending on how the settlement is handled, we might be able to retrieve some of the money that was lost. I stress that I absolutely do not want her money. It is important to me that she understands what she has lost. David proceeded to explain in great detail that vengeance is not authorized behavior. When Linda finished her folder, she stated that it was not vengeance but rather clarity that she was seeking. However, regardless of its value, I've seen a lot of individuals hiding assets and lying about their income during divorces, but I've never seen someone quietly paying for everything while being treated as if they contributed nothing. I've seen a lot of people manipulate their finances during divorces. It was a pause. That's a special kind of unseen appearance. Having said that, I am no longer invisible. Barbara called me from a different number 3 weeks after I had moved out of my apartment. The reason I reacted was either because I was feeling charitable or because I was simply curious. The tone of her voice was distinct. Ethan, silent and resigned to defeat. Please accept my apologies. Indeed, I was unaware of that. I assure you that I was unaware that you were responsible for paying for everything. I am sure you did. It was not me. You were aware, Barbara. It didn't matter to you since you believed that I was supposed to pay for it. I was supposed to express my appreciation for the honor of becoming a part of your family through my gratitude. Due to the fact that you did not believe it was necessary, you never asked. There is no sound. It was ultimately revealed to her that the landlord is going to evict us. Ryan is unable to afford to travel to a respectable location. Hannah is not willing to assist. This coming week, Lily will be moving back in with me in my retirement condo. I have reached the age of 64, Ethan. It is expected that I will be traveling. Instead, my daughter and I are currently living together in a property that has 2 bedrooms because her husband has left. It was not me who left. A correction was made by me. You instructed me to do so. It is clear to me. Do you agree? Is it true that you are aware? There was a crackling in her voice. Indeed. That's good. Due to the fact that I put in a lot of effort over the course of 3 years to become the person you wanted me to be and to become a member of your family. And as soon as I ceased to be of any service, you made an attempt to remove me as if I were a piece of furniture. It was as if I did not matter to anyone. Did you make a difference? No, I responded in a soft voice. It was convenient to have me. Clearly, there is a difference. Before she could respond, I hung up the phone. Approximately 2 months after I moved out, the divorce papers were finally finalized. Not a single argument was made by Lily. My request for alimony was not made. With regard to the assets, they did not argue. She has just inked the deal. David gave me a call to let me know the news. Yes, it is official. You are no longer married. The split is clean. It is not possible to make any ongoing commitments. That was a good move. She had no desire to be drawn out about it. To tell you the truth, I think she is feeling guilty. It is necessary for her to. It's Ethan. He paused for a moment. I have been doing this for a very long time. I have been a witness to a number of traumatic events, including financial warfare, custody battles, and divorces. In terms of civility, this is about as good as it gets. You may have gotten into a fight with her about a variety of problems. When she realized that she was probably wrong, she decided against doing so. At a minimum, you should give her credit for that activity. The idea crossed my mind. The story is about Lily crying out on the floor of the bedroom while her mother's voice was cracking over the phone. Perhaps. In my previous post, I revealed that I had gotten a message from Ryan on Facebook 3 months after I had moved out. I expected you to be aware of this. The mother experienced a heart attack. She is doing fine. Nevertheless, the physicians came to the conclusion that the stress was significant. Should you be interested in paying her a visit, she is currently being treated at the hospital in White Plains. 2 hours passed while I was fixated on the message. After that, I got in my car and drove to the hospital. White Plains Hospital, Cardiology Wing, located on the 4th level. It was 4:17 p.m. when I discovered Barbara's chamber. As she slept, the monitors began to make a gentle beeping sound. She gave off the impression of being older and smaller. In the vicinity of the bed, Lily was seated in a chair. When she saw me go in, she looked up. Her eyes grew wider. It's Ethan. Ryan sent me a note. You have arrived. I arrived. After a brief period of silence, we sat there. There was no change in Barbara's respiratory pattern. Rhythmically, the monitors beeped their alarms. In the end, Lily stated that she was sorry for everything. Because I was unable to see how much you had accomplished. Because I did not defend you. Because you gave Mom permission to treat you as if you were of no importance. It is clear to me. Do you agree? Her eyes caught mine. The fact that you apologize does not change the fact that you have been invisible for the past 3 years. In addition, I am aware of that too. Barbara began to stir. She opened her eyes momentarily. I paused for a time on purpose. As soon as she saw me, she became very still. It's Ethan. Barbara, how are you? What brings you to this location? I am not a cruel person, despite everything that has happened. The tears began to well up in her eyes. Nothing was left for me. No, I responded in a soft voice. What you had taken for granted was taken away from you. That is not the same here. I ought to have. Her stop was followed by a restart. It was my responsibility to question the rent, the amount that you were paying, and everything else. It was yes, I responded. You needed to have it. Do you intend to forgive me? The idea crossed my mind. Think about it carefully. In all honesty, I have to admit that I do not know yet. However, I have something to tell you. I am no longer going to be the reserved son-in-law. This is the end of my convenience. It is imperative that you do it on my terms if you want me to be a part of your life, even if it is just in a peripheral capacity. Respectfully, with acknowledgement, or with no regard at all? Gradually, she gave a nod. It is clear to me. When I stood there, I looked at Lily. Ensure that she is well taken care of. It's Ethan. Also standing was Lily. Many thanks for being here today. That was not required of you. Not at all. I concur. It was not me. In order to prevent the tears from starting, I left. It has been 6 months since I moved into my apartment in White Plains, which is a 1-bedroom unit. Compared to the house, it is more compact, quieter, and entirely mine. Every once in a while, my phone will buzz. On occasion, Lily will send a text message, during which she will provide updates about her mother and engage in light chat. I respond coolly and in a detached manner. A month ago, Barbara gave me a card that she had made herself. It was simple. I am appreciative of your visit. I am grateful to you for everything you have done. I have never acknowledged any of your efforts. I am sorry that I did not see you until such a late hour. Due to the fact that I now understand this, I decided to keep the card. You are unable to compel other people to value you. You are unable to convince them of the value that you bring to the table. That which you are willing to accept is the only option available to you. I was able to put up with being invisible for a period of 3 years since it was less difficult than pleading to be recognized. On the other hand, Barbara unwittingly granted me permission to stop accepting less than I deserved on the day that she strongly encouraged me to leave. Her assumption was that she was preparing space for her son. It was because of her that I was able to recall that I was worth more than merely following orders without question. As the movers were emptying the house, I realized that she was worried, but it was not about the possibility of losing stuff. The issue was that she had lost control, which was something that she ought not to have had in the first place. I was accused of stealing my sister's fiancé, and my family sided with her. After months of manipulation, I walked away, refusing to be their scapegoat. Hello everyone, my name is Lily, and I am 21 years old. I truly need your feedback. My older sister, Sophie, 26F, is supposed to marry David, 26M, and everything seemed perfect between them. They'd been together for years and we all believed they were meant to be. But recently, things have taken a bizarre and unexpected turn, putting their wedding in peril. David has refused to marry my sister because she will not allow me to attend their wedding. Sophie feels David is in love with me. I know it sounds insane, but let me explain. To give you some context, I am not close to my sister or my parents. It's not like anything dramatic occurred to precipitate a fallout, but as I started college, I sort of drifted away from them. In fact, I haven't been home much since moving out for school. Most spring breaks, instead of returning home, I'd travel or visit my grandparents' place. It simply seemed like a better alternative than coping with the embarrassment that would come with being at home. My parents and sister are entirely different from me. We have never really fit together, if that makes sense. They have their own little universe, which I don't really belong to. I've always thought that they didn't understand me and never tried. Growing up, they would all bond over something I didn't care about, and when I mentioned something I was interested in, it was as if I were speaking a different language. They simply listened, nodded, and returned to the topic of their choosing. So, after a while, I stopped trying. What hurts the most, however, is that when I began to distance myself from them, they made no attempt to contact me. They seemed fine with my distancing myself, almost as if they were relieved to have me out of their lives. That stung. You'd think family would notice when one of their own is gradually drifting away, but they didn't appear to. It only reaffirmed what I'd suspected all along, that I didn't really belong with them. I eventually stopped visiting them save for important holidays, birthdays, and other special occasions. But even then, I felt like a visitor in their lives. I would show up, perform the family thing, and then leave. The chat was always pleasant but surface level. There was no warmth or meaningful connection. Sophie and I never had the tight sister bond that many siblings had. She's always been the golden child in the family, the one that followed my parents' wishes, did everything correctly, and fit in wonderfully. I was always the odd one out, the black sheep. It's not that they're awful people, but they can be true bullies in the way they gently undermine me. You know those simple statements that appear benign on the surface but have a deep impact? Yes, that is what I would get. So, over time, I decided it was best to spend as little time with them as possible. Why put myself in a scenario that makes me feel unwelcome and out of place? The truth is, David joined us for Christmas dinner last year, and it was the first time in a long time that I didn't feel absolutely invisible. My family has a habit of making me feel like an alien in my own home, but David did not treat me that way. He was truly friendly to me and spoke to me as if I were a normal human being, rather than the strange black sheep that I normally feel like around my family. At first, I didn't think much about it. I mean, it was only basic decency, right? Sophie, on the other hand, was very concerned by this. It wasn't like David and I were having a deep, private chat. We just talked about various topics like travel, education, amusing things that happened at work, and so on. Sophie, on the other hand, reacted strangely. She kept shooting me chilly looks during dinner, but I tried to ignore them. That was until later in the evening, when she directly addressed me. I'll never forget this. She grabbed me aside and said, "I know what you're doing. You've always been jealous of me, and now you're trying to steal my man." I was taken aback. I mean, take her man? Where exactly did that come from? I laughed it off and told her she was being stupid, but she wouldn't let it go. She kept talking about how David was acting differently around me and how I was being overly friendly with him. I didn't know how to answer. That was an insane accusation. Where exactly was this coming from? Sophie has always been the focus of attention. She's the perfect one, the one my folks love. And I understand, she is their golden kid. But accusing me of attempting to kidnap her fiancé, that was a new low for her. I tried to brush it off, as I often do with her drama. We're not particularly close, so I assumed she was just being paranoid or insecure for some reason. But here's the thing, following that night, things turned weird for all of us. Sophie got even more aloof, something I did not believe was possible. We were never close to begin with, but now it appeared she was purposefully avoiding me. If I tried to talk to her, she'd give me one-word answers or seem as if she wasn't interested. She'd stick close to David at family events, almost as if she was claiming her territory. That was ridiculous. David, on the other hand, behaved as if nothing had happened. He was still courteous, cordial, and normal around me. What really upsets me is how fast my family appeared to agree with Sophie on this. I mean, no one ever said anything to me directly, but there were subtle hints. My mother would give me strange looks whenever Sophie and David were present. My father, who is generally rather impartial, began making more statements about how essential it is for families to support one another and how connections must be respected. It was all quite passive-aggressive. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I've never been the kind to get involved in someone else's problems, let alone my sister's relationship. I mean, I seldom spoke to Sophie outside of family gatherings, so why would I suddenly become interested in her fiancé? That made no sense. My grandparents informed me a few months later that Sophie was engaged. My own sister didn't even inform me she was getting married. I mean, I wasn't expecting her to send me a bespoke invitation with hearts and glitter, but finding out from my grandparents was like a blow in the gut. You know, the kind that validates your suspicions that your family does not care about you. I guess I've been hoping that, despite the stress and distance, she'll still consider me a part of this significant moment in her life. I thought, hey, we are sisters, right? Even if we aren't close, I am still her family. But that was obviously too much to ask for. I didn't say anything to Sophie when I found out about the engagement. At first, I assumed she was simply preoccupied with wedding planning or had forgotten to inform me. I realize that seems foolish, but for some reason, I was still giving her the benefit of the doubt. I expected she'd call me soon or send me a last-minute invitation in the mail, but the days stretched into weeks, and nothing. Crickets. Sophie unexpectedly called me. I was shocked to see her name pop up on my phone, especially since we hadn't spoken since that strange accusation over the holidays. I responded casually, like if I hadn't been entirely forgotten by my own sister. After a few awkward minutes of small conversation, she dropped the bombshell. I'm not inviting you to the wedding. I remained motionless for a moment, processing what she had just said. I mean, I wasn't exactly enthusiastic to go, but hearing her say it aloud still hurt. I asked her why, and she gave me the most preposterous reason. Because David has feelings for you. I don't want you there. It'll be awkward. I had to chuckle out loud. I could not believe what was happening. First of all, David has no feelings for me. Even if he did, I wasn't about to stand up in the middle of the ceremony and declare my everlasting love for him. The entire situation was so ludicrous that I didn't want to dispute. I merely said, have a great wedding and a happy marriage, and hung up. I didn't need drama in my life. To be honest, we weren't particularly close, so whether or not I was present on her special day didn't matter. I'd long accepted the idea that Sophie and I lived in completely separate worlds. But I just needed to get this off my chest and maybe get some outside perspective. Am I crazy for thinking this entire situation is insane? Have any of you experienced something similar? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. Yesterday was completely hectic, and I need to get everything out while it's still fresh in my head. Sophie's rehearsal dinner devolved into total chaos, and I was somehow drawn into the mix. I was having a perfectly normal Thursday evening, cuddled up with my laptop, working on an assignment, when my phone began to blow up. Initially, I ignored it. I've gotten quite good at it lately, but then I realized I'd missed 7 calls from my father in less than 10 minutes. Now, my father never calls more than once. He's the type who believes that if you don't respond the first time, you're probably busy, and he'll try again later. So, 7 calls? Something was clearly wrong. When I finally answered, his voice was trembling. I'd never heard him sound that way before. Lily, you need to come to the venue right now, he kept saying, like a broken record. When I asked what was wrong, he simply answered, it's about David and Sophie, please just come. The urgency in his voice startled me a little, but here's the thing. After all that had happened, all the turmoil, accusations, and being barred from the wedding, did they really expect me to drop everything and rush to their aid? I told him just that. Dad, I'm not part of this wedding, remember? Sophie made that pretty clear. His response, Lily please, David is refusing to go through with the wedding unless you're there. That stopped me in my tracks. My phone rang again before I could grasp what had just happened. Mom, this time. I switched around, and she was actually crying. Your sister needs you, she continued saying, as if she had forgotten how they had all treated me over the past few months. It was weird to hear her sob about family devotion and sisterly love when they had been completely okay with excluding me until something went wrong. Then Sophie called. Her voice was choked up and hardly comprehensible. David apparently arrived at the rehearsal supper and promptly inquired as to my whereabouts. When Sophie informed him that I was not invited, he lost it. Not angry, but more quietly disappointed, which was worse. He stood up in front of everyone, friends, the wedding party, both families, and stated he couldn't marry someone who would abuse their own sister in such a way. He claimed I was cruel. Sophie sobbed into the phone, stating he had been observing how we treated each other and couldn't be a part of a family that would abandon someone like that. He stated I was like mom and dad, and he didn't want such harmful conduct in his life. Portion of me, a large portion, to be honest, felt vindicated. Finally, someone saw what I had been going through for years. Someone stepped up and stated it wasn't okay. But Sophie wasn't finished. Between sobbing, she began drawing out an intricate plan for me to arrive at the venue and inform everyone that there had been a misunderstanding. How could I argue that I was the one who opted not to attend the wedding, that it was all my decision? "We can fix this," she repeated. "Just come tell David you didn't want to be at the wedding anyway. Tell him I never excluded you. Please, Lily, I can't lose him." The audacity of it all was incredible. After months of acting as if I were some kind of man-stealing villain, and after her fiancé expressly told me I wasn't allowed at her wedding because he could have feelings for me, it was ridiculous. After making me feel like garbage in my own family, she now wants me to lie to salvage her relationship. I remained mute for a long time, letting her sob on the other end of the call. I then responded in a calm voice, "Sophie, I'm not going to lie for you. You chose to exclude me. You chose to treat me like I didn't matter, and now you're facing the consequences of those choices. That's not my problem to fix. But he'll listen to you." She almost yelled. "He trusts you. Maybe he trusts me because I've never given him a reason not to." I told him. "Maybe he sees something in how you've treated me that makes him question who you really are. Either way, I'm not coming to the venue, and I'm not lying to make you look better." I hung up while she was still protesting, then turned off my phone, made myself a cup of tea, and sat down to really process what had just happened. Over the next few hours, my phone lit up with notifications. When I examined it, there were texts from relatives I hadn't spoken with in years, voicemails from my parents, and missed calls from Sophie's pals. It felt as if the entire family had come together to put pressure on me to clean up Sophie's mess. But, you know what? For the first time in my life, I was confident that I was doing the right thing by keeping away. David had seen through their actions all on his own. He made his decision based on how they treated me, not what I said or did. And honestly, that felt like the most full vindication I could have hoped for. I went to bed last night with my phone turned off and slept better than I had in months. Let them face the consequences of their own conduct. For once, I'm done being the family's scapegoat. I'm done mending other people's messes. This morning, I learned from my grandparents, the only family members I still have contact with, that David is not answering phone calls from Sophie or my parents. Apparently, he has informed his family that the wedding is off for good. Sophie is devastated. My parents are frantically attempting to contain the damage, and I'm just here, finally at peace with my decision to keep out of it all. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. Thank you to everyone who commented on my previous post and supported my decision to set boundaries with my family. You were all right. Sometimes it's best to step back and let individuals deal with the repercussions of their own choices. Update 2. My childhood and the reasons I have been so far away from my family for such a long time were topics that many of you wanted to know about. I did not go into it in my initial post since it is a heavy story. However, I believe that now is a good time to unpack some of it, especially in light of all the recent events that have taken place. My condition is social anxiety disorder, and here's the whole deal. Throughout my childhood, I was always aware that I was missing something, but I was never able to articulate what it was that I was missing. On the other hand, my parents were traditionalists who believed that mental illness was nothing more than an excuse for an individual's behavior. Over and over again, they would make comments such as, "You're just being dramatic," or "You need to toughen up." In the event that I was visibly terrified or experiencing a panic attack, they would refer to me as feeble or lethargic, as if I had chosen to respond in that manner. Looking back, I can see that there were a great number of warning signs that I am now aware of. At the age of 15, I was required to give a lengthy presentation for my English class. As someone who suffers from social anxiety, the idea of having to stand in front of 30 students was nothing short of your worst nightmare. The previous night, I was unable to get to sleep well. During the morning, I experienced bodily sickness. We pleaded with my parents to remain at home. The response that I received from my father was, "Life is not going to stop because you are afraid. What's the point of making everything such a huge deal?" In the end, I was the one who suffered a full-blown panic attack in front of the entire class. The shaking in my hands was so severe that I was unable to hold on to my notes. My voice continued to break, and in response, a number of children started laughing. Even though I could feel the room spinning, I was unable to leave. My mother did not offer any words of comfort to me when I returned home. Rather, she just said, "See? Despite all of the drama, you managed to survive it all." Everything was made much more difficult by Sophie, the ideal sister. In addition to being the president of the student body and the captain of the debate team, she was pretty much everything else that I couldn't be because of my fear. She would invite large groups of her friends over, and they would make remarks about how I was the weird sister who never left her room throughout the entire time. There was a time when I overheard Sophie saying to her friends, "Yeah, she's just antisocial. She is under the impression that she is too wonderful to hang around with anyone." Going to college brought about a revolution in my life. I went through a total collapse during the first semester of my college career. The stress of being away from home, adjusting to new social situations, and keeping up with classes while also managing my anxiety became too much for me to bear. When I was in my dorm room, I remember being unable to breathe and having the sensation that I was about to pass away. My roommate, bless her heart, became aware that something was very wrong and came dangerously close to physically dragging me to the campus counseling facility. I was introduced to Dr. Avery, the very first person who genuinely paid attention to what I had to say. My feelings were not ignored by her, nor was I encouraged to become more resilient. Instead, she assisted me in determining what was going on in the situation. Following a few sessions, she suggested an appointment with a psychiatrist in order to receive an accurate diagnosis. When I was first given a diagnosis of social anxiety disorder, it was as if I had finally been able to give a name to the monster that I had been fighting for my entire life. However, contrary to what my family had always maintained, it was not about being dramatic or drawing attention to myself. It was a genuine predicament, and it was treatable in some cases. During the therapeutic sessions, I gained new perspectives. Dr. Avery opened my eyes to the fact that the actions of my friends and family were not only unsupportive. Rather, they were intentionally harmful. It was through her that I learned how to establish boundaries, how to advocate for myself, and how to recognize damaging habits. At that point, I made a conscious decision to put some distance between myself and my family. However, the thing that truly bothers me is that when I attempted to let my parents know about my diagnosis, they completely disregarded it. In all sincerity, my mother expressed her opinion that these doctors are just trying to make money by labeling everything as a disease. When I tried to excuse my antisocial behavior, Sophie rolled her eyes and informed me that I was using a lot of fancy words. During Thanksgiving of the previous year, before all of this wedding-related uncertainty started, I made one more attempt to make them comprehend. An entire speech on social anxiety, complete with research and statistics, was something I had prepared in advance. I was in the middle of a sentence when my father interrupted me and asked, "Lily, when are you going to stop making excuses and start living in the real world?" That's when I realized that they wouldn't alter their behavior. They never made an effort to comprehend the situation. To them, I was always the difficult child, the dramatic one, and the problem that needed to be fixed. This perception was ingrained in their minds. What else is there to say? A peculiar sense of liberation was evoked by that realization. This assisted me in putting an end to my search for their acceptance or comprehension. When I think about it now, I can see how this inclination had a direct impact on the situation around the wedding. Their long-held perception of me as the troublemaker who needs to be controlled and managed consists of a number of factors, including Sophie's quick assumption that I was snatching her fiancé, as well as my parents' quick acceptance of her story without questioning it. Dave was able to see through everything. He took note of the manner in which they dealt with me, how they disregarded my feelings, and how they made me the scapegoat for all it was that they did. And in contrast to the other people in my family's social circle, who simply accepted their own version of reality, he exposed it for what it actually was: behavior that was harmful to the individuals involved. I suppose what I'm trying to convey is that the drama that occurred during the wedding did not take place in a vacuum. It's the outcome of years of family dynamics in which I was consistently depicted as the bad guy, the one who caused problems and needed to be addressed. Perhaps this is the reason why I come away from David's decision feeling so validated. Suddenly, another person was able to comprehend what I had been going through for all of these years. That concludes the backstory that a lot of you have been asking for. It clarifies the reason why I'm not in a hurry to make things better at the moment. Over the course of a significant number of years, I have endeavored to alter the perception that my family has of me, striving to win their acceptance and gaining their comprehension. At this point, I'm finished with it, recognizing that certain individuals will never understand or accept you, even if they are members of your family, is sometimes the most healthy thing you can do for yourself at difficult times. Update 3. Now that it has been a month since everything fell apart, I would like to share the final chapter of this story with you. What began as a stressful situation at the wedding has developed into something I never anticipated. However, I can report that it has at long last come to an end. The decision to call off Sophie's wedding left her in a state of utter devastation. My new phone number was sent around to everyone she knew after she was able to get her hands on it. All of a sudden, I was inundated with hundreds of angry messages from her friends, distant relatives, and even total strangers. A wide range of threats were made, ranging from accusations of guilt to outright intimidation. The vandalism happened after that. In the beginning, Sophie was the one who left eggs on my car. She used to do this to the females she despised in high school. She became more forceful when that did not elicit the response she had hoped for. I have lost count of the number of times that I discovered my car vandalized, my mailbox stuffed with rubbish, or the door to my apartment covered in notes that were not pleasant. When she cut all 4 of my car tires and left a note in her unmistakable handwriting, that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. During this entire ordeal, my parents made the decision to disregard Sophie's conduct. The way that they responded to each occurrence was consistent. Girls will be girls. Or you need to be more understanding of your sister's pain. In spite of the fact that I presented them with film from the coffre them security camera showing Sophie attempting to break into my flat, they disregarded it as nothing more than her plain desire to communicate. However, I was prepared because of the wonderful community that exists on Reddit, particularly thanks to those individuals who suggested that I record everything and set up surveillance cameras. It was through the assistance of the attorney that you suggested that I came to the realization that this was more than just a family problem. It was criminal harassment and vandalism. We were able to put together a compelling case by utilizing video evidence, photographs, testimonies from witnesses, and hundreds of conversations that contain threats. The moment my attorney submitted the cease and desist letter together with our evidence, Sophie realized that she had gone beyond the bounds of acceptable behavior. The footage from the security camera that showed her attempting to break in was very upsetting. She made an effort to negotiate through her own attorney, offering to pay for the damages if I dropped everything, but I declined her offer. Money was not the issue. Rather, it was about responsibility and the repercussions of one's actions. The legal proceeding was swift, and resulted in a conviction. A criminal harassment charge, a vandalism charge, and an attempted break-and-enter charge were brought against Sophie. A permanent restraining order, a 1-year suspended sentence, and mandatory therapy were all part of the punishment that she received. The judge was particularly harsh due to the fact that her actions had been premeditated and there was a significant amount of proof that her behavior had been becoming worse. I was labeled cruel by my parents for wrecking my sister's life with a few pranks, which was a reaction that was quite inevitable in response to the ruling. When I told them that Sophie had constantly harassed me, trashed my property, and attempted to get into my home, they really replied that I should have moved elsewhere if I felt afraid. This was due to the fact that Sophie had regularly attempted to enter my home. For me, that was the final conversation I intended to have with them. The civil dispute was resolved outside of the courtroom environment. All of the damage that Sophie caused was ordered to be paid for, and she was also required to pay further compensation for the emotional suffering and lost income she caused. As a direct result of her harassment campaign on social media, I lost a number of clients who hired me for freelance work. Furthermore, the settlement included a non-contact rule that applied to our parents. This was an extremely important aspect. As mediators or flying monkeys, they are no longer able to perform their functions. According to my attorney, the speed with which Sophie and my parents reached a settlement was in part owing to the fact that they were concerned about their reputations. It has come to light that they are more concerned with the opinions of their country club buddies than they are with doing what is morally correct. Is typical. Since then, I have relocated to a new apartment that is located in a safe building that is monitored around the clock. The restrictions that have been placed on my social media accounts have been implemented, and my coworkers have shown a great deal of understanding regarding the situation. My contact information has been completely changed. In fact, I was even given a better job offer by someone who had learned about my position and was impressed by the way I handled it. Which of these effects is the most surprising of all of them? For the very first time in my life, I don't feel restricted. The expectations and judgments of my family are not something that I am responsible for bearing. No longer am I the one who is being blamed. I am not the youngster who is too dramatic or the one who is tough. My name is Lily, and I am living my life according to my own terms. I would want to express my gratitude to the Reddit community for your unflinching support. You have truly made a difference in my life. In the courtroom, the advice you provided regarding paperwork and safety procedures had a significant influence. Your words of encouragement allowed me to maintain my strength when I was having doubts about myself, And your descriptions of events that were similar to mine made me realize that I was not alone. For anyone else who is battling with toxic family members, it is important to understand that sharing DNA does not give anyone the right to abuse you. In other instances, the most effective course of action is to simply leave the situation and let the other person deal with the consequences of their actions. It is not about exacting revenge, rather, it is about setting boundaries and demanding respect from others. Despite the fact that my social anxiety is still present, it is decreasing as a result of therapy. As I was growing up, I was subjected to a lot of criticism and gaslighting, and it turns out that a significant portion of it was due to those things. Who would have thought that eliminating persons who are harmful could be such an effective type of treatment? Given that this particular phase of my life has reached its conclusion, I shall no longer provide updates. The things that I am focusing on are my education, my career, and the formation of a new support network consisting of selected members of my family. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has responded to my story and offered their support. You were instrumental in assisting me in acquiring the courage to leave and the strength to advocate for myself. It has been said that the best way to repay someone is to live a good life. I'd like to add that the best way to bring closure is to realize that you've finally taken a stand for yourself. I have had enough of being that person's victim or scapegoat. I have taken control of my life, and I will never go back to the past. Reddit. Farewell, and many thanks for everything you've shown me. It's basically my Audi. My brother yelled after stealing it from me. I rekeyed the car and bled his secrets to his girlfriend. She left that night. Ryan, my brother, had previously borrowed my Audi. Only once. Ryan was under pressure from his girlfriend Hannah's passive-aggressive remarks on her ex's Mercedes. After 4 months of dating, the clues were becoming less subtle. She'd say, "It's not about the car." I felt horrible, so I let him take my M3 to their anniversary dinner. "It's about ambition." "Hey, dinner went amazing. Hannah loved the car. Mind if I borrow it again Friday? Her sister's in town and wants to go to this upscale place." Ryan emailed me the following morning. "Sure," making an effort to be a helpful older brother. That Friday also turned into the following Friday. Next up is Hannah's company happy hour on Tuesday. Then her friend's birthday is on Saturday. Ryan responded, "Come on, you're not even using it," after I finally refused his repeated demands after 4 weeks. "You literally work from home. The car just sits in your garage collecting dust." "I use it plenty. Groceries, gym, meeting friends downtown." "Yeah, but I actually need it. Hannah's co-workers think I'm doing well at work. I can't show up in my Corolla now. They've seen me in the Audi. So, tell them the truth." Ryan gave me a look as if I had advised him to burn himself alive. "Tell them I borrowed my brother's car." The entitlement progressively increased. "That's humiliating." Hannah would be mortified. He started by making requests days in advance. Then day of requests, and then just notifications he would pick up the Audi at 6. It is now a statement rather than a question. He would become manipulative when I said that I had plans. "Seriously, I already promised Hannah we'd take her parents to dinner in it. They're expecting a nice car. You want me to look like a liar? You could just tell them it's mine." "God, Lucas, why do you have to make everything complicated? It's one night. Her dad's a lawyer. I need to make a good impression." The pleas for forgiveness were incessant. "Mom always said family shares. Must be nice not caring about your brother's happiness. Hannah thinks you hate her because you won't help us out." Without asking, he began to keep the car longer. Hannah had wine and was unable to drive her car home, so a 3-hour dinner turned into an overnight stay. We made the last-minute decision to drive to the shore, so a Saturday afternoon turned into a full weekend. He would turn it around when I complained. "You're seriously upset that I kept your car an extra day when you had no plans? That's really selfish, man." When I discovered that Ryan had been telling people he purchased the car, it was the tipping point. Daniel complimented me on being such a giving brother while we were at a bar with our mutual acquaintances. "What do you mean?" Ryan was saying how tough the Audi payments are, but he lets you borrow it sometimes since you helped him with the down payment. He said I helped him with the down payment. "Yeah. Said you gave him like $4,000 as an early birthday present. Pretty cool of you." I showed Daniel the registration after taking out my phone. "This is my car. I bought it. I pay for it." Despite Ryan's months of publishing photos with it, Daniel was perplexed. Hannah refers to him as his kid and tags him in things. I looked at Instagram. It was there. Ryan is leaning against my vehicle. This beauty lasted for 8 months. Hearts and my successful boyfriend were Hannah's comments. They received congrats from her pals. Ryan's mother expressed her pride at the results of his hard work. That evening, I confronted Ryan. He made no attempt to refute it. Look, it's easier than explaining the whole borrowing situation every time. Hannah's friends would think I'm a loser if they knew it wasn't mine. So, you're straight up lying. It's not really lying, I use it more than you do at this point. I put gas in it. I got it washed and detailed last week. You detailed my car without asking. It was dirty. Hannah's parents were visiting. Her dad's a partner at a law firm. I couldn't let them see it was covered in dust. That's not your call to make. Ryan gave an eye roll. You're being ridiculous. Look, here's what I'm thinking. We should just share it officially. I'll pay half the insurance and we'll split the week. I need it on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and weekends for Hannah. You get Tuesday and Thursday. The insurance is $250 a month. You're offering me $125 to use my own car 2 days a week. It's totally fair. I need it for my relationship. You're single. You don't get what it's like having a girlfriend with expectations. Expectations you created by lying. Whatever. Will you do it or not? No, I replied. After calling me self-centered, Ryan departed. After 2 days, I discovered that my extra key had vanished from the kitchen drawer. I made my way directly to the garage. My stomach dropped as I saw the empty spot where my Audi should have sat. The tire marks from where Ryan had backed it out were visible on the concrete floor. I took my phone out and dialed him, but it went straight to voicemail. I gave another call. 3 more voicemails. He had either blacklisted my number or switched off his phone because every single call went straight to voicemail. He was avoiding the confrontation since he was fully aware of what he had done. I looked for locksmiths that could rekey a car online. When I called the first 3 locations, they told me they wouldn't be able to come out until next week. The 4th place was scheduled to open at 9 tomorrow morning. Despite the fact that I would be without my automobile for the whole night, I made the reservation. I texted Maya about it. Within 2 minutes, she gave me a call back and said she would be stopping by. 20 minutes later, Maya showed up carrying a bag of takeout that she had picked up en route. As soon as she placed the meal on my kitchen counter, she began to pace. She informed me that this was no longer a loan. It was theft. She stated I had to stop making excuses for Ryan since he had gone beyond all limits. She questioned whether I would actually allow him to take my car without my consent and grab my spare key. I told her that because I had called the police on my own, I had no idea what to do. It was too much for brother. Ryan was counting on that exact response, she continued, giving me a crazy look. As we ate, I continued to look at my phone. Ryan did not respond. 11 p.m. At last, a text from him buzzed my phone. He promised to return the car tomorrow after using it for a significant dinner with Hannah's parents. It was merely a casual notification, as if he had borrowed a pen, without any remorse or acknowledgement that he had taken my key. I typed back that he had taken my key from my car and that I would report it stolen to the police if it wasn't returned to my driveway by 8 a.m. He read the message right away, but he didn't reply. I didn't get much sleep. I was already scanning the driveway every few minutes at 6 in the morning. I heard a car arrive at 7:30. My Audi was in the driveway as I peered out the window. An Uber was waiting behind Ryan as he climbed out. Before I could put on my shoes, he stuffed something in my mailbox and boarded the Uber. The Uber was already turning the corner when I got to the driveway. My keys were in the mailbox when I opened it. As soon as I unlocked the Audi, I saw that the gas gauge was slightly above empty. There was a crumpled napkin and fast food wrappers on the rear seat. I discovered a downtown parking ticket from yesterday hidden behind my registration documents when I opened the glove compartment. An expired meter costs $50. It seems that Ryan parked downtown, allowed the meter to run out, received a penalty, and left it to me to handle. At precisely 9, the locksmith showed up. He was an elderly man with gray hair who had most likely seen it all. He informed me that spare key theft was more often than most people thought while he worked on rekeying the locks and programming new keys. According to him, family arguments over cars frequently occur when one person feels entitled to something that belongs to someone else. He inquired as to whether I wanted him to create 1 or 2 new keys. I assured him that 1 was sufficient because I would never again grant access to anyone else. I took a closer look at the entire car while he worked. As if he genuinely had insurance on my car, Ryan had placed his own card in my glove compartment, nestled next to mine. I had set all of my radio presets to stations I never listened to. The seat was positioned differently. For someone who was shorter, the mirrors were altered. The climate control settings were also altered. Ryan had fully claimed my car as his own, as evidenced by every little detail. He had not borrowed it once or twice. He had settled in and settled in. When he was done, the locksmith gave me 2 new keys on a plain ring. He claimed the old keys were no longer functional and advised me to store the extra key somewhere Ryan couldn't get to it. After giving him my money, I waited for him to drive off. Then, without first making a call, I hopped in my car and drove directly to Ryan's place. I rapped on his door. Ryan responded, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, as if he had just woken up. He could see Hannah on the couch behind him. As soon as she saw me, she got up and began speaking before I could say anything. She said that since family supports family, I was being self-centered. She said that by being frugal with a car I hardly used, I was impeding Ryan's ability to succeed in his job. Without uttering a word to defend himself, Ryan simply stood by and let her fight his war on his behalf. I told Ryan the truth, looking straight past Hannah. I said that Ryan had been lying to everyone about being the car's owner. I said that I never provided him with a down payment. I claimed that he actually took my automobile without my consent and stole my extra key from my kitchen drawer. I mentioned that he had been posing as the owner of the AITA on Instagram for months so that others may congratulate him on a purchase he never made. Hannah's expression turned white. She questioned Ryan if this was accurate as she turned to face him. Ryan started apologizing and explaining that he had intended to inform her later. It was complicated, he added, and when the time was appropriate, he would explain everything. I was exaggerating the situation, he said. Hannah remained silent. She snatched her handbag off the couch, shoved past us both, and left the apartment immediately. Behind her, the door slammed. The moment she left, Ryan lost it on me. He claimed that I had destroyed his relationship. He said that I had embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend. He said that by exposing him in such a way, I ruined months of developing trust with Hannah. I informed him that by establishing his own relationship on false pretenses, he destroyed it. I advised him to quickly post a correction on Instagram acknowledging that the car was never his. Absolutely not, Ryan replied. Posting a correction, he claimed, would ruin his reputation. Everyone who had complimented him would consider him pathetic, he claimed. He claimed that Hannah's friends would call him a liar and a loser. He claimed that he could not possibly be publicly embarrassing himself in that manner. I took out my phone and gave him 48 hours to come clean. I told that if he didn't share the facts himself, I would leave a comment on each article that included screenshots of my name on the car's registration, my name on the insurance documents, and the purchase documentation attesting to my purchase. My dad called that night. He was having a difficult time with Hannah, so he requested me to be kind with Ryan. I described Ryan's actions in detail. I informed him that my spare key had been stolen. I told him how I had been lying to Hannah and everyone else for months. I told him about Ryan's guilt trips and manipulation. Dad continued to downplay things. It was just brothers sharing, he claimed. I didn't really use the automobile either, so he felt I was exaggerating. He claimed that since I was unmarried and Ryan had a girlfriend to impress, he needed it more than I did. He claimed that family members were meant to support one another and that I was being challenged over a minor issue. I felt a shift in my chest as I hung up on Dad. He has a history of acting in this way. Since we were young, I had seen him justify Ryan. Dad explained that boys share stuff when Ryan took my bike without asking and gave it back with a bent wheel. Dad told me to be more understanding when Ryan stole money from my wallet in high school since he was worried about his academics. Dad persuaded me not to bring up the incident when Ryan smashed my first car while I was in college and lied about it, claiming that it would lower Ryan's insurance premiums. Dad always made me the issue because I wanted fundamental limits and respect. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed the pattern for years because it was so obvious now. Dad constantly intervened to make things right, so Ryan never really suffered any repercussions. I was constantly under pressure to be the bigger guy. Made me feel bad every time I refused to comply with Ryan's requests. I told Ryan via text that I would take care of it myself if he didn't make a sincere apology on Instagram by tomorrow acknowledging that the automobile was mine. Within minutes, he responded, saying I was being irrational and wondering why I felt the need to make such a huge deal out of things. I didn't respond. My phone displayed a fresh Instagram story from Ryan the following morning. I was expecting a genuine apology when I opened it, but instead I received something quite different. The tale featured an Audi picture with text overlay on miscommunication, resource sharing in families, and how communication may occasionally become difficult. Not a word acknowledging that he had lied. The fact that the car was really mine was not addressed by anyone, just ambiguous wording that gave the impression that we had a cooperative agreement that was misconstrued by others. After taking a picture of the story, I visited his page and discovered 3 postings in which he claimed ownership of my automobile while posing with it. With the remark, about 6 months with his baby, the first image featured him reclining against the driver's door. The second was from Hannah's birthday meal, where hearts were left in the comments and she was tagged. In the third, he was seen cleaning the automobile in my driveway while captioning it about managing his investment. I snapped a clear picture of my name as the only owner of my automobile after pulling up the registration on my phone. I then located and took a picture of my insurance card. I finally located the original purchase documents from my 3-year-old M3 purchase and took a picture of the sales contract that included my finance details and my signature. I went to the first post and attached all 3 pictures to my comment. I tagged Hannah and all of her pals who had sent congratulatory comments for Ryan. In the second and third posts, I made the same straightforward comment. This was my car. I was the only owner and Ryan had been borrowing it without permission while lying to everyone about owning it. 3 comments with identical explanations and documentation. I then took a seat back and observed the events. The reaction was swift and forceful. People began responding to my comments within 20 minutes, inquiring about Ryan's situation. Someone questioned why he had lied about something that was so simple to confirm. Someone else mentioned that they had always puzzled how Ryan, with his salary, could afford an Audi. In a comment, Hannah's pal inquired as to whether Hannah was aware of the truth. More and more people continued to ask inquiries and express confusion. I received private messages from a number of Ryan's buddies. When Ryan started acting strangely about letting anyone else drive the automobile, one guy remarked he had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Another claimed that Ryan had been boasting about his new acquisition at work and that everyone would now discover that he had lied. A third person simply expressed gratitude for providing clarification, as the entire event had been peculiar. Then I received a message from Lena, whose profile included Hannah's last name. She identified herself as Hannah's older sister, and added that learning the truth in this manner had left Hannah feeling utterly embarrassed and sad. Lena clarified that during the past few weeks, Ryan had been harassing Hannah to move in with him by promising to support her financially. Given Ryan's seeming success, which included having a lovely car and a well-organized life, Hannah had been giving it some serious thought. Hannah now felt foolish for believing him and standing up for him in front of me. Before Hannah made a more significant commitment, such as signing a lease with Ryan or being more intimately engaged with someone who was obviously not who he had claimed to be, Lena thanked me for revealing everything. I responded to her message by expressing my regret that Hannah was caught in the middle of this, but Ryan had based their entire relationship on false information about his success and financial status. Lena retorted that Hannah had already blocked Ryan's cell phone and was done with him. Around 10 o'clock that night, someone began beating on my front door. Ryan was standing there, wobbling a little, his eyes unfocused, as I peered through the peephole. He pounded his fist on the door so forcefully that it rattled the frame, obviously intoxicated and furious. I didn't open it. I could hear him screaming through the door about how I had ruined his life, damaged his reputation, and caused him to get into difficulty at work. He claimed that because other co-workers had seen the Instagram pictures and comments, his manager had summoned him to the office that afternoon. The manager questioned Ryan's judgment and character, wondering if someone who would fabricate such a large amount of personal information could be trusted with work-related duties. Ryan insisted that I publish something stating that there had been a misunderstanding and remove all the comments right now. I informed him over the door that he was the one who started this whole thing by lying to everyone who was important to him for months. I said that it was not my job to correct the inevitable results of his decisions. I argued that by just being honest from the start, he could have avoided all of this, but instead he had stolen my belongings and created a complex web of falsehoods. Before departing, Ryan continued to pound and rant for 5 more minutes. I heard his car's engine rev excessively high as it started and drove off. My phone rang the following morning from an unknown number. When I responded, a woman introduced herself as an agent for my insurance provider. She stated that they wanted to confirm that the request to add Ryan as an approved driver on my policy was genuine. I informed her that I had not authorized any such request at all. She clarified that someone posing as me had contacted yesterday afternoon in an attempt to give Ryan full driving privileges. My policy number and some basic information were available to the caller, but they were unable to confirm my security questions. The agent wanted to confirm with me directly because they had labeled the entire situation as possibly fraudulent. I informed her that my brother claimed to be the owner of my automobile and had been driving it without authorization after stealing my spare key. I asked if I needed to file a fraud report and stated that I absolutely did not want him attached to anything. She added that although they would just record the attempted unauthorized alteration in my account for the time being, I could if I so desired. She advised me to record everything in case I needed it for legal reasons in the future. After thanking her, I established a new record on my computer that had dates and specifics of each occurrence. Lena messaged me once more later that afternoon. After their breakup, she said, Hannah did some research and found that Ryan had also lied about his job title and pay. In reality, he was a junior associate earning $45,000 annually. But he had been lying to Hannah about being a senior analyst earning $70,000. Because the inflated figures matched the lifestyle the Audi implied, Hannah assumed Ryan was prosperous and financially secure. Lena claimed that although Ryan had been so assured and persuasive about everything, Hannah felt like a total moron for not raising any doubts before. She thanked me once again for revealing the truth before Hannah accepted what appeared to be a possible proposal or moved in with him. The issue was made even more distressing by the fact that Hannah had reportedly discovered an engagement ring receipt in Ryan's apartment when she was moving out, even though she had nearly committed to someone who wasn't even close to who he had claimed to be. The following week, I took the Audi to my usual technician for a standard inspection and oil change. I had been going there for 3 years, so the technician knew me and my car well. He asked whether I had a sibling when he emerged into the waiting area while performing the exam, looking perplexed. Yes, I replied, but why? He produced a 3-week-old work order with Ryan's name and signature that approved $1,200 worth of cosmetic improvements, such as tinted windows, new rims, and a bespoke spoiler. My account was identified for billing on the work order. Apparently, Ryan had came in posing as the owner and said he wanted to repay me for lending him the car by surprising me with the upgrades. The mechanic had found it strange, but Ryan had exuded confidence and was well versed in the car's service history. Luckily, I had been out of town and had missed the mechanic's call to confirm before beginning any work, so nothing had been done. However, if the mechanic hadn't made an effort to confirm first, I would have been charged for everything. I requested a copy of the work order signed by Ryan and thanked him for checking. Dad gave me another call 2 days later. This time, he wanted me to tell people that we jointly owned the automobile, apologize to Ryan, and help him maintain his dignity. He proposed that we claim that we had both contributed to the purchase and that there was only a misunderstanding about how to convey that to other people. According to Dad, Ryan would be able to regain some dignity and possibly win Hannah back if he could demonstrate that things weren't as dire as they appeared. At last, I became totally impatient. I reminded Dad that by constantly offering justifications and shielding Ryan from repercussions, he had been supporting Ryan's deceit and entitlement for years. I said that every time Ryan misbehaved, Dad put pressure on me to make accommodations and made me feel bad for requesting even the most basic respect. I said that because Dad was always stepping in to make things right and blaming me for not complying, Ryan had never learned to accept responsibility or deal with actual consequences. I informed him that I was done taking part in that dysfunction and that, for once in his life, Ryan deserved to see the real consequences of his decisions. Dad was silent for a while before accusing me of being unkind and causing harm to the family. I responded that years of enabling conduct had already caused harm to the family, giving Ryan the impression that he could steal and lie without facing any serious consequences. I hung up after that. I emailed Maya about all that had transpired, and she came over that evening. Given that we had grown up sharing everything, and that Ryan obviously struggled with boundaries, she recommended that we see whether he had access to any of my other accounts. We began changing all of my passwords and security questions to ones that Ryan wouldn't be aware of. We found out while doing this that he was still using a profile he had made months prior to access my Netflix account. We discovered that he was also using my premium Spotify subscription to log in. Little things, but they demonstrated how thoroughly Ryan had blurred the boundaries between what belonged to me and what belonged to him, giving himself anything he desired without question or even considering the possibility that it may be wrong. Ryan didn't get back to me for 2 weeks. Then he texted me, and my phone buzzed. The communication sounded real and was lengthier than normal. He acknowledged that he had made bad decisions he wasn't proud of after getting carried away in an attempt to win Hannah over. He claimed that he had been lying to himself just as much as to everyone else, persuading himself that the automobile situation wasn't all that horrible because he had a strong desire to be the prosperous man Hannah appeared to desire. After admitting to stealing from me and betraying my confidence, he made matters worse by refusing to accept accountability. He said he needed to work on his honesty and sense of entitlement and that he realized it would take a while to rebuild some sort of relationship. He claimed to have begun visiting a therapist in order to understand why he would undermine his own brother in an effort to seem successful. Trying to find the appropriate words that wouldn't seem harsh but also wouldn't allow for misunderstandings, I carefully typed up my response. I informed Ryan that while I was grateful that he had reached out and acknowledged what had happened, an apology was only the beginning. No matter how earnest a single text message appeared to be, trust wasn't something that could be restored. He would have to prove to me that he meant what he said about changing over the course of several months, if not more. I clarified that although we could behave like brothers in front of our parents and be polite at family events, our strong bond was not going to return anytime soon. I had nothing to lend him. Not my Netflix password, not the car, not the money. He required time to establish his priorities without my help, like his father had been doing for years. Knowing that I had established clear boundaries rather than leaving things open-ended and hoping he would magically grasp what I wanted, I pushed send and felt a weight drop off my chest. We didn't communicate much for 3 months. In July, We attended Dad's birthday dinner and politely discussed the weather and work. When Ryan inquired how my BMW was running, I replied that it was fine, and that was about it. We sat at the end of the table on Thanksgiving, and Ryan brought Emma, a new girlfriend who drove a Lexus and appeared like a decent person. He didn't make a big deal out of cars or offer to drive any place, I noted. Throughout the day, we might have exchanged 12 sentences. Having a sibling I hardly spoke to as a child, who was once my best friend, felt weird. I had come to terms with the possibility that our connection would remain superficial indefinitely. And to be honest, I was fine with that. I wasn't a bad brother because I set boundaries. It helped me develop the self-respect necessary to avoid dysfunction rather than drown in it. Every few weeks, Dad continued to give indications about how the family could move on and forgive. Usually immediately following a conversation with Ryan. I would change the topic and listen courteously. I had discovered that self-defense was not selfish. And sometimes letting someone deal with the actual consequences of their decisions without jumping in to make things right was the most considerate thing you could do for them. If this story resonates with you, stick around and listen closely. Don't forget to like and share your own experiences in the comments. My arm was badly broken, but my sister said I was faking it and my parents chose her party over the hospital. Now, they have been convicted. I was lying on the kitchen floor, my arm bent at an angle that arms should never bend, when my elder sister Veronica stepped in and told me I was faking it for attention. Mom dropped the ice pack she was grabbing for and turned to Veronica, her face filled with desperate relief. "Are you certain, honey? It does not seem good." Veronica took a quick peek at me before pulling out her phone and scanning through things. She does this every time I have a critical task. My college acceptance celebration is in 3 hours. She probably bent it incorrectly on purpose. The pain pouring through my forearm was making me dizzy, but I knew I shouldn't argue. The rule had been in place since I was 9, when I allegedly spoiled Veronica's 13th birthday by having a pretend seizure at her party. It was genuine. The hospital confirmed that I had experienced a serious allergic response to something in the cake. But Veronica persuaded my parents that despite being aware of the allergen, I had eaten it nevertheless in order to steal her attention. After that, every accident or illness required approval from my older sister before I could see a doctor. Dad walked in from the garage and found me on the floor, my arm visibly broken. The bone caused a nasty bulge under the skin that made my stomach turn when I looked at it. "What is your assessment, Veronica?" he asked in the same clinical, objective tone he used when making business judgments. My sister eventually looked up from her phone and stepped over to examine my arm from about 3 feet away. She crouched down but did not touch it, instead tilting her head and making a contemplating sound, probably just a severe sprain. She's being theatrical because Logan is coming to my party tonight, and she has a terrible crush on him. My face burned from humiliation since the crush was genuine, but this had nothing to do with it. When Mrs. Whitaker's dog raced into the street, I fell off my bike, trying not to hit it. The fall had been hard and fast, and I could hear the crack as my arm hit the concrete. "Veronica, please." My voice came out weaker than I hoped. I heard it break. "I really should go to the hospital." Mom exchanged looks with Dad, and I noticed the typical calculation taking place. Taking me to the emergency room meant missing setup time for Veronica's party. It prompted queries from the crew about why they had delayed so long. It meant Veronica was upset about the attention being drawn to me. "Let's wrap it up and see how you feel tomorrow." Mom had already chosen to get the first aid box from the cabinet. If Veronica is correct and it is merely a sprain, we will have wasted 4 hours in the ER for nothing. Dad nodded in agreement, and they both began gathering goods as I lay on the cold tile floor, my arm throbbing in waves that caused black spots to dance over my eyes. Veronica returned to her phone, having resolved the matter. She called over her shoulder as she exited the kitchen. "Make sure she remains in her room throughout the celebration. I don't want her limping about, looking for pity." They wrapped my arm so tightly that I couldn't feel my fingers after 10 minutes. Then they sent me upstairs with 2 ibuprofen and ordered me to relax. I could hear them setting up for the party downstairs, hanging decorations and arranging food, while I sat on my bed staring at my arm, which was already becoming purple and swelling so much that the bandage was ripping into my skin. My phone vibrated with a text from my closest friend Avery, who asked if I was coming to the party because my parents had invited half the neighborhood. I replied back with my left hand, saying I couldn't make it. I fell off my bike, and my arm is sore. She instantly asked if I had been to the hospital. When I replied no, she called rather than texting me back. "What do you mean, you did not go to the hospital? Your arm is broken, right?" Her voice was keen with concern, and I could hear traffic in the background, indicating that she was already in her mother's car somewhere. Veronica said, "It's just a sprain," and my parents believed her. I have to wait until tomorrow to see how it feels. Even speaking it out loud made it sound absurd, but this was how things worked in my house. Avery had known me since 3rd grade and was familiar with the rule, having seen it in operation several times over the years. There was a long lull during which I could hear her breathing and some garbled talk with her mother. "We're coming to get you." My mother screams, "You need an X-ray right now. That's not normal parenting. That's medical neglect." I wanted to argue that if I left, my parents would be furious. Veronica would make my life much worse than it already was, but the agony was becoming intolerable, and I was concerned about how my arm looked. "The celebration begins in 1 hour. Everyone will notice you taking me. Veronica is about to lose it." Avery's voice became harsher. "I don't care about Veronica's party. You could sustain a complex fracture or nerve damage. We're 2 minutes away." She hung up before I could complain further. And I sat there, feeling a terrible mix of relief and fear about what would happen if my parents found out. I managed to put on a hoodie over my wrapped arm, which drove new waves of agony through me and caused me to bite my lip so hard that I could taste blood. With my good hand, I grabbed my wallet and phone and descended the stairs just as the doorbell began to ring with early partygoers. Mom was in the dining room arranging a cheese tray, and didn't notice me sneaking out the front door, where Avery and her mother were waiting in their car, the engine running. When Mrs. Park saw my arm, her face turned white. She started to say something, but then shook her head and beckoned me to come in. She was taking me directly to the emergency room. The ER doctor took one glance at my arm and instantly requested X-rays, her countenance becoming increasingly anxious, as she slowly removed the bandages my parents had applied. "How long ago did this occur?" She was Filipino, probably in her 40s, with gentle eyes that kept darting between my face and my arm. "About 3 hours ago, I tumbled off my bike." She scrawled something on her chart, and I noticed her jaw clench. "And you're just arriving now? Who bandaged this arm?" I didn't want to lie, but I also didn't want to throw my parents into trouble. So I just explained that my folks had wrapped it and assumed it was a sprain. The doctor stared at Avery's mother, and something happened between them. Some adult understanding made me feel even more terrified. "This is a complete fracture of the radius and ulna. This required rapid medical intervention. The swelling alone may have resulted in irreparable damage." She began unwrapping my arm more slowly, her hands kind, but her voice harsher. "Did your parents notice the injury before wrapping it?" Avery spoke out before I could figure out what to say. Her sister claimed it was not serious enough for the hospital. Her parents always asked her sister first before taking her to the doctor. The doctor stopped unwrapping and gazed at me with such intensity that I wanted to cry. "Your sister? Not a medical professional. Your brother makes these decisions." I nodded, and she quickly took out her phone and moved away to make a call while a nurse arrived to continue removing the bandages. Mrs. Park squeezed my good shoulder and assured me that I had done the right thing by coming here, and that my parents were wrong to leave me in anguish for hours. The X-rays confirmed what the doctor had already determined. Both bones in my forearm were fully broken, and the way they were wrapped had exacerbated the situation by compressing the fractures. I needed surgery to correctly set the bones because waiting 3 hours had caused everything to shift and expand to the point where a simple cast would not suffice. They admitted me right away and arranged surgery for that evening, and that's when 2 police officers arrived, seeking to meet with me privately. Officer Marisol Vega, who was older, had gray streaks in her dark hair and talked in a calm, professional tone that added to the gravity of the situation. "We need to comprehend the situation at home. The hospital is compelled to report suspected medical negligence, particularly in cases involving minors. Can you tell us about the rule in which your sister decides on your medical care?" I was hooked up to an IV for pain relief and felt hazy around the edges. However, I attempted to describe how everything began after Veronica's birthday party when I was 9. How she persuaded our parents that I faked illnesses and injuries for attention. So they made her the gatekeeper for all of my medical decisions. Officer Vega jotted down everything in a little notebook, while her partner, a younger man called Officer Ethan Reyes, photographed my arm with a camera bearing an official-looking department stamp. "How often has your sister denied you medical care?" Officer Vega asked this in such a straightforward manner that I didn't even consider lying. I began recording instances, beginning with the seizure that triggered the whole thing and progressing through 6 years of denied treatment. I had strep throat for 2 weeks during Veronica's junior prom because she accused me of faking to spoil her dress shopping. When I hurt my ankle so badly that I couldn't walk during her debate tournament, she believed I was overreacting. I endured food illness for 4 days because she had college interviews and did not want our parents distracted. Officer Vega's look grew more intense with each story, until she eventually raised her hand to halt me. "That's enough for now. We'll need you to give an official statement, but first you need surgery. We will contact your parents and Child Protective Services." The way she phrased it made it apparent that this was neither optional nor negotiable. My phone started ringing around the time they were getting me ready for surgery. My mother's name repeatedly flashed across the screen. The nurse asked if I wanted to answer it, and I shook my head, sending it to voicemail. Mrs. Park had stayed with me the entire time, and she told the nurse that she would take any calls from my parents while I focused on getting my arm healed. In the operation room, the anesthesiologist was outlining what would happen when my phone rang with a text from Mrs. Chen read aloud upon my request. It was from Veronica, all uppercase, and she said I had ruined everything by leaving and causing a scene. That the cops had arrived at the party, asking inquiries, and half of the people had left. She would never forgive me for being so selfish and theatrical. Mrs. Park's face hardened into stone as she read it, and she took a screenshot before I could stop her. She stated gently, "This is evidence. I awoke from surgery with my arm in a cast from fingers to above my elbow, metal pins holding everything in place, and a thick bandage wrapped around the entire thing. The surgeon, Dr. Priya Chandran, came in to explain that the breaks were worse than the x-rays showed. Your sister just proved that she is more concerned with her party than with your broken bones. You were extremely fortunate that your friend brought you in when she did, as both bones had fractured completely and began to splinter. If I had waited until tomorrow, as my parents had planned, I might have lost permanent use of my hand." She used terms like nerve damage, vascular compromise, and permanent disability, while my head was swimming with medication and fear. My parents arrived around midnight. The hospital had already filed a report with CPS, and someone would be there to speak with you in the morning. In another 6 hours, we'd be discussing much more serious interventions. She looked at the notes on her tablet, her expression shifting between anger and sadness. Mom had been crying, her makeup was smeared, and Dad's face was tight with barely controlled anger. They weren't allowed in my room at first because Officer Vega was still finishing her report, but I could hear them arguing with the nurses in the hallway. Mom's voice kept rising, insisting that this was all a misunderstanding, that they'd planned to take me to the doctor in the morning, and that Avery's mother had overreacted and poisoned everyone against them. Dad's voice was lower but more threatening, talking about lawyers and false accusations, and how this would ruin his reputation. Officer Vega finally let them in, but remained in the room, and Mom's first words were, "How could you do this to your sister?" Dad stood at the foot of my bed, arms crossed, not asking how I was doing or if I was okay, but instead bringing up Veronica and how I had embarrassed them. "We trusted Veronica's judgment. She'd never been wrong about your exaggerations before." Officer Vega cleared her throat loudly. "Mr. and Mrs. Brennan, your daughter had both bones in her forearm completely fractured, requiring emergency surgery with pins and plates. There is no universe in which that qualifies as exaggeration. Your daughter, who is 19 years old and has no medical training, is not qualified to diagnose anything, let alone deny her sister emergency care. Our older daughter, who is a pre-med student at Stanford, has excellent judgment, and we were following her expertise." The officer's laugh was sharp and humorless. "You've been allowing a teenager to play doctor with life-threatening consequences." She gestured to my arm in its heavy cast, which needed immediate treatment. "Your daughter was in agony for 3 hours because you prioritized a party over her welfare." The argument lasted another 20 minutes, with my parents becoming increasingly defensive and Officer Vega becoming increasingly impatient with them. Mrs. finally advised them that they needed to leave because visiting hours had ended and I needed to rest. She also reminded them that CPS would begin a complete investigation tomorrow morning and that they should expect house visits and interviews with both girls. Mrs. Chen returned and sat beside my bed, having been in the waiting room giving her own statement to the police detailing everything she'd witnessed over the years of knowing my family. She pulled out her phone and showed me photos she'd taken of Veronica's text messages, screenshots of similar messages going back months in which Veronica mocked me for being dramatic about injuries. Mrs. Chen had been quietly documenting everything, waiting for a moment like this where the evidence might actually matter. Avery stayed with me that night, sleeping in the uncomfortable chair by my bed and waking up every time I made a sound. At around 3 a.m. when the pain medication was wearing off and I was waiting for the nurse to bring more, she said something that stuck with me. "You know this isn't normal, right? Like you know your parents are abusive and your sister is basically torturing you with their permission." I'd never let myself think of it in those terms before. I'd always told myself that Veronica was just protecting me or that my parents trusted her judgment. But lying there with pins in my arm from an ignored break for hours, I couldn't pretend anymore. "I know," I whispered, and saying it out loud felt like breaking something open inside my chest that had been locked tight for years. Avery reached over and took my good hand, and we sat there in the dark hospital room while machines beeped and nurses did rounds. And my entire understanding of my family crumbled into something ugly and true. The CPS caseworker, Stephanie Okonkwo, arrived at 8 a.m., dressed professionally and carrying a leather folder stuffed with papers. She pulled a chair close to my bed and explained that the hospital report, combined with the police statements, had triggered an emergency investigation. She asked me to walk her through the rules about Veronica, and I told her everything about the first time I had an allergic reaction when I was 9 years old. Stephanie wrote everything down in neat handwriting, occasionally asking clarifying questions about specific incidents or timelines. She described how my parents had delegated all medical authority to my sister because they trusted her judgment more than they trusted my reports of my own body, and how Veronica denied me care for increasingly serious problems. After an hour of questions, Stephanie closed her folder and looked directly at me, saying, "I'm placing you in temporary protective custody pending the investigation. You won't be going home until we determine whether it's safe." Her face remained professional, but I noticed her grip her pen tighter when I described waiting 4 days with food poisoning. "Do you have any relatives or family friends who could take you in?" I immediately thought of Mrs. Park and Avery, and Stephanie made a note to contact them for a placement evaluation. She also told me that Veronica would be interviewed separately, and my parents would have to attend mandatory counseling sessions about appropriate medical care for minors. The investigation would last at least a few weeks, if not months, depending on what they discovered. I'd be able to have supervised visits with my parents if I wanted, but Veronica wouldn't be able to see me until the investigation was finished. Stephanie handed me tissues and explained that my safety was the top priority, no matter what my family thought. Chen was approved as my temporary guardian within 48 hours, passing all of the background checks and home inspections. She moved me into their guest room, which Avery had already decorated with posters, a reading lamp, and a basket of my favorite snacks. The first night there, I couldn't sleep because I kept expecting my parents to come in and demand I come home, or Veronica, to text me about how I'd destroyed everything. But my phone remained silent because Stephanie had told my parents not to contact me except through official channels. And Officer Vega had told Veronica that any attempts to contact me would be considered witness tampering. As I lay in the comfortable bed, listening to the normal sounds of a house where people weren't constantly walking on eggshells around one person's mood, I felt something tight in my chest start to loosen just slightly. The following week, I had my first follow-up appointment with Dr. Chandra Sektaran, and she brought along another doctor, Dr. Neil Kozlovsky, who specialized in pediatric orthopedics. After examining my arm, he began asking questions about my medical history, and I told him about the various injuries and illnesses that had gone untreated or undertreated due to Veronica's decisions. And he requested copies of all my medical records going back to when I was 9. 3 days later, he called Mrs. Park and asked us to come to his office for a consultation. He had printouts spread across his desk showing gaps in my medical care that corresponded with important events in Veronica's life, including a broken finger that healed incorrectly because I couldn't see a doctor during her SAT testing week. Dr. Kozlowski had compiled everything into a timeline that showed a clear pattern of systematic medical neglect enabled by my parents and orchestrated by my sister, including repeated untreated respiratory infections during her college application season that left scarring on my lungs and a severe burn that became infected because she homecoming and didn't want our parents to be preoccupied with me at urgent care. He'd written a detailed report for CPS documenting each instance, the medical consequences, and his professional opinion that this constituted severe abuse. His hands shook slightly as he showed us the chest x-rays from my respiratory infections, pointing out areas where my lung tissue had suffered permanent damage from untreated pneumonia that I'd had during Veronica's freshman year of college. He slid copies of the report across the desk, one for Mrs. Park, one for me, and one he said he'd already sent to Stephanie and the police detective assigned to my case. This should never have happened. A child with pneumonia doesn't just have to tough it out because her sister has finals. This level of neglect could have killed you multiple times. Stephanie called the next day to inform me that the district attorney wanted to prosecute my parents for child endangerment and medical neglect, as well as Veronica for her role in denying necessary care. They were not just looking into the case for CPS purposes. Stephanie asked if I'd be willing to testify in court if it came to that, and I said yes without hesitation. The evidence from Dr. Kozlowski, along with the police reports and witness statements, painted a picture of systematic abuse over a 6-year period. I was tired of protecting them, of pretending the rule was normal or acceptable, and of bearing the weight of their dysfunction. My parents requested a supervised visit through official channels, and Stephanie arranged it at the CPS office with her present. She informed me that the preliminary hearing was scheduled in 3 weeks, and that I should prepare myself for my parents to fight this aggressively. They'd already hired a high-priced lawyer, who claimed the whole thing was a misunderstanding blown out of proportion by an inexperienced CPS worker. They came in looking smaller, less commanding than they'd always seemed. Mom had lost weight, and Dad's hair appeared grayer, They sat across from me at a conference table, and Mom immediately began crying, reaching for my hand. I pulled back, keeping both hands in my lap where she couldn't touch me. "We never meant for you to be hurt, sweetheart. We thought Veronica knew best. She's so smart, and we trusted her medical knowledge." Dad nodded along, his voice pleading. "We were just trying to teach you not to be dramatic about everything. We had no idea how serious your injuries were." I looked at both of them and felt nothing but cold anger. "I told you my arm was broken. I told you I heard it crack. You chose to believe Veronica over me because it was more convenient for her party." Mom's face crumpled. "That's not fair. We've always loved you just as much as your sister. We were just trying to balance both of your needs." Stephanie cut in before I could respond. "Mrs. Brennan, medical neglect isn't about love or balance. It's about failing to provide necessary care to your child. Your daughter needed emergency surgery because you waited 3 hours to seek treatment, and she has permanent lung damage from untreated pneumonia. These aren't minor oversights. They're patterns of serious neglect. We're being persecuted for trusting our older daughter's judgment. Veronica has never steered us wrong before. She got into Stanford for pre-med and knows medical things." Stephanie's voice remained level but firm. She's a 19-year-old college freshman who isn't qualified to diagnose anything. Even if she were, the appropriate response to a potential fracture is immediate medical evaluation, not wrapping it and hoping for the best. The visit ended early because my parents kept trying to defend themselves instead of admitting what they'd done. As they were leaving, Mom turned back once more and said, "Please come home. We miss you. Veronica misses you." The mention of Veronica made my stomach turn, so I told Mom I wasn't coming home, that I felt safer with Avery and Mrs. Park than I had ever felt in their house. Dad's face hardened, and he said something about me being manipulated by outside influences, that CPS was poisoning me against my own family. Stephanie ended the visit completely, escorting my parents out while they protested. After they left, she sat down with me and asked how I was feeling. I told her that seeing them made me angry and sad, and that I didn't want to fix things with people who couldn't admit they'd done anything wrong. The criminal hearing took place on a Friday morning in a courthouse that smelled like old wood and anxiety. The prosecutor, Assistant DA Jerome Wallace, was a black man in his 50s who specialized in child abuse cases. He'd reviewed all the evidence and told me before we went in that he had a strong case. But juries could be unpredictable when it came to parents who seemed otherwise respectable. My parents' lawyer was this sharp-suited woman named Vanessa Kohler, who immediately began arguing that this was a private family matter, that CPS had overstepped, that my parents were. Dr. Kozowski testified about the permanent damage to my lungs and the improperly healed bones from previous untreated fractures, while Officer Vega testified about the witness statements and the pattern she'd noticed while investigating the case. The evidence was presented in a systematic manner, beginning with the broken arm and working backward through 6 years of documented neglect. When it was my turn to testify, the defense attorney grilled me, asking if I'd ever been dramatic about my injuries, if I'd ever exaggerated symptoms to get attention, and if I had a difficult relationship with Veronica that made me want to undermine her. I answered each question honestly, admitting that yes, I'd been concerned about minor things that turned out to be nothing. But I also pointed out that children don't have medical training, that it's normal to be unsure about symptoms, and that's exactly why parents are supposed to err on the side of caution. Vanessa tried to trip me up by asking about specific incidents that Veronica claimed were exaggerated. But Jerome objected every time she attempted to use Veronica's assessments as if they were medical fact. The judge overruled most of his objections, and the defense attorney eventually sat down, frustrated. Veronica was the next witness, and watching her on the stand made me realize how much she had always controlled everything. She was poised and articulate, explaining how she had been protecting our parents from my attention-seeking behavior for years. I'd learned that getting hurt or sick would get me sympathy and focus, so I'd started faking or exaggerating symptoms whenever she had something important going on. She talked about the allergic reaction at her 13th birthday, claiming I'd eaten the cake despite knowing it would make me sick just to ruin her party. The prosecutor let her talk herself into a corner, then pulled out medical records showing that I'd had no idea about the allergen, that it was a new karma. The judge took 2 weeks to make a decision, and by the end of his cross-examination, Veronica was in tears, insisting that she had only been trying to help and that she had never intended for me to be seriously hurt. He dismantled every example she gave, displaying hospital records or doctor's notes to prove that my injuries and illnesses were genuine. When we returned to the courtroom for the ruling, it was packed with people from both sides, my parents' friends and colleagues, Mrs. Park and Avery, Stephanie from CPS, Jerome and his team, and the judge, an older white man named Douglas McNeil, who read from his notes for 10 minutes before delivering his verdict. He found my parents guilty of child endangerment and medical neglect and sentenced them to 2 years probation, mandatory parenting classes, and regular CPS monitoring. He also issued a protective order stating that Veronica would not have any medical decision-making authority over me until I reached the age of 18. And that any future medical decisions would be made by my legal guardian in consultation with actual medical professionals. My parents' friends protested the sentence in the courtroom. While Mrs. Park squeezed my shoulder in support, my parents sat frozen at their table, their lawyer already discussing appeals. They would only be allowed supervised visitation, and any attempts to violate the protective order would result in immediate jail time. Veronica was crying in the front row, her Stanford sweatshirt standing out against the dark clothing everyone else wore. I felt a strange combination of relief and grief, glad for the protection, but sad that it had taken a broken arm and a court case to get there. Outside the courthouse, reporters attempted to ask questions, but Stephanie and Mrs. Chen rushed me to the car before I could say anything. Jerome caught up with us in the parking lot and told me I'd been extremely brave, that cases like this were difficult to prove, and that my testimony had been critical. He gave me his card and told me that if I ever needed anything, I should call him directly. I went to school, had physical therapy for my arm twice a week, and saw a therapist named Dr. Amina Bashir, who specialized in trauma from family abuse. She helped me understand that the rule my parents had imposed was more than just neglectful. It was a form of psychological torture. She taught me that my body and pain were not reliable, that someone else's opinion was more important than my own, and that I deserved immediate care without having to prove I was sick enough. She also gave me exercises to help me recognize when I was minimizing my own needs, to trust my instincts about my health, and to understand that I deserved immediate care. Dr. Chandra Sekuran documented everything for the ongoing CPS case, noting that the delays in initial treatment had hampered the healing process and would most likely result in permanent. She wrote letters to my school explaining the accommodations I'd require, and worked with physical therapy to maximize what function I could recover. 6 months after the break, I still couldn't bend my wrist fully, couldn't grip things as strongly as before, and had constant aching when the weather changed. Dr. Chandra Sekuran told me that this was the best outcome we could hope for, given how badly the bones had been damaged. She said it gently, but I heard the unspoken message that this permanent disability was avoidable, that 3 hours of delay had changed my life forever. My parents finished parenting classes, but didn't seem to internalize anything they'd learned. At supervised visits, they still defended their decisions, claimed they'd just been trusting Veronica's judgment, and acted like victims of an unfair system. Stephanie asked if I was sure, and I told her I couldn't keep hoping they'd change, so she marked it in the case file, and my parents' lawyer threatened to sue for alienation of affection. They never apologized for the pain they'd caused, or admitted that their rule was abusive. Jerome responded with documentation of everything they'd done, and the letters stopped. I was officially done with them, free to build a life that didn't include people who'd let me suffer for 6 years just to inconvenience my sister. Veronica tried to contact me several times, sending emails and letters through my old school address. Mrs. Chen screened everything and saved it for Stephanie, who documented the contact as a violation of the protective order. The emails were all variations of the same theme, with Veronica claiming she was trying to protect me from myself, that she had never intended for things to escalate, and that I was destroying our family by refusing to forgive her. After the third email, Stephanie reported it to the court, and Veronica received an official warning that any further contact could result in criminal charges. The email stopped, but I occasionally saw her posts on social media through mutual friends, always playing the victim and clears throat positioned as the wrong parent. I finished high school with Mrs. Park in Avery, who'd become more of a sister to me than Veronica ever was. She helped me with college applications and celebrated when I got accepted to 6 different schools, all far enough from home that I'd never have to worry about running into my parents or Veronica. I chose a university in another state with a strong pre-law program, deciding I wanted to work in family law, protecting children from situations similar to what I'd. Mrs. Park cried proud tears when I told her about my plans, and she said she'd always known I'd turn my pain into purpose. On the day I left for college, she gave me a folder containing all of the medical records, court documents, and evidence from the case, saying that having everything organized would make it easier to access if questions arose. My wrist still bothered me, especially during the winter, and I had to take notes on a laptop because handwriting for too long made it ache. Living in a dorm with people who didn't know my history, who saw me as just another student rather than the girl who'd been neglected by her family, allowed me to make friends, join clubs, and discover my talent for debate and advocacy. In my family law classes, I wrote papers about medical neglect and sibling abuse that my professors said were some of the most insightful work they'd ever read. But I adapted, found workarounds, and gradually stopped seeing it as a disability and more as a part of who I was. I turned my experience into expertise, which felt powerful rather than painful. During my sophomore year, my parents forwarded a typed letter to the university, stating that they had completed all of the requirements of their probation and wanted to rebuild our relationship. The letter included a check for my college expenses and a handwritten note from my mother saying she missed me. I stared at the check for a long time, tempted by the money, but knowing that accepting it would mean opening a door I'd worked hard to close. I sent everything back with a brief note saying I appreciated their reaching out, but wasn't ready for contact. They never tried again after that, and I learned from distant relatives that they'd moved to another state where no one knew about the case, starting over somewhere new. Veronica graduated from Stanford and went to medical school, which felt like the universe's cruelest joke. I occasionally tracked her down on LinkedIn, where she posted about her clinical rotations and patient care experiences. She had specialized in emergency medicine, and I wondered if she saw the irony in her choice. The woman who had denied me emergency care for 6 years was now in charge of making life or death medical decisions, and I hoped she was better at it with strangers than she had been with her sister. I also hoped that every patient who came in with a broken bone made her think of me, made her remember what she'd done. I knew it was petty, but I couldn't stop myself from wanting her to feel something, even if it was just guilt. I graduated with honors and was accepted to law school on a full scholarship, writing my personal statement about how my lived experience with systemic family abuse had shaped my understanding of justice. My recommenders were professors who had seen me transform trauma into academic excellence. Mrs. Park and Avery came to my graduation, bringing flowers and taking hundreds of photos. Later, the admissions committee told me that my application stood out for its raw honesty combined with clear professional goals. That night, Mrs. Park told me that she had always seen me as a second daughter and that taking me in had been one of the best decisions of her life. I cried and thanked her for saving me, not just from that one night with the broken arm, but from years more of abuse if she hadn't intervened. 10 years later, I was working as a family law attorney specializing in medical neglect cases when I received a call from Stephanie, with whom I had maintained contact over the years. She said she had a case that reminded her of mine, a teenage boy whose older brother had been given medical veto power by their parents. Would I be willing to consult? I said yes right away and spent 3 hours reviewing case files that could have been my story with different names. The pattern was identical, and the justifications were the same. The abuse was wrapped in the same language of trust and judgment, and I helped build the case that eventually resulted in the boy's removal from his home and criminal charges against his parents. Afterward, his guardian thanked me and said my expertise had made all the difference. I drove home that night thinking about a 15-year-old me lying on the kitchen floor with a broken arm, and I felt grateful that I had survived to help others in similar situations. My wrist still aches when it rains, and I still have scars on my lungs from untreated pneumonia. These physical reminders of what happened never completely go away, but they've become part of my story rather than the definition of it. I'm not just the girl whose sister controlled her medical care. I'm an attorney who fights for children who can't fight for themselves. I'm the survivor who turned pain into purpose, and every case I win, every child I help safeguard, is like reclaiming power that was taken away from me years ago when my parents decided that my sister's judgment was more important than my broken bones. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. Caught my husband bragging about his affair with my best friend for 3 years. I immediately kicked him out, took back my $50,000, and left him homeless. I'm in my hallway at 6:47 p.m. Thursday, holding this chocolate ganache cake. I spent 4 hours creating after work. I can hear Jake and his friends crying in the living room, howling, inebriated, laughing. I left work early, picked up Olivia from daycare, dropped her off at my parents' house, grabbed all the party items from Target, and ran home before him to set up his surprise 32nd birthday party. But he beat me home. 6 mature men are sprawled across my sectional with beer cans everywhere, watching a TV show that makes them cackle like hyenas. Our wedding video. They're viewing our 4-year-old wedding video. This dessert has frozen me in the doorway. James nods to the TV. Look, here it comes. Jake says, oh man, watch this. I see myself in my wedding dress talking to my aunt at the dessert table. Jake and Rachel, my high school best friend, are near the bar. My maid of honor, Rachel. The video shows him leaning in to kiss her. Really kiss her. No peck. His hand covers her waist and more. I was too busy with 220 guests to see this at my wedding. But the video shows it clearly. Jake visits pals. Remember when I kissed Rachel during the reception? She could not resist me that night. Chris is dying laughing. Your wife never suspected a thing. She was too busy with guests. Jake shrugs and says, she's so naive. I'm still standing there with cake in my hands, decorations in my car, and my phone in my back pocket, slowly pulling it out and recording because what the hell is happening? Jake takes another beer drink and continues. Been secretly meeting her for 3 years now. His boys high-five him. Jake says, honestly, I only stay because her dad pays our mortgage, and she does everything around the house like a maid anyway, so why would I leave? James says. 3 years. Man. That's impressive. They all clinked their glasses. Clinked them to rejoice. My hand started shaking after 3 minutes of this. They compared Rachel to me, saying Rachel is more fun, and doesn't complain about finances or garage cleaning. How I'm a live-in home manager who sometimes shares his bed. Jake stated that. In-house manager. I gently backed out of the hallway, put the cake on the kitchen counter, walked outside, and sat in my car in my driveway for 10 minutes, breathing, to avoid committing a criminal. Since Jake's venture failed, and he was unemployed for 10 months, my dad has paid our mortgage for 3 years. My dad writes the check every month because Jake stated he was recovering and needed time. My dad feels Jake is a nice husband, since he acts well at family dinners. I work full-time, handle everything at home, and take care of Olivia, who turned 5. Meal planning, invisible labor, and presumably becoming the punchline of his repulsive friend's jokes while he sleeps with my best friend. 3 years. He's seen Rachel for 3 years. That automobile was where I performed the math. That suggests it began during pregnancy. Jake would pretend he was going to the gym or seeing his friend Ben for drinks, while I had hyperemesis gravidarum and couldn't eat for months. When I was sick and couch-bound, he came home at 10 p.m. Perfume-scented. I believed him when he stated Ben's girlfriend used too much perfume, and got it on him when she hugged him goodbye. Calling my sister Emma from the car. Not even hi. Just started ranting and she goes, "What?" I say, "Yeah. So I just found out Jake has been cheating with Rachel for 3 years by walking in on him watching our wedding video with his friends and bragging about it." Emma says, "I'm coming over right now." I say, "No, because he doesn't know I know yet, and I need to figure this out." She convinced me to send her the video first. Smart. I texted it to her phone and myself from 3 different numbers to be sure I had backups everywhere. I returned inside. Still viewing the wedding video. While doing our first dance, Chris said, "Dude, you're literally dancing with your wife, while thinking about her best friend." And Jake said, "Makes it hotter." Honestly. I went from the living room to our bedroom, closed the door, opened his closet, and started pulling clothes off hangers and shoving them in garbage bags. The huge black ones took his shoes, fitness gear, and silly graphic tees he thinks are antique but make him look like a middle school shopaholic. I could hear them laughing outside. I filled 4 trash bags before hearing footsteps. Jake opened the bedroom door and asked, "Babe, when did you get home?" I was standing there with garbage bags full of his belongings. I gazed at him as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Holding a beer." Pizza stained his shirt. This is my husband, whom I've supported financially and emotionally while he messes with my best friend and mocks me to his boys. I add, "I came home to surprise you for your birthday. Had your favorite cake and decorations in my car. Revisit it. A raveritable dia. Instead, I got to hear you tell your friends how you've been meeting Rachel behind my back for 3 years and only stay with me because my dad pays your bills." His face was like a vampire. He stammered and said, "Babe, wait. I can explain that wasn't." I said, "Do not call me babe ever again. I have the whole thing on video." He changed tactics and said it was locker room gossip. He exaggerated to impress his friends. I asked, "So, you weren't kissing Rachel at our wedding reception?" He answered, "That was nothing. Just a drunk mistake 4 years ago. That's it." I played the video on my phone. He claims to have met her for 3 years. He called me gullible, saying my dad pays our mortgage as a joke. I nearly dropped my phone when he grabbed it. I threatened to call the police and remove him if he touched me or my phone. He recanted but began a speech about marriage being hard and making mistakes, but we can overcome this. Pack whatever he needs for the next few days. He's leaving. He can remain with James, Chris, or anyone else, but not here. Nowhere near me or Olivia. He kept negotiating, saying he has nowhere to go, and begging to sleep on the couch, promising not to bother me. I said hour and returned to the bedroom to gather his items. He followed me, stood in the doorway calling, "Please. Just let me explain everything." I turned around and screamed that there is no acceptable answer. That I don't care why, how, or his excuse. He lied to me for 3 years, slept next to me at night, played happy family with our kid, ate meals I cooked, lived in a house my father paid for, and slept around with my best friend, whom I trusted. He claimed Rachel seduced him because he was weak. I laughed in his face and told him he's a grown man who made choices and can own them instead of blaming others. Then my phone rings. Jake's mom, Linda. Leave it on voicemail. She called again immediately. I reply and she says, Jake just called me very upset, saying you're kicking him out over a misunderstanding and you won't listen to reason. I add, there's no misunderstanding, Linda. Your son has been cheating on me for 3 years with my best friend, and I have video evidence of him bragging about it to his friends. She sighed. She adds, all men have their moments, dear. Don't throw away your marriage over boy talk. Just hung up on her. After 3 texts, I disabled her number. Jake stood there and said, see, even my mom thinks you're overreacting. I lost it. Tell him his mother raised a man who believes cheating is boy banter, lying is okay, and using his wife's family for money while demeaning her is fine. That his mother is the last to judge our marriage. I gave him the garbage bags I'd packed and ordered him to grab the remainder. He took them to his car while I sat on the bed breathing again because adrenaline was shaking me. I questioned him if our marriage was a lie when he returned for more goods. Did he adore me, or was I convenient? This Rachel thing simply got out of hand after he declared he loved me. I asked when he last saw her. He remained silent. He should inform me now if it's recent. He finally revealed they had lunch on Tuesday, 3 days earlier. After seeing Rachel for lunch while I worked, he returned home, ate my dinner, and played with Olivia before bed without saying a thing. I informed him, I want a divorce. He cried. He cried and implored, please don't do this. Think about Olivia. We can fix this. I answered, Olivia deserves a mother who respects herself enough not to stay with a cheating liar and a father who knows actions have consequences. He packed 3 more suitcases. I followed him around the home to make sure he wasn't stealing. I told him, that's Olivia's for her games, and he can't have it. He argued, take it up with your lawyer. Before he left, he turned around in the doorway and said, you're making a huge mistake. You'll regret this. We're good together. I said, we were never good together. I was just too busy managing everything to notice you were a lying cheat. Trying to hug me again. Step back. Left finally. I locked the door after him. All locks, deadbolt, and chain. Then I locked every window. Verified twice. I then sat on my kitchen floor staring at that terrible chocolate cake I made for his birthday. 4 hours of baking and decorating with his favorite fondant toppers. At 9:30 p.m., I forked cake from my kitchen floor platter. On Thursday night. My phone is exploding. Jake texts and calls. His mom texts. My brother James texted that I'm too tough. My sister called to check on me. Dad called after Emma told him what occurred. I haven't called Mark. Rachel's fiancé. No, I should. He deserves to know. But I can't handle one more thing tonight. Emma was eventually contacted to fetch Olivia up from our parents tomorrow morning and take her to preschool like usual. Olivia shouldn't see me like this. My folks can watch her over the weekend while I decide. To those wondering, why didn't you just throw the cake at him? I agree. However, that cake was too gorgeous for his face. Not sure what I'm doing. It's possible I handled this wrong. My only knowledge is that I'm sitting here at practically midnight on his birthday party. Instead, I'm Googling divorce lawyers, eating cake alone, and trying to figure out how to tell my 5-year-old daughter that daddy won't live home anymore. Jake arrived around 7 a.m. So update coming. Worsened greatly. First update. I barely slept Thursday night. I checked my phone every 20 minutes, because Jake kept texting me. We need to talk. Please don't do this, and I love you, and this is fixable. Near 2 a.m. He turned to I. Deserve a chance to explain myself properly. I didn't answer. Stare at my dad-paid ceiling in bed as this man who's been using me thinks he deserves anything. Around 6 a.m. I finally fell asleep. Then 7:15 a.m. Banging on my front door. Strident thumping. My neighbor Megan across the street was grabbing her newspaper and gazing when I grabbed my phone and went to the living room and saw Jake outside in the same clothing as yesterday, knocking on the door and saying, "Open up, we need to talk." Another neighbor stopped to watch his dog stroll. Jake sees me through the window, and yells louder about how I can't reject him, since we're married, and he has rights. I unlocked the door but left the chain lock on, and told him to leave, or I'll contact the cops. His words, "I just want to talk like adults." His foot was in the door gap as he said, "Adults don't cheat on their wives for 3 years, and then show up screaming on their doorstep at 7 a.m. When the whole neighborhood can hear. Shove the foot. I smashed it on his foot, and he yelped and sprang back. I'm yelling at him to leave in 60 seconds, or I'll call 911. Megan across the street pulled out her phone like she was ready to call. Jake noticed her, got back in his car, and rolled down the window, shouting at me for being stubborn and hurting our family. I returned inside shivering from wrath, not terror. The chutzpah of this individual to cause a scene after everything he done. I called my dad to explain. Dad, the calmest guy alive, was angry. He said he's coming over and we're replacing the locks today, without Jake receiving a key. He stated he's also calling the mortgage company to remove Jake's name because he's been paying. My dad arrived an hour later with Mom and Emma. My mom brought breakfast sandwiches from our favorite deli. I broke down when I saw my mom since I'd been holding it together all morning. My kitchen was where I showed them the whole movie. After watching with her hand over her mouth, my mom stated, "That boy is not welcome in this family anymore." My dad was furious, and his hands were shaking. He said, "I trusted him. I helped him. I paid for his life while he disrespected my daughter." Emma intended to drive to Jake's house and cut his tires. Mom had to calm her. Then my phone rings. Rachel called. The crowd fell silent. I gazed at the screen and Emma said, "Do not answer that." I said, "Oh, I'm answering." And I placed it on speaker. Rachel says, "Hey, I know this is awkward, but can we meet somewhere to talk?" I responded, "Talk about what exactly?" She went hesitant, and then added, "Jake called me last night crying saying you kicked him out and I just want to explain my side." I laughed out loud, told her no side justifies sleeping with your best friend's husband. She gave this whole spiel about how it just occurred, and neither of them wanted for it to go this far, and they tried to stop so many times. But there are true feelings. True sentiments, says. Real feelings like that makes it better. I wondered how she could sit at my kitchen table every weekend for brunch, hold my baby, and ask about my marriage while destroying it. She says, "It's not that simple, and things between me and Mark haven't been great. And Jake understood me in a way Mark doesn't." My mom took the phone and left. Told Rachel she's a disgrace and a bad friend, and should never touch me or this family again. Rachel tried to speak, but my mom hung up. All of us sat startled. Emma asks, "So, are we telling B?" I say, "Yes, absolutely. He deserves to know. But here's the issue. I lack Bo's number. Rachel and I were friends, but I only saw B at group events, and don't follow him on social media because we're not close." Since his Instagram profile is public, Emma wrote him a DM from her account saying, "This is about Rachel and Jake. Please call me. It's urgent." He called her back in 10 minutes. Emma replied and identified herself. Then gave me the phone. I told this man I hardly know that his fiancée had been cheating on him with my spouse for 3 years. Long quiet on the other end. He questioned, "Are you sure?" I said, "I have video of Jake bragging about it to his friends. Could I give it to him?" I used Emma's Instagram DM. Bo called back 5 minutes later. He put down a deposit on their venue last week for their 4-month wedding to Rachel. He kept asking me how long, and where they'd meet. Which I don't know. I say, "I'm so sorry. And I only just found out myself." He says, "This is not your fault. Thank you for telling me." He hung up. My mom had us eat breakfast sandwiches even though nobody was hungry. She said, "You need food in your system because today is going to be a long day." She was accurate. Around 11 a.m., the locksmith changed all the locks. Jake's mother, Linda, visited him at work. Unannounced visit to my house. My dad answered the door and instructed her to go. She pushed past him into my foyer, saying, "I need to speak with my daughter-in-law." I came out of the kitchen and saw her standing with her purse to her breast, looking serious. She said, "Sweetheart, I know you're hurt. But you're not thinking clearly." I told her Jake lied to everyone, including his daughter, for 3 years while sleeping with my best friend and using my father's money. Not a mistake. He repeated that choice. She says, marriage is about forgiveness, and working through hard times. Every couple has rough patches. I asked her if she'd stay with her husband if he cheated on her for 3 years, and she got huffy, saying, "That's different, and not the point." My mom then told Linda to leave my house immediately. Right in my entryway. They started. Linda says, "My mom raised me to give up too easily on my marriage. My mom says she taught me self-respect and not to be treated like garbage." The locksmith stood with his drill, looking miserable. My dad intervened and physically led Linda out. She turned and said, "You're going to regret this, when Olivia grows up without her father." I broke down. Screamed at her that Jake can be Olivia's father, without living here, and lying to me, and that maybe if she'd raised him better, he'd be a great person. She departed. Dad secured the new lock behind her. The rest of Friday morning, I called divorce lawyers. Found a Monday morning meeting buddy. My dad is paying for it because I can't afford a divorce lawyer on my wage. And Jake won't pay for his own. Around 2 p.m. Emma dropped Olivia off at my parents' place after preschool, so I had to fetch her up. It was terrifying because how do you tell your 5-year-old everything is changing? Olivia was having fun playing with her toys, so I told her, "Daddy is staying somewhere else for a little while." She asked why, and I explained. "Mommy and Daddy need some space right now, but we both love her so much." She seemed comfortable with that. Returned to playing. I know things will grow harder. But kids are resilient. She came home and we made her favorite pasta for dinner, and watched Encanto a million times. She fell asleep on the couch next to me, and I stared at her little face thinking about how I'm helping her too. Thus, she learns that her mother doesn't tolerate mistreatment. Thus, she learns relational boundaries. My phone kept ringing. Jake texting Olivia to see her. Mom texts stating I'm cruel. James texted that Jake is struggling and I should listen. My only text response was to James, telling him his friend Jake brags to him and everyone else about cheating on me will help him deal with the consequences. James can struggle with him if he disagrees. I get 19 texts from Jake on Saturday morning. He sent walls of text about how sorry he is, how he'll do everything, and how I'm his love and Rachel wasn't important. I finally responded, telling him to contact him through my lawyer, and exclusively concerning Olivia. He called immediately, and I didn't answer. He called 6 more. I blocked his number. He called me from random numbers. I'd answer thinking it was the lawyer's office or something urgent and Jake would beg to chat. I blocked 4 numbers Saturday alone. Emma sent me a screenshot Saturday night. Rachel wrote a lengthy Facebook post explaining her struggles, asking for privacy, and emphasizing that people make mistakes, and good friends stick by you. Some mutual friends were encouraging, but others were confused and asked what occurred. Then Mark commented one line, after saying, "Rachel, you don't get to play victim when you destroyed our relationship and multiple families." It went off. People seeking explanations. Mark answered yes when asked if Rachel cheated with her best friend's spouse when she was pregnant and raising their child. I didn't request that. I had checked out of Facebook to avoid seeing anything. Emma texted me screenshots, and Emma said everyone we know saw it, and many commented on Jake's Facebook asking if it was genuine. Jake deactivated Facebook completely Saturday night. Rachel's was private. The person on my first post, who suggested the trash was taking itself out, was right. My phone rang with unknown numbers. Finally, my aunt asked if the Facebook thing was true. She stated the whole family is shocked and supports me once I said yes. My cousin, another aunt, and my dad's brother, all called to check on me and tell me they support me, which was sweet but stressful because I had to explain the scenario 19 times. Jake returned to my residence around 9 a.m. Sunday and repeatedly rang the doorbell. I peered through the peephole, and saw him carrying roses. I didn't enter. He shouted through the door that he knows I'm in there, and we need to chat. Thank goodness Olivia was asleep and didn't hear this. Since I blocked his number on my phone, I contacted him from my laptop using iMessage, and told him to leave, or I'll call the police for harassment. He texted, "Harassment? Really? Babe? I'm your spouse saving our marriage." Called my dad. He drove over, and confronted Jake in the driveway. I watched from the window, as my dad said, "If he shows up at this house one more time without permission, he'll file for a restraining order himself." Jake tried to argue, but my dad said he's not discussing it. Jake better be grateful he's not getting beat for what he did to his daughter. Emma came over Sunday afternoon, and we meal prepped for the week while Olivia played in the backyard. Emma kept asking if I was okay, and I'm so angry, hurt, and betrayed. She told me I should take time off work, but I need my job, my paycheck, and Olivia's stability. Sunday night, I finally sat down and made a list of everything I need to do. Divorce lawyer Monday. Figure out custody arrangement. Talk to HR about updating my emergency contacts and beneficiaries. Cancel the joint credit card. Separate bank accounts. Tell Olivia's preschool that Jake can't pick her up without my permission. The list is so long and overwhelming that I wanted to cry looking at it. But I'm done crying over Jake. It said, "Mark, can we talk? I don't know what to talk about," but I said, "Okay." And he asked if he could call me, and I replied, "Yes." Update 2 coming. Since that phone chat with Mark revealed something I wasn't anticipating, and now there's a whole new situation. That phone call with Mark on Sunday night wrecked me, and I'm still trying to process everything. He called around 10:30 p.m. and apologized for calling so late, but he couldn't stop thinking about everything and needed to talk to someone who understood. I told him I get it and asked how he was doing. He said he confronted Rachel on Friday night after I sent him the video. She denied it at first. Mark persisted, and she broke down and admitted they'd been seeing each other, but insisted it was only a few times. I asked him if he believed that, and he said, no. Then he went through her phone. Rachel left it on their kitchen counter while taking a shower, so he picked it up and went through everything. Her passcode is his birthday, so it wasn't hard. He found months of Instagram DMs between her and Jake. As I suspected, but here's what made me feel sick. They weren't just hooking up, Jake saying he thinks about Rachel constantly, and wishes he could wake up next to her every morning. Rachel saying she feels more herself with Jake than she ever has with Mark. While I was making Jake's breakfast, doing his laundry, and raising our daughter, and he was texting another woman about leaving me. Mark said there were messages from when I was pregnant with Olivia. Rachel told Jake she was jealous watching him play Happy Family. Jake said he wished he had a baby with Rachel instead. Mark asked me if I knew about Jake's Instagram account under a fake name to message Rachel without anyone seeing. I had no idea what he was talking about, so Mark sent me screenshots through Instagram DM. Jake created a fake account with a random guy's photo as the profile picture, and a generic name like James Peterson or something. That's how they communicated most of the time, so if anyone saw their phones, it wouldn't look suspicious. Mark only found it because Rachel saved it in her close friends list or something technical. Mark went through everything with me for an hour on the phone, and told me Rachel had been lying to him for months about where she was going, saying she had work events or girls' nights when she was meeting Jake at this hotel 30 minutes outside town. They always went to room 347, which they mentioned in multiple messages like it was their special place. I wanted to shout and tell Mark that this wasn't just adultery, but a hidden relationship with plans, routines, and their own world alongside ours. Jake told me 3 years, but I don't know more. Mark found the earliest Instagram DM from March 2023, right after Olivia turned 2. When Jake's job was failing and he was spiraling about money and I was working overtime to keep us afloat. I asked Mark what he would do, and he said he ended things with Rachel and told her to leave their apartment. He asked me if Jake would try to manipulate his way back in, and I said yes. He's already shown up at my house twice, and called from 6 different numbers. Mark goes, yeah. Excuse me. Jake told Rachel I always forgive him. Like this is a pattern. Like he's done stuff before. And I've let it slide. I asked Mark if Rachel said anything else about that, and he said not really, but it was clear from their messages that Jake thought I was manageable. We talked for almost 3 hours, and by the end, we were exhausted and angry. Mark said he's glad we connected because, at least we're not going through this alone. I told him I'm here if he needs to talk again, and he said the same. I believed him every late night at the office, every long gym session, every weekend he said he was helping James move or meeting Chris for a basketball game. How many times did he come home and kiss me and play with Olivia after spending the afternoon with Rachel in room 347 of some random hotel? Monday morning, I had to get Olivia ready for preschool, and myself ready for work on 3 hours of sleep. I dropped Olivia off, and went straight to Franca's office for my 9 a.m. appointment. According to my dad's research, she's one of the best divorce attorneys in the area. Her office is downtown, and I sat in the waiting room, filling out intake forms, trying not to cry. Franca called me back at 9:15, and we sat in her office for over an hour going over everything. I showed her the Jake and his friends video, said Mark found Instagram messages, and explained the mortgage situation with my dad paying. She took notes and said, this is actually a pretty straightforward case, since we have clear evidence of infidelity and the financial situation favors me. Franca said that's reasonable given the circumstances, and asked if Jake will fight for custody. I said, honestly, I don't know what Jake will do at this point because the man I thought I knew doesn't exist. She outlined next steps. Thanks for watching. I manhobbit of time. She estimated that filing for divorce this week, serving Jake the papers, starting discovery, and arranging temporary custody and support could take 6 months to a year, depending on Jake's cooperation. I left her office feeling weird, like this is really happening. Olivia will grow up in a split household. I went to work after that and tried to focus, but my coworker Annabelle kept asking if I was okay because I looked terrible. I told her during lunch that I'm divorcing. And she was shocked because Jake and I always seemed happy at company events. Nobody warns you that you may appear happy, while slowly decaying within. I made it through the workday, got up Olivia from preschool, and stopped at the grocery store for food for the week. I looked up as we walked through the produce section, and saw Rachel standing by the apples like it was a normal Monday afternoon. We both froze. Olivia was sitting in the cart, playing with her stuffed bunny, oblivious to the tension. Rachel opened her mouth to say something. And I turned my cart around and walked the other way. Actually followed me through the store, saying, "Please wait. I want to talk for 5 minutes." By the cereal aisle, she caught up and stopped in front of my cart, saying, "Please." Olivia turned to Rachel and said, "Hi, Aunt Rachel. Why is Mama mad?" I urged Olivia to close her eyes and play with Bunny for a minute, then glanced at Rachel and said, "You need to leave me alone right now." She said, "I'm sorry." "Okay, I'm sorry, but Jake and I fell in love without planning it, and it's been torture seeing you not know." She became quiet when I asked whether it was torture enough to end. I responded yes. Continued cruelty on everyone was your choice. You could have told me. You could have broken up with Mark. You could have done anything other than lie for 3 years. She started crying in the cereal aisle, saying she knows she messed up and hates herself and lost everything. I told her to hate herself that she didn't lose everything. She tossed everything away. She said Jake really loves me, and he's devastated right now, and maybe I should give him another chance because everyone makes mistakes. I laughed, and asked her if she's seriously standing here defending the man who destroyed both our lives while crying about losing him. She said, "It's complicated and I wouldn't understand the connection they have." I told her I understand everything. Two selfish people found each other, and decided their wants were more important than everyone else's feelings. Rachel wiped her eyes and said she hopes I can forgive her someday because she misses her best friend. I told her we stopped being best friends the second she kissed my husband at my wedding, and lost any right to my friendship when she kept lying to me for years. I pushed my cart past her and finished shopping while she stood there crying. After getting home, Olivia asked why Aunt Rachel was sad, and I told her that grown-ups argue and Aunt Rachel did something that hurt Mommy, so we're not going to see her anymore. Olivia seemed okay with that answer, but I know she'll ask more questions. I returned to work Tuesday, and felt like I was just going through the motions, answering emails, filing paperwork, talking to clients, while my life was imploding. Jake texted me from another number Tuesday afternoon, "Can we meet somewhere neutral to discuss Olivia's custody?" I replied that his lawyer should contact mine. He said he doesn't have a lawyer, and can't afford one, and I said, "That sounds like a HIM problem." He called immediately from that number, and I answered. He started talking about how I'm vindictive and using Olivia as a weapon, and he has rights as her father. I told him should have considered his rights before cheating. I questioned him directly whether he and Rachel were intending to leave us and be together. He stated, "I'm not being fair," and treating him too hard. After quieting, he asked, "Where did you hear that?" I told him Mark found everything on Rachel's phone. All the Instagram messages. All their plans. All their discussions about leaving us. Jake tried to say they were just venting or fantasizing, but I asked him if he thinks I'm stupid enough to believe that. He said I'm twisting everything to make him look worse. I said he made himself look bad by cheating on his wife for 3 years, and planning a secret future with her best friend. He said I don't understand how hard things were for him when his business failed, and I wasn't emotionally supportive enough. So now it's my fault he cheated because I wasn't supportive enough while I was working full-time, raising our daughter, managing a household, and dealing with his depression spiral. He says, "No courtroom needed. We can work this out ourselves." I answered, "No. We really can't because I don't trust a single thing he says." He yelled about me being impossible, and I hung up. He's blocked 5 phone numbers, and I'm sure he'll find a 6th. Wednesday morning, my dad called and said the mortgage company confirmed Jake's name was removed from everything, and my dad is now the sole payer. If Jake tries to claim ownership, he'll have legal proof he never contributed. On Wednesday night, Olivia asked when Daddy would come home. I had to sit her down and explain that he would live elsewhere, but she would still see him. She asked if it was because of her. And I nearly broke down. I told her, "No baby, it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes grown-up relationships change, But mommy and daddy love you so much. She seemed to accept that. But then she asked if daddy left because I was mean to him. I wanted to scream because Jake said something to her. I said, no darling. Mommy wasn't mean. Daddy made some choices that hurt mommy. And we're going to live separately. But it's not your fault. She cried a little, and I held her, and watched Bluey until she fell asleep on my lap. Thursday morning, Franca called to say the divorce papers could be filed and served. She asked where Jake was staying. And I said probably with James. She said she'd hire a process server to find him. Thursday afternoon, Olivia's preschool director called to say Jake showed up early to check out Olivia and they wouldn't release her because I'd updated the pickup list on Monday to require my written permission. Jake argued with them, until they threatened to call the police, and he left. I called Jake immediately on FaceTime using Olivia's iPad since he's not blocked there. He answered and I went off. I told him he doesn't get to show up at Olivia's school causing problems and scaring the staff. He said he has a right to see his daughter and I'm keeping her from him. I told him he can see Olivia when we have a legal custody arrangement through the court, and until then, he said I'm being unreasonable and vindictive and trying to turn Olivia against him. I said the only person turning Olivia against anyone is him, by showing up at her school and getting escorted out. He tried to argue more, and I ended the call. Friday, Jake showed up at my work, making everything worse. Update 3 coming because when he showed up at my office with his mom, it made the biggest scene and security had to get involved, and now his whole family is losing it. Last update. Friday afternoon, I'm at my desk billing for a client case when my coworker Annabelle comes speedwalking over looking panicked. There's a man in the lobby demanding to see you, and he has an older woman with him and they won't leave. I told Annabelle to phone building security and I'd handle it. She said, are you sure? And I'm like, absolutely not, but I'm doing it anyway. Walked out to the lobby and saw Jake in khakis, and a button-down holding a job interview, and Linda in a full pants suit holding a legal case. Our receptionist looked uncomfortable. Jake says, thank God, we need to talk right now. And I tell him to leave my workplace immediately. Linda says, now dear, we're not leaving until you hear us out because this has gone on long enough and you're being unreasonable. I tell the receptionist to call security. Jake says, that's not necessary. And I said, you don't get 5 minutes. You receive nothing. You're pestering me at work. Linda pulls out her phone and shows me a voice memo. She plays it, and Jake sobs and says he can't live without me and Olivia, that he's falling apart and his mom is frightened he'll hurt himself. Her response to my question about playing a recording of her adult son crying to get me to take him back was, it's not manipulation. It's showing you his suffering from your acts. My deeds. I laughed so hard the receptionist jumped, telling Linda that Jake is in pain because of his choices and consequences. Jake tried to hold my hand, but I snatched it back. He said, please come outside and chat to me for 10 minutes. I asked him, what part of I have nothing to say to you does he not understand? The speaker said, we have a daughter and must resolve this as adults. He said, you're really going to throw away 3 years of marriage, without even trying? I informed him we're using lawyers, and the judicial system, to resolve our issues. I responded, you threw it away when you stuck your tongue down my best friend's throat at our wedding reception and then kept screwing her for 3 years. The receptionist gasped. Linda says, there's no need for that kind of language. I told her she doesn't need to be here since this is between me and Jake. As Jake's mother, she has every right to defend her son when he's being mistreated. Security arrived. 2 men in uniforms asked if there was a problem, and I said yes. These people need to leave the building. They're harassing me. Jake tried to argue with security that he's my husband, and can talk to me, but security said not on private property when she's asking you to leave. Linda started ranting about how ridiculous this is, and that she's never seen anyone act so coldly toward their henders. Jake is attempting to tell security we're going through a hard patch, but we're working it out. I told security. No. That was a lie. I don't have a restraining order yet, but security took it seriously, and told Jake and Linda to leave or they'll contact the police. Jake said, I love you, with pitiful puppy dog eyes. Please don't do this. I said. If he loved me, he wouldn't have cheated on me for 3 years. Humiliated me in front of his friends, and used my family's money while planning a future with someone else. Linda said. He made a mistake. I replied. A mistake is forgetting to. A mistake is not a 3-year Instagram and hotel scheme. Security practically escorted them out. Jake was still talking to me over his shoulder while being taken to the exit, and Linda was threatening to phone someone I don't know. After they went, My boss came out of his office and asked if I was okay and needed to take the day off. I told him I'm fine and sorry for the disruption, and he said it's not my fault, and if those people show up again, I should call the police immediately, not wait for security. Sat back down at my desk shaking, not from fear, but from rage at Jake and his mother's audacity to show up at my workplace in an intervention, like I'm the problem. Got through the rest of the workday. I picked up Olivia from my parents' house, where she'd been staying after preschool, and drove home. At a red light, I saw 23 text messages from Jake from 2 new numbers: Linda, James, Jake's aunt, who I've met twice, and others saying I embarrassed Jake today and I'm being cruel, and I need to think about Olivia and give Jake a chance to explain. I only responded to James, telling him that if he or anyone from Jake's family contacts me again, I'll file harassment charges against them. Franca called Saturday morning. The divorce papers were served Friday afternoon at Mark's apartment, where Jake has been staying. She asked about the workplace incident, and I told her everything. She said that's helpful for our case, shows a pattern of harassment and disregard for boundaries. I asked Franca about custody, and she said we have a strong case for primary physical custody, with supervised visitation based on Jake's behavior, the school incident, and the workplace harassment. I felt better after she said we'd push for a parenting coordinator to oversee exchanges so I didn't have to deal with Jake directly. The thought of seeing Jake every week for custody swaps was making me sick. Saturday afternoon, my dad, Mom, and Emma sat in my backyard while Olivia played on her swing set. My dad told his lawyer about the mortgage problem, and if Jake tries to claim any stake in the house, we have proof he never paid a cent. My mom inquired how I'm feeling, and I answered, I'm angry, wounded, and relieved. I didn't understand how much stress I was under managing Jake's moods and keeping him happy while doing everything else. Even with the chaos, the house feels lighter without him. Emma said she's proud of me for not caving, that a lot of women would have caved by now with all the pressure, showing up, and family involvement. I told her I'm not caving because Jake will know he can manipulate me forever, and I'm done being manageable. Sunday, Olivia asked when she'll see Daddy again, and I told her we're working out a schedule. I told her, Daddy made some choices that hurt Mommy, and we can't live together anymore. She accepted that and played with her dolls again. Monday morning, Franca called to say Jake finally hired a lawyer, who wasn't great but was cheap and willing to take payments. His lawyer suggested whether we'd rather mediate than go to court. Franca asked what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to go to court. I want a judge to hear the facts and rule because I don't trust Jake to keep our private agreement. Franca said, that's probably smart given everything. I was giving Olivia a bath Tuesday night when my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize. I usually don't answer those, but something made me pick up and it was Mark. He asked if I had time to talk, and I said, sure, give me a few minutes. I got Olivia out of the bath, settled in with a show, and called him back. He said Rachel moved out of her parents' house, and into an apartment downtown, and has been trying to. He blocked her everywhere, but she keeps reaching out through mutual friends. I asked how he's doing and he said some days are fine and some days he's so upset he can't function. I told him I know it. We vented for almost an hour, and Mark said, you know what's crazy is they probably still think they're going to end up together, that once the dust settles, we'll both move on, and they can just start their relationship openly. Over my dead body, will I ever accept Jake and Rachel together? Mark said, same. I told him, after we divorce, Jake can do whatever he wants. I had to attend Olivia's preschool for a parent meeting about her behavior on Wednesday morning. I told her teacher that we're separating and things are chaotic at home, and she was understanding. But she suggested play therapy for Olivia to process her feelings. Franca called me Thursday to say Jake's lawyer filed a motion for temporary custody pending the divorce. Jake wants 50/50 physical custody and child support since I make more money. I laughed on the phone with my lawyer. I asked if he's serious, and she said, unfortunately yes, we'll fight it. That's impossible with the evidence we have. But it shows Jake's delusions. He thinks he can cheat on me for 3 years, humiliate me, use my family's money, harass me at work, and Olivia's school, and then demand 50/50 custody and money from me. Friday morning, 3 weeks after this nightmare began, I dropped Olivia off at my parents' house and met Franca at the courthouse for our first hearing, a temporary orders hearing to establish custody and support until the divorce is final. Jake was there with his lawyer looking miserable. We had to sit on opposite sides of the courtroom, and he kept trying to make eye contact with me. I just stared straight ahead. His mom was in the back row glaring at The judge read both our papers, and questioned Jake's counsel why he thinks he gets 50/50 custody, given he has an unpredictable housing situation, no regular income, and a history of showing up at the child's school, without permission. Franca calmly presented the video evidence to the judge, who watched it in court with the sound on. I watched Jake's face turn red as his voice echoed through the courtroom, saying he only stays for the mortgage and free housekeeping. The judge was upset. In response to Jake's lawyer's request to clarify, Jake stood up and said it was taken out of context, and he was intoxicated and exaggerated. The judge replied, "Drunk or not? Those are serious statements that call into question his judgment and character." Franca presented evidence of Jake showing up at my workplace with his mother, after being repeatedly asked to stop contact, the school incident, and the multiple phone numbers after being blocked. The judge looked more annoyed with each piece of evidence. The judge ruled that I get primary physical custody immediately, and that Jake gets supervised visitation every other Saturday for 4 hours at a family visitation center with a court-appointed supervisor. Jake looked like he'd been slapped. His lawyer tried to argue, but the judge shut him down, saying, "These are temporary orders, and if Jake can demonstrate stability and appropriate behavior, we'll revisit in 3 months." We left the courthouse, and Jake tried to approach me in the parking lot. I pulled out my phone and started recording, saying loudly, "You are violating the judge's order from 5 minutes ago by approaching me right now." He left immediately, called my dad from the car, and told him, and he started crying happy tears. He said he's proud of me and sorry Jake was a disappointment. But he's glad I'm protecting myself and Olivia. Picked up Olivia that afternoon and went to the park. Just the two of us watched her play on the swings and thought about how different our lives will be now. Single parenting while working full-time, Jake's supervised visits, eventually co-parenting if he gets his act together. But we'll be okay. We'll be free from his manipulation, lying, and using us. I'm done being the woman who does everything, and asks for nothing, manageable, and receiving crumbs and calling it love. Thank you to everyone who said, "I deserve better." You were correct. I'm 32 years old with a 5-year-old daughter, and a divorce in progress. I've never felt more powerful in my life because I chose me. I chose self-respect. You were right that Jake would try to manipulate his way back in. But at least I was ready for it. I ate the whole chocolate cake I baked for his birthday over the first weekend, and it was great. I wanted to safeguard my daughter from learning that staying with a garbage person is okay.